The story opens with a heartless betrayal. Our hero is cast out from his clan by his own father for supposed crimes. His cultivation is shattered, his power ripped away. His mother imprisoned, beaten and broken. His father shows not a single shred of remorse. The boy seethes with resentment. I am your flesh and blood. For 16 years I called you father, and today you destroyed my core with your own hands. A mistake, his father sneers. It's all wrong. Even the maid's son is stronger than you. Our protagonist Shunan can no longer bear the humiliation. His father scoffs. How dare you smile? Shunan realizes he was the one who was wrong. His father has despised him since he was a child. All that grueling practice to earn his trust? But all the praise was saved for his brother Chinen. He foolishly blamed himself, thinking his efforts were never enough. But those were just illusions. The truth is his father hates him with every fiber of his being. The clan leader just smirks. Shunan demands answers. What are the clan's plans? Why are commoners forbidden from cultivating? He tells his father that he despises him. You've shamed our mother and lost all face as the head of this family. Silence, his father roars. Shunan sees it then, a flicker of guilt in his father's eyes. It was a mistake to point it out. A devastating blow lands squarely on his son's chest. I can destroy you completely. The force of the blow is immense. Shunan is sent flying through the window, crashing hard onto the ground below. Spitting blood, Shunan makes a vow. From this day forward, I renounce you as my father. I will take my mother's surname. The Qin lineage means nothing to me now. My name is now Shunan. His older brother finally speaks. Shut your mouth, whelp. He asks his father's permission to teach. Shunan a lesson in respect. Shunan scoffs. I'd forgotten you even existed until you opened your mouth. His brother sneers. Oh, I haven't forgotten a thing. You only cultivated so desperately to get father's attention. With that, he drives a knee into Shunan's chin. The impact whips the young man's head back, throwing him to the ground. This is what you get for defying our father. His brother hauls him to his feet and continues the savage beating. A sickening crack echoes through the hall. His older brother has just shattered both of his legs. The pain is blinding. Shunan begs for mercy, but his brother feels none. He proudly tells their father how he dealt with the trash. The patriarch gives his order. Throw him out of this house. Do not lay a hand on him again. After all, he is still family. His father adds a chilling final word. If he dies out there, so be it. The servants obey without question. Shunan awakens in a desolate wasteland under the cold night sky. Just then, a powerful figure descends from above the city. He lands just a short distance from where the battered Shunan lies. The stranger approaches the abandoned boy, intrigued. What is a boy in this condition doing out here? Shunan awakens to find the stranger watching him with keen interest. What's happening? He finds himself submerged in a large cauldron of steaming water. Is he going to eat me? The terrifying thought crosses his mind. He leaps up in a panic. I can't die yet. I still have to save my mother. Just then, the door creaks open, and the stranger enters. Don't move, the man warns. I've spent 10 years preparing this elixir. If you don't take this seriously, you'll be in for a world of pain. Shunan realizes he's stumbled from one nightmare into another. He pleads, please don't eat me. I must save my mother. I have to get my revenge. This really isn't a good time for me to be eaten. The stranger simply laughs. I have no intention of eating you. Shunan is flooded with relief and confusion. But isn't this some kind of human stewing medical soup? I've taken a liking to you, boy, the stranger states. Then he makes an unbelievable offer. Become my disciple. Shunan can hardly believe his ears. This powerful man wants to take him as a student. His aura, his presence, it completely dwarfs even the ancestors of the Qin family. He might even be at the legendary General Xuanzhuan's level. That is my offer, the stranger confirms. And I am waiting for your answer. Without hesitation, Shunan joyfully agrees. The stranger waves a hand dismissively. There's no need for a formal ceremony. My name is Bonhan, and I am now your master. Shunan quickly asks, then please don't boil me in this soup anymore. I think I'm fully cooked, but his new master says it's far too soon to stop. Your legs were shattered, boy. Shunan looks down and realizes. His cultivation is returning. My legs, they're completely healed. In fact, I feel stronger than ever before. Shunan is amazed. This 10-year elixir does more than just heal the body. His master then activates his energy, summoning a blazing fireball in his palm. The temperature in the cauldron begins to rise exponentially. The boy screams out in agony, but the stranger tells him, do not move. This is for your own good. Hearing this, Shunan grits his teeth. If this is what it takes, I can endure it. I will become strong. He calms his mind, beginning to meditate within the boiling elixir. His focus becomes absolute, his will unbreakable. Suddenly, Shunan's eyes flash with a brilliant flame. He leaps from the cauldron with a mighty roar, and the massive vat shatters behind him. His new master knows this is only the beginning. Success, he roared. He realized this was the blood of a supreme being, the legendary divine blood of culling. His master rejoiced. Shunan was now a divine-level bloodmaster, but this power was tied to the immortal divine sect, and those with the sect's blood on their hands were still out there. One day, you will pay for everything you've done.
For now, you need only fear us. Shunan felt an incredible surge of power. The Qin family was in for a rude awakening.
His master told him to get dressed. All the while, the girl in red lay on the bed watching him intently. Master Bai then explained the basics of immortal cultivation. The most important factor of all was talent. The more powerful one's talent, the faster their cultivation would be. The division of power was similar to reishi monks. It was also broken down into different levels. The only difference was that a spiritual monk had 5 stars per realm.
But when a magical body cultivates, it summons the power of the 9 heavens. A cultivator with such a body could defeat
all spiritual monks of the same level. That's why thousands of years ago, they were hunted to extinction. His master warned him that he was still far too weak. He must not reveal his secret so early on. Shunan vowed to do whatever it took to cultivate successfully and restore the divine demon sect's glory. Master Bai then handed the sect's sacred scripture to his disciple. The ancient god and devil master explained he had other matters to attend to and couldn't personally oversee Shunan's training. Instead, the disciple had to go to the nearby Qingling College to begin. With that, the master vanished into the sky, but promised he would one day return. Shunan soon arrived at Qingling College, the most elite academy in the entire Dongyang country. It was the school that every aspiring cultivator dreamed of entering. And of course, Qin Hong happened to be there as well. Shunan looked forward to seeing the expression on his face. But suddenly a voice shouted, "What is he doing here?" A girl sneered, recognizing him immediately. She mocked him about his expulsion from the family and how he was stripped of his cultivation. "Do you really think you can enter Qingling College?" But she was cut off by another young man. It was her brother Qin. The girl glared at Shunan. "Don't you dare look at me like that. I was only with you because you were the 3rd young master. Now you're just a pathetic stray dog. I can't possibly treat you as an equal. We belong to completely different worlds now." Shunan simply declared she was truly generous. He had learned a valuable lesson from her. But the girl dropped another bombshell. "It's too late. I became engaged to Qin yesterday." Shunan merely congratulated her, wishing them a happy life together. His calm demeanor infuriated the girl and her fiancé. Qin exploded, "You worthless trash! Get on your knees and apologize to her this instant." The surrounding crowd began to buzz. They could all tell a fight was about to break out. Shunan, however, didn't even flinch. "I will do no such thing." "You're courting death!" Qin roared as he lunged forward. But Shunan moved like the wind, elegantly dodging the blow. He then countered with a swift slap right across Qin's face. The girl was stunned. Her fiancé had just been struck. Qin fell to the ground from the force of the blow. His cheeks swollen, he screamed with indignation. "How dare you fight back? You're finished." Qin decided to get serious, unleashing his raging tiger fist technique. The crowd realized he was truly enraged now. He wouldn't have used his martial skills otherwise. This Shunan was definitely out of luck. The girl looked on anxiously. At the moment of impact, Qin roared, "My fierce tiger fist will send you to the next world." The attack was about to connect, but in a flash, Shunan sidestepped again, letting the powerful attack fly past him. Qin went stumbling to the ground once more. Both of his cheeks were now bright red. He jumped to his feet, absolutely furious at the humiliation. He had been completely outplayed. All he could do was curse at Shunan, continuing his empty threats. He promised to take the life of the insolent fool who dared to dodge his fist of fury. Shunan had heard enough. Tired of his pointless chatter, he swept his opponent's leg. Qin went flying through the air, landing in a heap. The girl was in a state of shock. She never knew her former boyfriend was this strong. Shunan excused himself calmly. "It seems I've knocked him out." Suddenly, the girl's attitude shifted entirely. "Since you've recovered your cultivation, we can be together again." After all, she claimed, "I have always loved you." Shunan was stunned by her absolute shamelessness. He turned his back on his ex-girlfriend. "We are not right for each other," he stated coldly. Then, with fury in his eyes, he declared, "Qin Hong, you're next." 1 hour later, Shunan was sitting in a college lecture. He knew he could easily pass the physical training, but it would expose his divine demon body. The problem was, he didn't even know what his talent level was yet. Shunan realized he needed a magic level evaluation. Just then, near the spiritual gate, a royal level talent appeared. He carried himself with an air of superiority, his nose held high in the clouds. But does a royal level talent truly permit such arrogance? At just 16 years old, he had reached the Star Warrior level, a true king-level blood talent. Shunan asked his new companion about the figure on the stage. He learned this was Ouyang Tianlong, the second son, of the prestigious Ouyang family of Yucheng, a family that boasted 2 peerless geniuses. The eldest Ouyang Chenfeng is a renowned prodigy.
who possesses a legendary emperor-level talent. His brother Tianlong is not far behind, wielding a mighty royal-level bloodline.
His pride stems not just from his gift, but from the immense power of his older brother. Shunan decided it was time to properly meet his acquaintance. He introduced himself, and the young man recognized him immediately as the exile from the Qin family. In return, the man gave his name, Chen Wudi, a name he chose for himself, for he was an orphan. Chen Wudi declared that he would always stand with Shunan. Just then, Chen Wudi was called to the podium. Someone sneered, calling him an illiterate who shouldn't even participate in this first trial, lest he dishonor Tianlin College. Chen Wudi stepped onto the stage, his eyes cold as ice. He warned the man to hold his tongue or suffer the consequences. Wudi reminded him that he had only passed the very first stage of the selection. It was far too early to assume he had already entered the college. The challenger shot back that a true king-level talent should act like a lion. Chen Wudi was tired of the endless bickering about how a so-called king should behave. Tianlong scoffed, declaring that perhaps Chen Wudi had no talent at all. A dangerous glint appeared in Chen Wudi's eyes. He offered a bet. If he had a king-level talent, Tianlong would kneel kowtow 3 times and call him grandfather. Tianlong smirked and raised the stakes. If Wudi didn't have a king-level talent, he would be deprived of his cultivation, have his arms and legs shattered, and be forced to crawl from the mountain gate. Shunan couldn't believe Tianlong could be so ruthless. He knew the agony of broken legs firsthand. But without hesitation, Chen Wudi accepted the wager. A master stepped forward, expressing his doubt that Chen Wudi possessed such a talent. But Wudi simply encouraged everyone to witness his king-level power. A brilliant green glow erupted from the spiritual gate, which recognized 2 king-level talents. The crowd gasped. It was real impossible, Tianlong screamed, convinced he was being deceived. Chen Wudi's voice cut through the chaos. Since you lost, kneel down, bow, and call me grandfather. But Tianlong seethed. You have no right to lecture me. Oh, but I do, Chen Wudi replied calmly, because I have reached a talent level above royal. Tianlong declared that in the entire college, only his brother held an emperor-level talent. Wudi simply stated that was just an imperial talent. Then Chen Wudi called Shunan over to show off his spiritual power. Tianlong scoffed, absolutely certain that Shunan could never be an emperor-level talent. After all, everyone knew his story. But Chen Wudi stood his ground. Tianlong sneered, pointing him out as a disgrace from the Qin family of Yunhai City, one who'd had his cultivation crippled. Chen Wudi calmly stated that Shunan's cultivation had been restored. Tianlong laughed, saying at best he could have a double-level talent. After all, he spat, his mother is a simple cleaning lady. Shunan's expression turned to ice. Watch your mouth, he warned. You have no right to insult my mother. Tianlong just doubled down, sneering that a cleaner always remains a cleaner. That was the final straw. You must be tired of living, Shunan roared, lunging at his abuser as a scuffle erupted. A teacher yelled that it was a violation of all rules. A 4-star warrior could not attack Ouyang Tianlong, but he was already on the ground. Beaten and bewildered, he couldn't understand how this was possible. Chen Wudi laughed, explaining that Shunan was born with supernatural strength. Beating Tianlong was no challenge at all. But Tianlong replied that even with great strength, he still possessed no powerful talent. Shunan admitted he didn't even know what his talent was, and then he showed them all. An astonishing power erupted from him. Tianlong was stunned, having never witnessed anything like it. The talent recognition stone was broken. It had completely cracked apart. Imperial bloodline. The family would surely blossom now. Even Shunan couldn't believe he had an imperial talent. He thought it was only a magical one and urged them to check again. But the master declared that Chen Wudi and Shunan were already accepted into the college. They wouldn't need to go through the next stages. Tianlong was furious. He watched as his ex-girlfriend's gaze fell upon Shunan with new admiration. Chen Wudi admired his new friend, an imperial-level talent, 16 years old, with the strength of a 4-star fighter. How did he do it? Shunan could only spread his hands silently. But as Chen Wudi took his friend's hand, he said that Shunan had poison in his body, and it had been there for several years now. A memory flashed in Shunan's mind. Qin Hong had once given him tea to improve his cultivation. 3 days passed. In the junior cadet dormitory, Shunan meditated on the Lai Feng tactics. Suddenly, flames erupted from his mouth. He heaved a sigh of relief. He had managed to obtain 2 stars in just 2 days. Now, without the suppression of the poison, Shunan could feel it. His imperial-level talent was screaming to be unleashed, but its immense power was trapped, constricted by the limits of his initial 9-star body. His master's words echoed in his mind. A warrior must be forged in the crucible of real combat. Shunan was ready. It was time for the arena. At the college, students received 100 points each month for basic supplies. But the real prize was in the betting pools. Shunan knew he had to hide his true identity. In the shadows of the underground circuit, he placed his bet on a single victor, the self-proclaimed Dragon God. As he entered the ring, his opponent sneered, "How dare a junior 9-star cadet challenge someone from the star dimension?" The fighter shot back. There's no rule against it. The opponent known as Tiger scoffed. I only need my fists to teach you a lesson. With that, he lunged. Stretching his arm forward, he roared, this single blow will end it. But the dragon god remained perfectly calm. He dodged the attack with impossible grace and delivered a sharp strike to his opponent's chest. Tiger's eyes widened. How? Your power is decent, the fighter noted, but your technique is sloppy. Tiger was stunned by his opponent's blinding speed. He's supposed to be a novice, the warrior declared. I am an initial 9-star level fighter. Show me all you've got, because you might not get another chance. Enraged, Tiger vowed to unleash his true power. You're going to regret this, he roared, initiating his ultimate move, the sandstorm technique. Both warriors unleashed a furious barrage of strikes, their spiritual energies clashing violently in the arena. In a massive explosion of power, Tiger was sent flying across the stage. Thank you for the lesson, Shunan said, his entire body now radiating an overwhelming aura. Another blow, and Tiger was blasted away once more. His opponent was utterly defeated. A smirk crossed Shunan's face. He had succeeded. With his divine ability now improved, he could confidently face a 3-star level opponent. Later, Chenwoody began talking about the school's 10 great beauties. But only the top 3 are truly worthy of the title, he said. Shunan asked, what makes them so different? Everything, Chenwoody exclaimed. Stunning looks, character talent, and status. He grabbed Shunan. We can't miss this. You have to see one of them for yourself. They arrived at the Zongxing Pavilion, and that's when Shunan saw her. His world stopped. It was her. A year ago, Shunan was hunting deep in the forest tracking a deer, when a beautiful girl in a pink robe suddenly appeared and collapsed unconscious right at his feet. He saw the wound, a crossbow bolt. Without hesitation, he lifted her onto his shoulders and ran every step a struggle. He found a hidden cave to take refuge in. Peeking out, he saw his pursuers were close. He spotted 3 hunters searching for their lost prey. Just then, the girl behind him began to stir. An arrow was still lodged in her chest. Shunan's heart sank as he realized the tip was coated in a deadly poison. He had to act fast. He broke the shaft and carefully pulled the arrowhead from her body. He apologized softly. I'm only trying to save you. Overcoming his hesitation, he leaned in and began to suck the poisoned blood from the wound. After clearing the poison, he quickly bandaged her injury, planning to check on her again the next day. His gaze was honest and pure. That's when he noticed it on her belt. A jade pendant. His pendant? He thought he'd lost it in the woods. She must have found it in the cave and had been carrying it with her ever since. The pendant was precious to him. His mother had crafted it for his future bride. Chenwoody's eyes lit up. This has to be fate. That's her, the 3rd-ranked beauty on the list? Shunan tried to banish the improper thoughts from his mind. Chenwoody added, she now possesses a king-level talent, and after only 2 years, she's already a star warrior. Shunan was astounded. A 16-year-old star warrior? She was truly the greatest pride of Tian High City. You're clearly smitten, but you don't stand a chance. Though, with your imperial-level talent, she might be a worthy match. Shunan asked, does she have a lover? Just then, a voice called out, Sister Shuer, showing her a notebook. No wonder you weren't home. Chenwoody whispered, that's her brother who went from a 9-star to a 1-star warrior. The girl Murangshu replied coldly to Qinghun. Please call me Murangshu. We are not that close. The young man looked hurt. But we're from the same town. He promised her he would find the martial skills that you've been searching for. I'll wait for you here out of your way, and then I'll walk you home. The onlookers began to whisper. He should be ashamed. Can't he see she's not interested? The young man's face burned with humiliation. Tension flared as the 2 brothers finally met. I didn't expect to see you here, the elder sneered. Care for a challenge? Shunan simply replied. I'm not afraid of you anymore. Still holding a grudge after all I've done for you. His brother feigned surprise, and the crowd murmured in confusion. The older brother continued his act. You're still young. There's no need to fight. He offered a false olive branch. I can ask father to let you return home. I'm sure he'll allow it. I'm only trying to be kind. Shunan could only admire his brother's ability to lie through his teeth. What a soulless monster. You dishonored our maid! Shunan's voice was ice. You ended her life and took 2 others. Then you used father to cast me out. His brother's eyes widened in fake shock. She was a strong woman, Shunan continued. 90 kilograms of pure muscle. When she died, I held her apron. The scent of her perfume still lingered. The older brother finally lowered his head, a flash of shame in his eyes. A nearby girl gasped, covering her mouth. You show no remorse, Qinhung roared, trying to save face. Then I will teach you a lesson in our father's place. Shunan calmly replied. There isn't enough room here. Let's take this outside. The brothers strode out into the street. Onlookers gathered, wondering how such hatred could exist between family. Shunan was only a new student, a 6-star warrior. But his brother Qinhung was a full-fledged star warrior. Shunan could feel his brother's immense aura, a powerful gust of wind swirling around him. Don't blame me for what happens next, Chin Hung warned. And with that, the battle exploded into motion. Fists flew in a brutal exchange. It was impossible to tell who had the upper hand. The girl watched in awe. Shunan was actually resisting his brother's assault despite his lower 6-star warrior aura. Do you really think you can win? Chin Hung mocked. He decided then and there to make Shunan a total failure. He would crush him so completely that he could never rise again, even with an emperor-level talent. Brother, you are mistaken, Shunan said with a calm smile. I am no 6-star warrior. A sea of energy erupted from his body. The crowd gasped. Was he attempting a breakthrough in the middle of a battle? The girl watched, captivated. I won't give you the chance, Chin Hung screamed, lunging forward with a victorious cry. Shunan met him head-on without a shred of fear. His brother's face twisted in horror, as neither was willing to yield. Shunan delivered a devastating blow straight to his brother's chest. Chin Hung froze, then started coughing up blood. As he fell, he couldn't comprehend it. How could his younger brother possibly defeat him? Nothing is impossible, Shunan declared. I was able to win even as a 6-star warrior. Luckily for you, he added, his voice like ice, killing is forbidden in the academy. But that won't stop me from getting my revenge. True fear finally gripped his brother's heart. What do you want to do to me? He cried out. Why do you only remember our kinship now? Shunan sneered. Did you remember it when you tried to kill me? He kicked his brother with unrestrained fury. His brother shrieked in unbearable pain. The blow had landed right in the family jewels. The girl let out a small giggle as the crowd shuffled nervously. Shunan's gaze was filled with cold determination. Chin Hung lay on the ground, his face a mask of agony, screaming for help. The diagnosis was grim. His limbs were broken along with 10 ribs, and as for his nest, it was beyond repair. 3 days passed. A knock came at the door. It was Chen Woody calling out for Shunan. You're famous, Chen Woody exclaimed as soon as Shunan opened the door. The news of your victory has swept the entire academy. Everyone knows a 6-star warrior defeated a star warrior. It's absolutely amazing. Shunan felt a little embarrassed by the praise. You're as famous as the dragon god now, Chen Woody said, though he is far more arrogant. The junior students are hoping you'll challenge the dragon god. Shunan became flustered. Challenge him? Does that mean I have to fight myself? I'm not interested, he said quickly. Chen Woody decided to drop the idea. By the way, Chen Woody added, Murong-shu has come to see you 3 times. Shunan wondered what she could possibly want. Murong-shu appeared, her gaze sharp. Your potential is enormous and your strength is fair. The ruthlessness and resourcefulness you displayed against Chin Hung made me see you in a new light. She then asked, will you join my team? The young man's interest was piqued. What's the assignment? It's the lowest Zhuan level, the girl explained. The location is the Forest of Monsters. If the task is completed, you'll receive a reward that will surely make you happy. Shunan's eyes lit up. The Forest of Monsters was the perfect place for him. I'll certainly join your team, he declared. Then gather in 3 days, she said, in the square at the college entrance. The young man decided 3 days would be more than enough. As for him, Chen Woody sneered, claiming Shunan looked down on everyone and questioned if the girl was now curious about this upstart. Inside the Sutra Pavilion, Shunan reflected that while his cultivation was solid, he was still relying on basic martial arts. He decided it was time to master a few high-level techniques just in case this mission took an unexpected turn. Shunan knew he desperately needed a powerful movement skill. He pored through scroll after ancient scroll. With each text, he absorbed, his understanding deepened. Shunan realized he could master them all. He decided to bet on a powerful new art. If his gamble paid off, the rewards would be immense. At the appointed time, the team gathered in the college square. Shunan arrived, offering his apologies for being late. The girl introduced Lin Fun, the formidable leader of their team, Snowstorm. Shunan instantly recognized the name. Lin Fun, the 3rd-ranked prodigy among the hidden dragons, a powerful 3-star warrior. Lin Fun acknowledged that Shunan's name had been causing waves recently, the 2nd person after Wang Zhongfeng to possess an imperial-level talent. The team leader admitted he never expected Shunan to join their squad, calling it a great honor for them all. Shunan humbly replied that as a newcomer, he couldn't possibly compare to seasoned experts like them. Another member stepped forward, introducing himself as Lu Chen, the deputy leader of Snowstorm. He stated that every member of the team would carry their own weight. The girl added that Lu Chen was a body cultivator, a 2-star warrior in the Star Realm. The next member was Yu Feng, another skilled 2-star fighter. With introductions over, the leader declared they had no time to waste. Their mission secured the objective, and each would be rewarded with 5,000 points. But he warned that safety was paramount. As they departed, a shadowy figure watched them from afar. By dusk, they reached the edge of a dense forest. The leader wisely declared it was too late to enter, suggesting they make camp and spend the night at the entrance. It was settled. Their hunt would begin at dawn. Lin Fun explained their target, a coveted earth dragon egg. He warned that this beast was one of the most ferocious monsters in the Star World, possessing the sacred blood of the dragon tribe. Its terrifying power was said to rival even the Star World's generals. A palpable tension filled the air. Lin Fun suddenly raised a hand, silencing the group. But the forest was eerily quiet. On high alert, they all drew their weapons. From the deepest shadows, a pair of glowing eyes appeared. A monstrous black panther emerged its growl, a low rumble, its claws unsheathed. It locked its gaze on Shunan and began to advance. Someone screamed for him to get back, unless he wanted to be torn to shreds. The leader exploded into action, charging directly into the beast's path. A spear whistled past Shunan's head like a silver streak. The weapon plunged deep into the wildcat's chest. With a roar of pain, the panther was thrown back but landed deftly on its feet. The creature prepared to pounce again, its eyes blazing with fury in the darkness. The leader gripped his spear ready to face its next assault. "Everyone group up," he commanded. One of the warriors yelled that the beast's claws were unbelievably sharp, able to tear right through their protective chi. The nocturnal predator circled, calculating its attack. But then something strange happened. The panther suddenly turned and vanished back into the forest. The team was stunned. Why would it retreat? One warrior muttered that you don't just scare off a 3-star monster that easily. The next encounter wouldn't be so simple. Shunan knew he hadn't needed their help at all, but wisely decided to keep his true strength hidden for now. The young lady told Shunan to stay within a 2-meter radius of her at all times. He dryly confirmed that he needed a woman's protection. Suddenly, a glint of steel flew from the darkness right behind the girl's back. The tip of a spear nearly grazed her face. She whirled around, her eyes widening in terror as the spear point stopped inches from her eye. At the last possible second, Shunan's bare hand shot out and caught it. A wave of collective shock washed over the team. The girl, breathless, thanked her savior. "Don't mention it," Shunan replied calmly. He wondered aloud who would be taking potshots at them. They hadn't provoked anyone. Someone grimly suggested it might be hunters. "But we're all here to hunt monsters," Shunan said. "Why would they attack us?" A teammate told Shunan he was far too naive. To these ruthless hunters, a single monster's crystal core is nothing. Why hunt for scraps when you can intercept another team's prize, along with all their weapons and equipment? That's far more profitable than hunting beasts.
Shunan's expression hardened. In this forest, he realized humans are the most dangerous monsters of all.
He deduced that a 3-star marksman was stalking them. Shunan knew with chilling certainty. If not for his spirit of a god and the body of a demon, that spear would have killed her. No one else on the team could have stopped it. Deep in the woods, 3 warriors spoke in hushed tones. One reported 4 young men and a girl, his arrow already aimed at the lady. Their scout confirmed the target had somehow detected and stopped the spear. But his cultivation was merely at the 7-star warrior level. He'd be easy enough to deal with. The leader of the hunters smirked, saying he never should have started with a warning shot, calling her the 3rd-ranked beauty of their college, a prize that shouldn't be wasted. But another scoffed. In a forest teeming with monsters, lusting after women would only lead to an early grave. His comrade sneered, claiming a woman like that wasn't for sale anyway. They only used the panther to gauge their target's abilities. An easy job, he thought. After all, 2 of their targets were mere 3-star fighters. The leader confirmed it. The target had deflected his arrow. But how could a 7-star warrior possibly block their attack? His subordinate brushed it off. "He's just a 7-star. No matter how strong he is, he's no match for us." "Blocking that arrow was a fluke," he insisted. "I wasn't even using my full power. If I had gone all out, he would have died instantly." Their leader nodded, deciding to handle this personally. It was time to end this mission quickly. His underlings agreed without a word. Meanwhile, Shunan patrolled the forest, keeping a careful 2-meter distance from the young lady. In that same instant, a lethal arrow sliced through the air. With a flash of steel, Shunan deflected the projectile, parrying it with his blade. "Ambush!" he roared. "We're under attack from the shadows." Masked assassins erupted from the trees, rushing the travelers. A bloody battle exploded into existence. Team Snowstorm was ambushed. But their reactions were swift. The young lady drew her sword, preparing to defend against the next volley. As an arrow flew straight for her, Shunan yelled, "Get back, I'll handle this." He roared, the 13 swords of Ling Feng, first form sword of the wind. Every single strike met its mark with flawless precision. The barrage of arrows was utterly neutralized. The girl gasped in pure astonishment. That's swordsmanship in the microcosm realm. I trained for years to reach that level, but he mastered it in an instant. Shunan pushed her to safety, then charged the enemy with savage intensity. He moved faster than their arrows could fly. Leaping into the air, he descended upon them like a bolt of lightning. She cried out, "Ling Feng's dragon footwork. His comprehension is inhuman, his sword technique, and his dexterity are all at a level of perfection." One of the assassins screamed for backup, unable to handle the onslaught alone. Another villain snarled, "Wait until my brother deals with this punk, then you're all dead. He's a 3-star fighter." The team members paled. The archer was a 3-star fighter. This would be an incredibly difficult battle for Shunan. Seeing an opening, another assassin targeted the girl. "Don't be afraid, little lady," he sneered. "I won't kill you." A third echoed the threat. "Surrender now and we'll spare your lives." But she stood her ground, yelling, "I have no intention of giving up." The powerful assassin bellowed that no one could defy him. The brute was confident his brother would arrive soon to help. But Shunan's voice cut through the chaos. "Your brother isn't coming." In his hand, he held the severed head of the bounty hunter. The thug screamed in disbelief, "Brother!" He stared at Shunan, his eyes filled with pure terror and horror. Drawing his blade, he howled, "I'll kill you!" He lunged forward wildly. Shunan calmly took his stance, ready to meet the attack. 13 swords of Ling Feng, he declared once more. 7th form sword flight. Across the mountains and rivers. With the footwork of a wind dragon, he leaped, preparing to deliver the final blow. The villain believed he'd dodged the attack as they rushed past one another. In the next moment, they stood back to back. A strangled gasp escaped the assassin's lips. No! Hot blood erupted from his throat as his life faded away. His lifeless body collapsed to the forest floor. Shunan's companions could only stare their mouths agape in shock. The girl whispered, "Is this how a 3-star fighter dies?" Shunan then turned to the last surviving villain. "Who sent you?" The big man snarled, refusing to answer the man who killed his brothers. He swore he would get his revenge. Shunan simply replied, "Let me guess. Was it Shen Hong or Huang Tian?" The assassin just bared his teeth like a cornered animal. Suddenly, the attacker turned and fled for his life. The team moved to give chase, but their leader stopped them. Shunan, meanwhile, slumped to the ground in exhaustion. The girl rushed to his side. "Are you all right?" He was drained, but he nodded. "I'm fine. I just overexerted my energy." The team leader assured him everything was all right now. He looked at Shunan with a newfound interest, wondering who this young man truly was. He thanked their savior, admitting that certain death had been stalking them. But Shunan simply told the leader, "It was my duty. I'm a member of Team Snowstorm after all. This was just my contribution to our cause. But for now, I need a moment to recover my strength." The commander nodded. "Of course, we'll handle things from here." Shunan was left to meditate and recover, as the leader walked away lost deep in thought about their mysterious new ally. With a confident grin, he announced he'd found the dragon's underground lair. The captain declared the time for action had arrived. He turned to Shunan, asking if he was ready for the mission. Shunan's reply was never in doubt. He was more than ready. As a team, they peered from the bushes, their eyes fixed on the cave. The leader explained that the earth dragon prefers to live alone. These beasts only pair up during mating season. After the female lays her eggs, the male is forced to leave. The commander's plan was simple. Lure the dragon out of its den, then have someone sneak inside the nest and steal the eggs. The girl immediately asked who would dare attempt it. One of the members bravely volunteered for the task, but the leader dismissed him, saying his agility was far too low. This dangerous mission, he declared, was for Shunan alone. His windy dragon steps had already reached a masterful level. He could move like the breeze itself, making him a ghost to the earth dragon. The captain handed the young man a small flask, explaining it contained the power of the lands. He just needed to sprinkle it on his body. This would completely conceal his warrior's aura, and the earth dragon would never sense his presence. Shunan agreed and took the flask. The girl asked if he had truly recovered. The young man assured her he was in perfect condition. But deep in the forest, something was watching. Its red, fiery eyes tracked their every move. Then a monstrous form suddenly erupted from the thicket, causing the entire team to flinch. The young men drew their weapons, preparing to face the beast's wrath. The dragon let out a terrifying roar. Seeing its bloodthirsty gaze, the warriors were paralyzed by a silent horror. Snapping out of their fear, the group took off at a run. Shunan knew this was his cue. Everything was going according to plan. He moved like the wind and slipped into the cave. Shunan's heart pounded with excitement upon discovering the earth dragon eggs. Holding one in his hands, the young man could feel his supreme god Kuan body starving for power. He cracked the egg open. Greedily, he drank its contents, feeling the raw energy surge through his veins. It was incredible. Smiling, the young man began juggling another egg. He couldn't control himself. The next egg was also quickly consumed. But then an ominous roar echoed from the forest. He realized with dread that the earth dragon had returned. The young man grabbed one last whole egg. He knew that if he were trapped in the cave, he would surely die. Taking the dragon egg, with him, Shunan made a run for it. He burst out of the cave only to come nose to nose with the furious dragon. Cold sweat poured down his back. The dragon saw the broken shells in the warrior's hands. The monster's eyes burned with pure rage and hatred. The dragon lunged for the young man, intent on destroying him. Team Snowstorm watched from a safe distance as the dragon chased after Shunan. One of the warriors noted that the beast was chasing him like crazy. The leader revealed the dark truth. This is what happens when the land's power turns to ambergris. No dragon could resist such a powerful temptation. The commander added that even without the eggs, the dragon would now hunt Shunan relentlessly. The captain caught up to the young man, shouting for him to throw the eggs to him. He claimed it was the only way the dragon would stop its pursuit. Shunan replied that he could never endanger his commander, but the leader insisted he knew a secret way to escape the dragon. Trusting him, Shunan tossed one egg to the commander. The captain caught the egg, a victorious smile spreading across his face. The commander looked at the egg in his hands but realized it was already broken. The leader knew in that instant that Shunan had tricked him. The dragon had already opened its jaws over the commander. Death was imminent. Shunan was already running, reasoning that dragon eggs are a fantastic tonic. His body was on fire and he felt full of overwhelming energy. The young man ran, thinking about finding the rest of his team. He could only wish Lin Feng good luck. Shunan burst into the clearing where his friends were and announced that he had brought an egg. He explained that Lin Feng had helped him escape from the Earth Dragon. The young warrior stepped closer to his comrade and saw a blade sticking out of his head. His other comrade was on the ground bleeding out. He started coughing as Shunan rushed over to him. The young man asked Lu Chung what had happened while he was gone. He replied that they had to hurry to save Murong. She had been taken away by that big guy. The villain said that he would wait for Shunan at the entrance to the monster forest. Otherwise, he will kill the girl. A roar of pure rage tore from the young man's throat. He screamed that if a single hair fell from the girl's beautiful head, the villain would die in indescribable agony, a fate worse than both his brothers. Lu Chung looked at Shunan and saw his hidden potential and incredible strength. This is a star cultivation warrior. Lu Chung said that he didn't need to worry about him, but he had to save the girl. Shunan left the egg for Lu Chung to take care of. Then, with the speed of the wind, Shunan rushed to meet the enemy. The warrior flew, thinking that if Murong got hurt, he would make the villain regret what he had done for the rest of his life. The kidnapper stood with his weapon in the clearing, and the girl with her hands bound kneeled before him. Before Murong Shu, the villain sneered. "He won't come. You're waiting in vain." But the scoundrel was certain of it. "He'll come for her," he growled, confident in his trap. A beauty like this, he'd never abandon her. Hearing his name gave her a flicker of hope. Murong Shu prayed Shunan would indeed come to her rescue. She knew his potential was limitless, which is why she prayed he would stay away. He still had a grand destiny ahead. The villain chuckled. "There's clearly something between you two. He'd be quite devastated if you died." His grip tightened, a cruel promise of pain. "You'd look even more beautiful in tears." She cried out for him to stay away, but just then a figure appeared. Shunan was here. The young warrior unsheathed his sword and charged toward the fiend. A clash of steel echoed through the clearing, their figures blurred in a deadly dance. Each strike aimed to kill. Shunan's eyes blazed with a righteous inferno. He didn't pause for a single breath. His blade was a whirlwind of relentless attacks. The brute noted, "His swordsmanship is impressive. But it's not enough," the villain sneered. "He has no reiki." "Run, Shunan!" Murangshu screamed in desperation. "You can't beat him alone," the villain roared with laughter. "No one is leaving here alive today." Shunan coldly replied, "Men like you who prey on the weak deserve nothing but death." The villain launched his own weapon. But Shunan didn't even flinch. He met the attack head-on, catching the weapon in his bare hand. The thug howled in disbelief and agony. Shunan unleashed a devastating strike to his chest, sending the villain flying backward. The warrior's fist glowed with raw power. In his other hand, he held his enemy's captured blade. The thug stared in utter shock. You have physical cultivation?" Shunan nodded grimly. "That's right. And it's far stronger than my spiritual cultivation. My presence here should prove that." Shunan offered him one final chance. "Confess, who sent you after us? Tell me, and I'll grant you a swift end." The villain just laughed in his face. "In your dreams, boy." A flash of rage crossed Shunan's face. He struck the villain's forehead with the palm of his hand. The blow was absolute. Blood streamed from the thug's every orifice. Shunan turned toward the girl, leaving the villain's lifeless body to fall silently onto the grass. Murangshu gazed at him in awe, wondering at his incredible power. He quickly cut her free from the ropes. "Are you all right?" he asked gently. She nodded, still in shock. "I have a secret," Shunan confessed. "My physical cultivation must remain hidden. My life could depend on it." Murangshu was astounded by this revelation. Such power was almost unheard of. Not even the famed 4 stars could match him. But Shunan shook his head. "I'm not that strong. The only reason I could defeat him was because my fury gave me strength." "Lu Chong is badly hurt," he added urgently. "We have to hurry." She listened to her savior, her heart pounding. But then the unthinkable happened. Shunan's eyes widened in horror. A blade was flying directly at Murangshu. "Look out!" he screamed. But it was too late. The point plunged deep into her chest. The warm spray of her blood hit Shunan's face. He caught her as she began to fall. Holding her in his arms, a scream of pure terror tore from his throat. Tears streamed down his face. How could this be happening? With her last breath, the girl whispered, "You saved me, Shunan, but I couldn't bear to watch you die." A mocking voice echoed nearby. "How touching. I didn't realize a bastard like you could attract such devotion. To think such a pretty girl would die for you." Shunan's blood ran cold. He knew that voice. Yuan Tian, he roared. She lay limp in his arms, the blade still in her chest. Each ragged breath was a struggle as she coughed up blood. Don't die, Murangshu, he begged. I saved you a year ago. You still owe me a life. She struggled to speak, a faint smile on her lips. I'm just glad I could see you. Looking at the heartbroken young man, she confessed her love for him. She pressed a pendant into his hand. I'm returning this. Shunan stared at it. It was the pendant his mother had made. The voice mocked him again. So tragic. So touching. Don't worry, you'll join her in hell soon enough. Then you can be the star-crossed lovers you were meant to be. Shunan gently laid her body on the grass. He clutched the pendant Murangshu returned to him. Hiding it close to his heart, the tears of grief in his eyes burned away, replaced by an all-consuming hatred. With a roar, Shunan launched himself at the villain. His only desire was to utterly destroy him, but the old man sidestepped the attack with ease and drove a fist into Shunan's chest. A second blow caught the young man square in the face. Blood erupted from his mouth as he was slammed to the ground. Pinned beneath the old man's hand, Yuan Tian laughed. Still want revenge, boy, he mocked. Surrender, Talon sneered. My third grandfather is a star warrior. You are no match for him. Today is the day you die. Lying broken and bleeding, Shunan refused to let it end. With a roar of pure defiance, he vowed his opponent would never succeed. Our hero shot to his feet, proclaiming he would slaughter Wang Tain. But the coward simply ordered his girlfriend. Finish this whelp now. My family isn't like this abandoned trash who dares to provoke us. The old man's palm ignited like a blazing inferno. My fiery palm, he growled, will let you savor true agony before death. But suddenly the old man gasped in shock. He watched as the young man's body began to surge, emitting an overwhelming charge of energy. Shunan's eyes blazed with hatred as if hellfire itself overflowed from his soul. The young warrior's face twisted into a mask of pure rage driven by the need to avenge her. With malice burning in his eyes, he prepared to strike. Like a vengeful spirit, he lunged forward, his fist crashing into the old man's chest with devastating force. Shunan caught the old man's leg mid-air, spinning him like a rag doll, before smashing him into the earth with every ounce of his strength. The enraged warrior showed no mercy, his stomps raining down on the old man's chest, his stomach and his face. Each blow was murderous, each strike more ferocious than the last. The unfortunate old man could no longer resist his body going limp. He lay motionless on the grass, utterly broken. Shunan then shifted his burning rage toward Thane, his eyes promising death. Wang Tain was paralyzed with terror at his grandfather's fate. The terrified young man immediately began begging for his life. If you kill me, he stammered, my family will hunt you to the ends of the earth. The two stood locked in a tense stare-down. One pair of eyes brimmed with absolute fear. The other burned with an inferno of hatred. With a snarl, the enraged Shunan seized his opponent's throat. Thane choked out one last pathetic plea for mercy. In the blink of an eye, blood erupted from Wang Tain's throat. The warrior released his foe, letting the body slump to the ground. Shunan stared at his hands in horror, not understanding what he'd become. Just then, he saw a glowing figure, an old woman approaching Murangsha's still form. He feared it was an evil spirit coming to possess her. What are you doing to her? Shunan demanded. The old woman's voice was like ice. Do not interfere. If you do, she warned, this girl's death will be certain. The mysterious elder then lifted Murong's body into the air. A flicker of hope ignited in Shunan's voice. So, she can still be saved. Chanting ancient incantations, the old woman masterfully extracted the blade from the girl's chest. I have shielded her heart with my Reiki, the healer explained. For now, her life is not in danger, but my Reiki cannot remain within her. An injury this grave must be treated at my sect. The old woman continued, her eyes appraising the girl. Mirong possesses an innate cold yin body. If she joins the Reiki sect, she is destined to become the pride of her generation. But if she stays here, her talent will be wasted. Desperation filled the young man's voice. You're really taking her away from me. The healer's reply was chilling. The only other option is for me to remove my Reiki and leave you with her corpse. The old woman's gaze hardened. I am only speaking to you at all because this girl nearly died today. Because of you. Her advice was a dagger to his heart. Forget Murangsha. Once she enters the Tianzongzong gate, you will belong to two different worlds. Her future achievements will be beyond anything you can even imagine. It is not your destiny to be together. The old woman began to levitate, taking the girl's body with her. As they rose, Shunan realized. This elder was on the level of a feudal lord. Wait, Shunan yelled desperately. My talent is imperial-level strength. Does the Tianzongzong accept new disciples? His heart ached with the brutal timing. Murangsha had just confessed her love to him, only for them to be torn apart. The old woman's reply was blunt and final from above. The Tianzongzong does not accept male disciples. He could only watch sadly as they vanished into the distance. But in that moment, Shunan made a solemn vow. He would find her in the future. No matter what it took, he would bring her back. Team Snowstorm found Shunan in the clearing grief-stricken, standing in a pool of his enemy's blood. They were all devastated by the news of Murongxa's disappearance, which they took for her death. The team leader spoke grimly. "We must report Wang Tai's death to the supervisor. The college cannot be held responsible."
"I didn't kill them," Shunan stated simply. Outside, experts appeared. The young warrior said he would explain everything.
But that the details were not their concern. Back at the college, Shunan laid out his version of the story. He placed the blame for the deaths of Wang Tai and his grandfather and Murongxa's disappearance squarely on the old woman from Tianzongzong. However, someone in the Wang family already knew Tain's true motive to eliminate Shunan in the monster forest. Because of this, Shunan was cleared of all suspicion, but he was strictly forbidden from leaving the college grounds. On the college campus, at the urgent request of the Wu Yang family, Shunan knew he was stuck at a cultivation bottleneck. But what could he do? His power was stagnant, and the Red Sea Lotus refused to gather his spiritual energy. As Shunan sat on the Humpi,
ground deep in meditation, the jade pendant suddenly merged with his dantian. A voice echoed in his soul, "You still
cannot comprehend this technique?" Startled, the young man demanded to know who was speaking. He assumed it must be a hallucination from his rigorous training. But the voice rang out again, mocking him. "You don't even know where I am. I cannot fathom how this black jade god pendant chose a mortal like you as its master." Shunan was
stunned. Was this jade stone actually talking to him? He retorted, "You're just a jade pendant."
"Your whole family are jade pendants. I am the supreme goddess." A fiery apparition materialized before the young man. She introduced herself as Ye Ziyun, permitting him to call her Mistress Ye Ziyun. She declared that she didn't appear
for Shunan to release her. Now that he was the owner of the black jade god pendant, from this day forward, she would
personally forge him into a warrior until he was strong enough to build her a new body and help her return to the celestial realm. Shunan was floored by the idea that a goddess would guide his training. But Ye Ziyun told him not to get his hopes up.
Her guidance would be anything but easy. If he failed to complete her tasks on time, he
would soon learn that death is a mercy. The goddess announced that his first lesson would begin immediately. Ye Ziyun's brutal training pushed the young warrior to his limits, honing his swordsmanship to a razor's edge. A month later, a knock echoed at Shunan's door. He opened it to find his friend Chen Wudi looking frantic. Shunan joked, "Is there a new beauty on the talent list?" But Chen Wudi explained the matter was far more serious than any girl. It turned out the junior students of the spiritual academy were being tormented, and they desperately needed Shunan's intervention. Chen Wudi claimed it was all because of someone called the Dragon God. Shunan froze. A dragon god. Chen Wudi confirmed it. This so-called dragon god in the arena had already crushed a dozen 9-star fighters, despite being a junior 9-star himself. Shunan's mind raced. He truly is the dragon god. Or rather, an imposter at the spiritual academy is faking it. The young man remembered how many people at the Physical Education Institute used to resent that title. Now someone had the audacity to steal his name. "The other 1-star seniors are also after him," Shunan said. Chen Wudi added that the abuser is incredibly cunning and ruthless. Chen Wudi explained that if a mid-level student wants to challenge him, he must enter the battle arena. Anywhere else, he refuses to fight them. Shunan realized the trap. It was too obvious. The imposter wanted to drag his name through the mud and was provoking him on purpose. As they spoke, the two friends approached the arena. Chen Wudi added, "This dragon god promised to change his name to insect god the moment you appear." Shunan's eyes narrowed. "Then I'll go meet this dragon god myself." The two heard a roar from the arena. "All you junior disciples of the spiritual court are trash." A man stood victoriously in the center, mocking his opponents. "You are all 9 stars. Why is the gap in our power so vast?" He sneered once more. "Because all of you junior disciples are nothing but a pathetic bunch of garbage." The onlookers urged him to be cautious.
"Once the #1 genius among the junior disciples of our spiritual court arrives, you will be finished."
Another spectator confirmed. "That's right, Shunan will be here soon. He is the true #1 among us all." The stranger laughed. "I am waiting for Shunan impatiently. Let's see if he dares to call himself #1 to my face." From the crowd, Shunan listened as the imposter challenged him to a fight, calling him a coward hiding in his shell. Stepping out from the crowd, Shunan pointed at the man. "So you're the so-called dragon god?" The upstart smirked. "I am a man of immense talent, overwhelming strength, and handsome looks. And you, Shunan, don't even have the guts to face me." The stranger issued a warning. "If you lose, Shunan, you will have to call me grandfather 3 times. But don't worry, I won't use my full power on you in front of your precious disciples." Shunan, however, gave a cold smile. "That's a shame. I, on the other hand, can't control my strength. I tend to not stop once I start beating an opponent." The bully scoffed. "Then be the first To attack, I want to witness just how pathetic your struggle will be. Shunan's expression turned to ice. You yourself have asked for what is about to happen. In a flash of lightning, he appeared before his opponent and delivered a deafening slap. The force of the blow was so immense the impostor staggered, struggling just to stay on his feet. Before he could recover, another strike landed on his other cheek. Shunan grabbed the fake by his throat and asked with chilling calm, Are you the dragon god? The enemy was speechless. How could he possibly respond? With his rival now kneeling before him, the question hung in the air. Confessing to his own brother, he admitted it was all a lie. The defeated warrior begged for forgiveness, swearing he was filled with regret. But Chung Woody stepped in, declaring that everyone should witness Shunan's true power. Suddenly, the crowd turned on Shunan. Accusations flew, calling him a murderer who crushed his rivals without mercy. Just then, a figure parted the sea of people heading straight for him. Everyone knew his name, Ouyang Changfun. Whispers erupted. He was ranked number 10 on the discipline list. Rumors spread like wildfire. He was here for revenge, to avenge his younger brother. A bloody confrontation was about to unfold. But a voice from the crowd shouted that it was all a lie. His brother wasn't killed by Shunan, but by mysterious assailants. Shunan had just been tragically caught in the crossfire. At the wrong time. Chung Woody instantly recognized her voice. It was a girl, a devoted follower of Shunan's brother. Lady Yane knew her ward was in grave danger. The formidable Ouyang Changfun had reached the peak of the 8 stars. His power was far greater than Shunan's. For the first time, genuine fear flickered in our young warrior's eyes. The peak of the 9 stars is the ultimate achievement at Kalim College. Once a student breaks through that realm, it signifies their graduation. Changfun locked eyes with Shunan. Is it really you? The young man confirmed it. In a flash, Changfun exploded forward. His fist connected with blinding speed, sending Shunan crashing to the earth. A scream of agony tore from Shunan's lips as crimson blood sprayed from his mouth. Chung Woody immediately rushed to his friend's aid. Ouyang Changfun sneered. Today this is just a lesson. I won't finish you here. I respect the college's rules. But, he added, in 3 months' time, we will face each other in an epic battle, not for life, but to the death. You will meet me in the arena willingly, he promised. Otherwise, I'll hunt you down and beat you regularly, until I slowly, painfully destroy you. Shunan, wiping the blood from his lips, confirmed he would be there on time. Changfun scoffed. Then enjoy your last 3 months of life, because after that, your inevitable doom awaits. The crowd murmured in shock. Shunan's luck had run out. This wasn't a fight. It was a slaughter. Chung Woody helped his friend to his feet and began to escort him home. He had to ask, Are you really going to that duel in 3 months? The young man's eyes were firm. I see no other way. I will accept the challenge. The Ouyang family had no intention of ever letting him go. Shunan then shared his plan to visit the monster forest again soon. Chung Woody offered to join him on the dangerous journey. But the young warrior refused his help, saying he was going to do it alone. Chung Woody silently accepted the answer, not arguing with his friend. Instead, he offered Shunan the fire essence he had been saving for his own breakthrough into the star world. Shunan refused the elixir, knowing it was too precious a gift. But Chung Woody continued to insist. He reminded Shunan that time was running out. He needed this breakthrough as soon as possible. As he left, Chung Woody advised his friend to recover, promising not to disturb him. Lady Yane remarked to Shunan that his friend was not so simple. It seemed Woody held many secrets. Her ward replied that it didn't matter because his friend was true to him. Shunan added that he too kept many secrets. Then he swallowed the pill. He felt a powerful surge erupt from within. Shunan realized this fire elixir was no ordinary treasure. Just 1 pill had pushed him to the peak of the 9 stars. His mentor then advised him to consume the remaining 2 pills and shatter the limits of the star world. Shunan agreed and swallowed the rest. A tremendous pain seared through his stomach. At that moment, he thought he had overdosed, but Lady Yane's voice advised him to calm down. Shunan's eyes rolled back as his body began to shake. The very space around him trembled, and he felt like he was about GMT to explode. This was a true breakthrough of the star world. His mentor explained the pill's magical effect was to absorb all the ambient aura into his body. She asked if his meridians had changed, and by how much. The boy, squirming in unbearable pain, replied that his meridians were growing thicker and larger. A pained smile crossed his face, as he concluded that with more fire elixir, he wouldn't even need 3 months for his next breakthrough. A satisfied Shunan realized he could now deal with Changfun with almost no problem. But Lady Yane said that Ouyang would also soon break through to the 9 stars, and while his innate talent was no match for Shunan's, at the same time Shunan's combat skills were far worse. The young warrior agreed. His 13-sword Lin Fun was only a yellow level. His martial skill. His mentor told him that her own skills were too advanced for him to practice. She then suggested that, with their college chosen, they prepared to enter the monster forest. A day later, the master and her disciple stood at its edge. Shunan watched in awe of Lady Yane's mastery. She could effortlessly transform a Zuan-level sword technique to the ground level. Suddenly, the lady's eyes sharpened. "We've been ambushed." Figures emerged from the shadows cornering Shunan. "You've broken the clan's sacred rules," one of them snarled. "The patriarch's orders are clear. Eliminate Shunan." The young warrior was bewildered. "What rule have I violated? I am no longer part of the Qin family." "Your transgression," the attacker sneered, "was offending the mighty Yuan family. We'll take your head and deliver it to them?" To rectify the situation. But Shunan scoffed at the idea. "Make amends with my head, I think not." "My head," he declared, "is mine and mine alone to dispose of." The assassins debated who would deliver the final blow. They decided to cripple him first. "Let's shatter his legs." But one attacker had a crueler idea. "First, let's talk about your mother." Shunan's blood ran cold. "My mother has something happen to her," the villain smirked. "After you injured Qin Hong, he returned home and took his rage out on your mother with a whip. Now she toils washing clothes day after day, a truly pitiful sight." A roar of pure hatred ripped from Shunan's throat, screaming his brother's name. Another villain laughed. "We'll give your head to the Yong family. And your body back to your mother, a tragic mother-son reunion." Shunan had heard enough. His rage could not be contained. His blade unsheathed in a flash of light. The enemy didn't even register the cold steel caressing his throat. When the man finally staggered back, his comrades watched in horror as their motionless ally collapsed, a fountain of red erupting from his neck. Shunan moved like lightning, finishing Qinlei in an instant. The remaining thugs screamed, "Don't let him escape alive!" They gave chase, but Shunan was a blur faster than the wind itself. In his mind, his lady's voice guided him. "Head northeast," she urged. "There's a waterfall just ahead." Shunan slowed, breaking through the trees, and froze. He was paralyzed by the sight before him. A beautiful long-haired girl was bathing in the pristine lake. The green-eyed beauty was completely unaware of his presence, gracefully splashing in the crystal-clear water. His jaw hung open in stunned silence, secretly watching the ethereal bather. "My lady," he whispered. "Did you send me here on purpose?" "Do you see her clothes on that rock?" she replied. "Steal them." Shunan was aghast. "But remember," she warned, "this girl's cultivation is at the Silver Moon 3 Stars War Clan level. If she catches you, and no one in this world can save you." Creeping forward, Shunan couldn't believe he was about to commit such a shameless act. "This is your chance," his mentor reminded him, "to greatly improve your own cultivation." The girl suddenly stiffened. "Who's there?" He reached for the clothes, just as the blonde's eyes met his. A flash of lightning sparked in her furious gaze. Before his fingers could even touch the fabric, a gale force blast sent him flying. The girl's power tossed him high into the air. Shunan crashed into the lake, sinking helplessly to the bottom. In his desperation, he grabbed onto the first thing he could. It was the bather's bare legs. A piercing scream born of fury and embarrassment echoed across the water. She drove her foot directly into his jaw. The impact launched Shunan out of the water with incredible force. He landed hard on the rocks right beside her clothes. He was completely dazed by what he'd seen, and what had just happened. Shunan snatched the garments and bolted, thinking only one thing: if she catches me, I'm dead. After 4 grueling hours of running, he finally risked a moment's rest, terrified the naked blonde was still on his trail. That was quite exciting," his lady commented. Shunan shot back. "I need a break from this insane chase." "My whole body aches from that kick," he added. But Lady Yane's voice turned serious. "Shunan, don't be a fool. You are in an incredibly dangerous situation. If that girl finds you, she will utterly destroy you. She cannot see you." "Then why did I have to steal her clothes?" he demanded. His mentor simply replied, "Examine her belt pouch." Shunan looked closer. It was a bag of universe. "A treasure bag," Yan explained. "It holds a vast space capable of storing even living things." Peering inside, the boy saw a trove of rare and powerful herbs. He pulled out a small flask and stared in wonder. Inside was jade dragon brain and dragon blood. Without a second thought, Shunan drank the entire vial. Immediately, an immense power surged through his body. He felt his very essence transform. It was a double breakthrough from the star. World's 3 stars to 4 stars. Overwhelming force filled his hands. Shunan felt it. This was his own fist of rage. "My lady," he said, "the dragon." "The gasification of the dragon is beginning," she confirmed, amazed. "I never expected your higher Julong body to have such wondrous effects." "And this is merely the lowest level of blood dragon chi. If you ever obtain the chi of a true ancient dragon, you will become even stronger." A new confidence burned within Shunan. He realized the assassins Qin Shan had sent were no longer a threat. He could crush them with ease. To deal with them, he knew his power was still leagues below Yang Chengfen's level, but there was still time. The young warrior had alerted the true monsters of this land as a colossal bird descended to attack. Our hero, Shunan, unleashed his new skill, smashing his fist right into the beast's massive talons. The overgrown bird was thrown aside, leaving Shunanan to wonder what was so special about this giant eagle. But my lady explained this was no ordinary creature. It carried the blood of an ancient golden eagle, a legendary beast that feasted on dragons drawn to the dragon's aura, radiating from the young man.
Yane pointed out the royal ring of beasts in the bag. We should tame this eagle, she urged. It'll make travel far easier.
Shunan marveled at the blonde girl's bag of treasures, just as the eagle banked sharply, diving for another attack.
Get on its back, Yane shouted, while Shunan struggled to evade the monstrous bird's relentless assault.
The boy noticed the immense power in every flap of its wings as the bird turned and shot towards him in a deadly dive. Shunan dodged beneath its beak, then launched himself upward with explosive force. The bird was stunned by the surprise, granting him just enough time to land on the eagle's back. With a furious shriek, the eagle soared into the sky. Shunan pulled the ring from his bag, using its power to subdue the feathered beast. The bird obeyed as if hypnotized. He had succeeded soaring high in the clouds. Shunan commanded the bird to recognize him as its master. When asked its name, the eagle replied it had none. So the young man decided to name it Xiaoyu. The eagle didn't mind, but it declared it was starving and needed to feast immediately. Go higher, Shunan commanded Xiaoyu. Together they would hunt. He was still new to this, but the hungry eagle effortlessly swallowed a huge python like a mere worm. Afterwards, they enjoyed the spoils of their hunt. A month later, the man and his beast moved through the air as one. He never imagined that the flesh of monsters could have such a profound effect. Gods and demons purify the body, raising his spiritual cultivation to 3 stars. Very few people could endure such a long hunt alongside a beast. Shunan knew he was incredibly fortunate. One day, while flying over the forest, they spotted flashes of light below. It was clearly a battle. The young man commanded his partner to land. Once on the ground, he told Xiaoyu to hide. Our hero decided to sneak closer, to get his bearings and find an opportunity. Suddenly, a ferocious roar shook the trees. Shunan was stunned. A warrior-level beast was here. The young man decided to assess the situation from the shadows first. If things went wrong, he could always escape. Before him was a unicorn lion, and facing it, a breathtakingly beautiful stranger. The Lion King lay exhausted on the ground, its eyes glittering with fury. Its body was covered in grievous wounds. Baring its huge, sharp teeth, the beast let out a low growl. Shunan couldn't fathom what kind of woman could face this monster. The stranger radiated power. On the level of a princess, Yane's voice echoed in his mind. The young man's eyes nearly popped out of his head. My lady teased him, saying it was just a simple princess. Nothing compared to her. The mentor playfully suggested he admire her beauty. Shunan had to agree. No mortal could match my lady's otherworldly beauty. Still, for a young man like him, seeing a princess-level expert was a first. My lady leaned in provocatively, whispering that there was something truly special about this woman. Unexpectedly, Shunan felt a deep blush spread across his face, his cheeks burning hot. The princess approached the lion. Surrender the red flame gold, she ordered, or I will end you. Red flame gold. Shunan gasped. A priceless treasure. The princess's voice turned menacing. Since you won't give it up, I will take it myself. The girl thrust her blade forward, preparing to strike. Shunan tensed, his heart pounding. The lion roared with fury as a torrent of fire erupted from its mouth. The flames intensified, turning the beast into a living flamethrower. Yet the stranger fearlessly charged straight into the inferno, her blade leading the way. She closed the distance to the unicorn lion in an instant, its eyes glowing with rage. The princess swung her sword, preparing to deliver the final blow. The blade plunged through the animal's chest right up to the hilt. The beast roared in agony. Blood gushed from its wound as the defeated animal collapsed. The princess declared she would take the gold and leave. But suddenly, the beast's eyes snapped open with a furious roar. A horn launched from its forehead like a spear aimed straight for her. At the last possible moment, she looked back, seeing the deadly projectile just inches away. The girl tried to defend, but it was far too late. The horn shattered her defenses and pierced through her body with ease. He thought the Lion King was fearsome, but the princess would rather die than surrender. With a surge of desperate strength, she tore the horn from her own chest. Consciousness began to fade as crimson stained her flesh. Exhausted, she collapsed to the ground. Shunan watched in disbelief, unable to process the chaos. My lady, that horn is laced with poison. The flaming lion unleashed its potent life essence fire. Shunan rushed to the fallen princess, her life hanging by a thread. Poison is no joke. We have to act now. My lady, Maidie warned. She must be detoxified immediately, or she'll burn from within in a matter of hours. We can't leave her here either. The corpse of a flaming lion will lure countless other beasts. She'll end up in a monster's stomach. We must secure the red fire gold and the beast's corpse immediately. Then we take the woman and leave this cursed place. The young man smirked with opportunistic glee.
Fortune was smiling on him today. Shunan carefully loaded the princess onto his eagle, and they soared away.
In the air, the stranger slowly awoke. She murmured that a strange heat was burning in her chest. The young man realized it had to be the poison. Suddenly, he gasped in surprise. The girl was awake and clinging to him desperately. He had no idea what was happening to her. Maddie's voice echoed in his mind. You are incredibly lucky.
This woman's unique constitution has transformed the fire poison into a lust poison. If you don't help her, she will die.
Shunan tried to push her away, calling out, Big sister, calm down. He thought she was just suffering from shock. But he knew time was running out. He commanded Xiaolu to find a cave and land as fast as possible. He held her hands tightly to restrain her. Let me go, she roared, her voice filled with rage and need. The princess warned him with deadly eyes. If you dare stop me, I will obliterate you. Shunan's eyes widened in shock. He was terrified. But her next words stunned him even more. The princess whispered huskily, I want you. She pulled him into the fierce embrace and stole his breath with a searing kiss. His mind screamed. He didn't want to die for a moment of pleasure. Shunan struggled, his survival instinct warring with her assault. But she wouldn't listen, kissing his ear, his neck. Maddie's voice taunted him. Since you lack the courage, allow me to help. A strange power washed over him, and Shunan finally relaxed and decided to answer her desperate plea. Their bodies tangled in a fiery embrace, as time itself seemed to melt away. He pushed the eager woman to the ground and began tearing away the layers between them. Night fell and the full moon rose. 4 hours passed. Shunan slowly returned to his senses after being lost in the arms of the passionate princess. It seemed she too had come back to reality. Half-dressed, she grabbed her sword and pressed its cold steel against his throat. He managed a nervous smile. I didn't mean for this to happen, but I'm willing to take responsibility. Shunan had no idea what else to say. The princess scoffed. Responsibility? What responsibility could you possibly take? Just disappear from my sight. The naked young man knelt before her, an angry armed goddess ready to deliver judgment. Shunan knew these could be his final moments. He had to do something, anything, to survive this. The stranger's fury subsided. I will spare you, as thanks for saving my life. But you will keep your mouth shut about what happened here. Otherwise I will find you, and I will punish you. Shunan nodded, saying he was sorry, but his eyes held little regret. He had no choice but to summon his mount and fly away, leaving the mysterious woman alone in the clearing. It was then she noticed it, the red flame gold resting on a nearby stone. The princess sighed. She had paid far too high a price for this treasure. As Shunan flew, he replayed the last 24 hours in his mind. Maddie asked, What's with the long face? Take a look at your cultivation. Shunan's eyes widened. He had become a 6-star fighter. Just yesterday, he was a mere 3-star. How was this possible, Maddie advised. Just accept this undeserved reward. That girl possesses a yin physique perfect for dual cultivation. It benefits you both greatly. Your power will soar, and one day you can repay her properly. Shunan was only half listening, his mind lost in thought. He decided then and there he would find a way to see Lang Yunran again. A month later, the young man stood victorious, atop the head of a vanquished beast. He smirked. A few months ago, a land dragon of this level would have destroyed him. Now they were beneath his notice. Xiaoyu feasted on the Lion King's corpse and fell into a deep slumber. A shame the dragon couldn't fully utilize its power yet. The young man decided it was time to head to the academy. But first, he had some unfinished business. He realized those assassins never completed their assignment. It was very likely they were still waiting for him. And indeed, deep in the forest, those very same attackers were lying in wait. They seethed with frustration that their target had escaped. As long as he hadn't been eaten by a monster, they would find him. Any moment now that Brat Shunan will be forced out by the monsters to face Wang Chongfeng. If the beasts get him, he's lucky. Otherwise, I'll tear him apart myself. And then, Shunan's voice cut through the air. He dared them to test their so-called bravery. The mercenaries roared, vowing that this time the boy would not escape. The villains sneered, thinking the young man must have a death wish. Shunan mocked them, calling them mere guard dogs. He declared that today he was sending them all to the underworld. With that, he charged forward like a bolt of lightning. The young warrior's blade danced through the air, leaving crimson wounds before his enemies could even process his movements. In the blink of an eye, only one of the 4 remained standing, frozen in pure terror before the young man. The villain stammered, "How can you be so strong and so fast?" But then his fear gave way to rage as he shouted his intent to kill. Shunan scoffed at his foolish overconfidence. The young warrior decided it was time to end this. He unleashed the Ling Feng sword-style wind chant and decided to stop playing with his opponent. In a flash, he moved. The mercenary was already on his knees, bleeding from countless wounds. He couldn't understand how Shunan managed to defeat him. An 8-star fighter bested so easily. Shunan simply replied that nothing is impossible.
He announced he was letting his attacker live.
He was to return and deliver a message to the Qin family if his mother was harmed in any way. He would personally come and annihilate their entire bloodline. Our hero then departed, leaving his foe bleeding in the woods. Shunan was in high spirits, heading back to the academy to meet with Wang Chongfeng. He looked up and stopped dead in his tracks. Standing before him was a spectacular blonde warrior, her arms outstretched blocking his path. The young man stammered that this was quite a coincidence. The green-eyed girl thrust her blade towards him, shouting that he was a lecher, a thug, and a shameless scoundrel. And today would be his last day. Shunan desperately tried to explain that it wasn't what she thought. The boy bowed his head and held out the pouch he had taken, admitting that he had only used one item. He had used the power of the Jiao Dragon in the beast-taming ring and hadn't touched anything else. Taking the pouch, the girl accused him of using her things, spying on her as she swam, and even touching her underwater. The blonde exploded in a fiery rage. Calling him a degenerate, she lunged. He barely dodged, scrambling away while shouting apologies. The girl swung her blade furiously, and he screamed, realizing he'd made a fatal error in judgment. Shunan yelled that he needed to stay alive so that he could properly repay her in the future. The blonde shrieked that after he'd spied on her and bathed with her, there could be no forgiveness, only his death would wash away the shame. Cornered, Shunan pulled out the ring he hadn't returned. He desperately began to call for his avian companion, hoping Xiaoju would fly to his aid. It didn't take long for the massive bird to descend from the heavens. With a powerful cry, it swooped down. Its massive claws pinned the young lady to the ground. The young man quickly climbed onto the bird's back. Pinned beneath the beast, the girl could only think a silver moon-level monster. From atop his mount, the young man warned her. He didn't fight back because he felt guilty, not because he was afraid of her. As he began to fly away, the young man shouted that when he found a worthy treasure, he would surely return to repay her, and he advised her not to come looking for him. After all, he was far stronger than her anyway. The girl could only scream curses into the sky as he disappeared. Meanwhile, Lord Wang and his family were being praised for their genius. Soon young Wang would graduate and join the Jiang family, and with that, he would secure a powerful position. Wang Tian, the family head, declared that his son was both lucky and talented. Today, his son would slaughter the accomplice to his brother's murder, an act to comfort his younger son's spirit in the heavens. The other man, Qin Yuanshan Shunan's father, said he had not disciplined his son in time. He offered to capture the boy himself, but Wang refused as it might tarnish his own son's reputation. Chongfeng could not afford to lose this fight. Qin Yuanshan could only confirm his family's guilt. Wang then declared that after the duel, they would not hold the winner responsible for the opponent's death. The other man grimly agreed. And so the terms for the death match were set. The dean of Kanghong Academy approached Lord Qin, having heard that Shunan had been expelled. Not just expelled from the family, but that his powers had been stripped away. He asked if this was true. Qin confirmed his son broke the clan rules and was cast out for it. The dean then asked why Lord Qin would fight a young man he had already banished. The dean thought the entire situation was unreasonable and utterly foolish. A crowd gathered before the arena to watch the duel. They wondered how a mere junior apprentice could be Wang's rival. Lin Xun remarked on how interesting it was. A junior disciple challenging a senior. Not just any senior, but Wang Chongfeng ranked 10th on the Azure Dragon list. The reply was that Chongfeng was nothing more than a weakling, unable to withstand even 3 of his attacks. But Li Shifeng countered that Chen Feng was only 20 years old, possessing incredible potential. The girl Yun Lan scoffed, saying she was far more interested in Shunan. For the first time in academy history, a junior dares to challenge a Qingling ranking master. A roar erupted from the crowd. It's Wang Chongfeng! His very presence screamed elite as he strode into the arena. An aura of pure dignity. Everyone knew Shunan was doomed. How could a 7-star warrior possibly defeat a 9-star fighter? After 3 months of intense training, the girl insisted Shunan was no pushover and could still shock them all. And then everyone saw Shunan, their eyes wide with disbelief. He actually came. They thought he had surely come here to die. Chen Feng sneered, telling Shunan he thought he was too cowardly to appear. The young man replied coolly that he had no choice since the Ying family was waiting for him. He then added that unlike some people, he wasn't someone who could be taken out by cheap mercenaries. Chen Feng seethed, saying the boy was putting on a brave face before his demise. He should have just kept his mouth shut. With a roar, Chen Feng pounced on his opponent, vowing to utterly destroy him. The 2 warriors clashed in a furious explosion of power. Shunan deflected his opponent's arm and delivered a devastating punch straight to his jaw. The fight was brutal, with neither giving an inch as blows rained down furiously. Shunan suddenly spun and struck his opponent with immense force. Chen Feng was completely caught off guard. He wondered in disbelief, was this truly an 8-star warrior? Our hero stood over his opponent, radiating victory. Chen Feng thought this was absolutely impossible. The spectators stared with wide eyes. Just 3 months ago, Shunan was still a 7-star warrior. A breakthrough this massive in just 3 months was unheard of. Lin Shifeng watched the battle with a pensive look. Lord Ouyang never expected this turn of events. His own son was failing to overwhelm his foe. The
first exchange was a failure. Lord Ouyang decided then and there that Shunan must die, or the Ouyang family would face a terrible disaster. Shunan declared that it was now
his turn to attack. He unleashed a crushing punch right at his opponent's head. The sheer force of the blow made Chen Feng recoil. It was impossible to block, and the impact sent him flying far across the arena. His opponent spat that he had underestimated him, but that it was a good thing. Killing a weakling offered no satisfaction. Chen Feng roared that he would now show his true strength as he summoned his weapon. Chen Feng taunted, asking if the young man could possibly keep up now. Shunan decided it was time to test his recently mastered body magic. If Chen Feng could even wound him, he would sheath his sword. Chen Feng was shocked by his opponent's sheer audacity. He added that tonight he would be sure to put him in his place. Chen Feng charged the young warrior with his weapon raised, screaming that this was his final day. The battle was a maelstrom of steel, both combatants desperate to overwhelm their enemy. Shunan resolved to use the wind control of the 13 swords. He readied himself for the attack. The young warrior unleashed the third sword technique, Explosive Wind. It left his opponent absolutely no chance. Chen Feng lost control of his weapon and it went flying to the side. Elder Qin was stunned that someone could use the 13 swords to manifest the power of a mid-level mysterious yellow art. The way the young man used his fingers was simply incredible. The girl turned and asked her companion if he could wield his sword with such skill. The companion replied that while he could wield a sword, he could never do so using only his fingers. Chen Feng wondered how his fingers could possess such terrifying power. The warrior admitted he had underestimated his foe. Now he wanted to unleash his strength and face a true opponent. This would be a battle to the end where only one warrior would survive. He gripped his weapon and prepared for a fatal strike. Their weapons were aimed at each other's hearts. Chen Feng lunged, but the young hero was able to masterfully parry his attack. The battle raged on with ferocious intensity. Their strength was beginning to fade, but neither of them was willing to give up. The fierce fighting didn't stop for a single second. Fear and confusion filled Chen Feng's eyes. How did his opponent have so much power left? Shunan's deadly sword was now dangerously close to his opponent's head. Chen Feng also made a desperate maneuver with his spear. The enemy's weapon lightly grazed our hero's face, but Chen Feng also received a small scratch on his own cheek. Ouyang thought to himself that the young man was proving difficult to eliminate. This time, Shunan realized that Chen Feng would not be able to defeat him today. Chen Feng decided to use his ultimate technique, the high-level Xuan martial skill, Purple Dragon's victory, but his opponent had also prepared a little something from home. The younger warrior was the first to charge. The senior students of the college, watching with fascination, noted that no matter how incredible Shunan's intelligence and talent were, he still couldn't win this fight. The 13 swords were only as powerful as a mid-level Xuan martial skill. In the arena, the blistering heat of battle only intensified. Our hero felt such a surge of power that the very ground beneath his feet began to crumble. Chen Feng's last shred of hope for victory vanished. He collapsed to the ground. Begging for mercy, his legs gave out completely. Lord Ouyang roared in terror, while Lord Qin could only gasp. The crowd stared mouths agape in disbelief. In a blur, Lord Ouyang vaulted into the arena, rushing to his shattered son. He couldn't let his heir perish. Cradling the bleeding youth, the patriarch's eyes blazed with pure vengeance. "I'll massacre you, Shunan!" he bellowed. The elder began chanting the words to a forbidden technique. Unleashing his Yinu Jianzong Shunan, stood frozen blade in hand, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The college director surged forward to intervene, but it was too late. A terrifying force slammed Shunan into the ground. The impact shattered the very earth, leaving a deep crater. He coughed violently, trapped at the bottom of the pit. Just lifting himself was an agonizing struggle. The senior warriors watched in awe, recognizing the fury of a Silver Moon's devastating attack. It was almost unbelievable. The director seized Ouyang's arm, roaring, "In the arena of life and death! Each warrior is responsible for their own fate." Rage burned within Shunan. Because of that old man, the scales of his dragon supreme body had been shattered. He'd nearly lost half his life force. The rector screamed at Ouyang, "This is Kingling College, not your Ouyang family's personal courtyard." The rector declared, "I will forgive this since you lost your son, but given your family's arrogance, you are no longer welcome in this college." Lord Ouyang seethed with uncontrollable rage. He wanted only one thing, revenge. Fury clouded his vision. "I am leaving," he snarled, "but do not dare get involved in a personal matter between families." Lord Ouyang then turned on Lord Qin, demanding an explanation. How could his worthless son dare to harm the Ouyang heir? The patriarch declared that all those involved must be punished. Then, Shunan's own father ordered him to commit suicide right there in front of the Uyang family. He was trapped in a venomous plot. The entire arena fell into a shocked silence, desperate to see how this twisted drama would unfold. Lord Qin was relentless, demanding his own son's sacrifice. The boy gathered his strength and let out a cold, sharp laugh. He stared down his father, his voice ringing with defiance.
"Who do you think you are, Qin Yuanhan, to demand my life? You who cast me out of our home."
His father's face contorted with fury. "You bastard son, I will deal with you myself," he roared, lunging forward. Once again, the college director moved to block his path. He knew this madness had to be stopped. He stood firm to protect the young man. But Shunan spoke up. "Teacher, please step aside. I can handle this. This is a family matter." Shunan faced his father. "I will not bring shame upon the college, but I won't allow you to act so shamelessly either. So I will give you a chance," he declared. "You may attack me 10 times. With your full power as a Silver Moon warrior. If I die, my death will bring glory to the father who betrayed his own son." The young man then added for all to hear, "From this moment on, we are strangers." Lord Qin's face turned livid. "Then die right now," he screamed. The two men's faces were twisted with mutual hatred. Father and son met in a devastating clash. Shunan thrust his blade forward, but Lord Qin countered with his own internal energy, effortlessly stopping the lunge. He dodged the blade and slammed a palm directly into his son's chest. The blow was absolutely crushing. Shunan coughed up a mouthful of blood. "You've grown arrogant," his father sneered with contempt. Lord Qin decided to end this, quickly moving in to finish his son with a mighty roar. But the young man simply braced himself, closed his eyes, and whispered, "Surprise." His father stared in shock as a shimmering aura of persistent gas erupted around Shunan. The crowd gasped. Such a powerful defensive aura. Could he be a dragon god? An elder in the crowd recognized it instantly. "That's a 6-star level Star World physique," another warrior added. "And he also has an 8-star spiritual cultivation, a 6-star body on top of that. Why on earth did it take a talent like him so long to enter our college?" In a single moment, he became the most talked about person there. A young woman noted his incredible sword cultivation as well. But Lord Qin just scoffed. "So what if you cultivate both spirit and body? I have 8 more strikes left. You cannot possibly withstand such a beating." The dean looked on, unable to comprehend why Qin Yuanhan had become so insane. Shunan adopted a solid stance, roaring, "I am ready. Bring it on!" His father lunged with a ferocious roar, twisting his son's arm with brutal bone-breaking force. Shunan screamed out in pure agony as his opponent unleashed the water dragon fist storm palm. He was blasted to the bottom of the chamei pit once more, but somehow he found the strength to get up and climb out. Lord Qin couldn't believe it. How was he still on his feet? "This time you will surely die," he snarled. But just then, from the skies above, came the piercing cry of a bird. With a great rush of wings, Lord Qin looked up to see a monstrous bird preparing its attack. The crowd cried out in terror. "That's a Silver Moon-level beast!" The creature shrieked, its massive beak opening wide. The old master stared, up from below, barely believing a monster of such rank would target him. Lord Qin unleashed his power, a Shane-level super martial skill unique to the Qin family. He channeled his technique, the Lord's Fist, that crushes tigers. A spectral tiger of pure energy lunged toward the monster bird. With a sickening crack, the beast cried out in pain. Shunan was horrified. Why had Xiaohu flown here? Its wings were already broken. The injured young man knew he had to act. He screamed for his father to turn back to deal with him and leave the bird alone. Master Qin was stunned that his son would defend such a monster. The bird took a deep breath, unleashing a storm of thunder and lightning upon its foe. Qin was shocked to see a beast capable of wielding such elemental power. Enraged and humiliated, Lord Qin turned his fury upon the bird. He leaped, kicking the feathered creature in the head with all his might. The bird fell to the ground unconscious. Shunan cried out a sound of pure despair. He couldn't let anything happen to his friend. Maddie's voice screamed in his mind, calling him a fool. Why didn't he consult with her first? She urged him to put his father in his place, to not let this villain get away with it. An inhuman roar erupted from Shunan. Everyone watched as a colossal pillar of energy rocketed into the sky. Shunan, twisted by hatred, became a terrifying monster. Lord Qin stared at what his son had become, his heart gripped by fear. He never expected this. In the arena stood father and son, now unrecognizable to each other, ready to destroy one another. Shunan let out the victorious cry of a bloodthirsty hunter. The young man seized his ancestor by the neck, his hand squeezing like a vice. He soared into the air, still holding his father's throat. High above the ground, the enraged youth hurled his opponent down with devastating force, then dove right after him. His fury had reached its absolute peak.
Shunan lifted his father from the crater.
holding him tightly by the neck. The young warrior's eyes burned with a fire that demanded justice. He released the old man, who collapsed to his knees. With tears in his eyes, Shunan choked out that while he could destroy his son, he could not bring himself to destroy his own father. He knew he had to hurry. A deep weakness spread through his legs.
Far worse than the last time. Dizziness washed over Shunan as his body began to tremble. With no strength left, he collapsed
To his knees, wondering if his father would seize this moment of weakness. The boy fell completely exhausted as Maddie shouted in his ear. Even if he wouldn't finish his father, he had to destroy his martial arts, or all his strength would be wasted. Lord Qin watched silently as the young man lay senseless on the ground. He knew his illegitimate son had run out of power. The old man saw this as his punishment. He had to deal with this boy. Stealing his resolve, he lunged toward Shunan with a curse on his lips. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared before the old man, and he was sent
flying backwards. He crashed painfully to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. Lord Qin coughed, struggling to regain
his senses. His eyes were wide with absolute horror. He couldn't have imagined this. Before him stood the
mysterious stranger Shunan had rescued in the forest, the one he selflessly treated for 4 hours.
The stranger spoke a voice like ice. Qin Yuanshan, you have already made 10 strikes. Do not cause trouble in my academy.
The head of the college realized who stood before him. It was his superior. He immediately bowed his head in respect. Everyone was completely stunned to see the dean herself. A student whispered, "That's our dean, the #1 on the talent list." The crowd buzzed with excitement, wondering what would happen next. Shunan faintly realized he had some connection
with the dean of the academy. She glanced at the young man and scoffed. Shunan's consciousness began to fade, the world's sounds turning to nothing. The dean's voice boomed across the arena. From this moment on, Shunan is my student. If anyone wishes to harm him, they will have to go through me first. She turned to Lord Qin. Do you have anything to say?
He could only shake his head no. The dean ordered him home to tell his ancestor Qin Hong what the
new rules were. If he had any objections, she would personally fight him to see if the Qin family was worthy of its name. Lord Qin could only nod in terrified agreement. The dean also instructed Qin to relay everything to the Yuang family. She reminded them all that she was a princess-level warrior, her ancestor the heavenly warrior Zhuan. The dean told the teacher to take Shunan to Qingshan Hall. The rest of the students were dismissed. She then looked at Shunan. Stop
pretending. Get up and tell me everything. The young man pushed himself up and looked around at the dean seated before him.
She announced, the Heavenly Jade Cave will open in 10 days. All Qingyun ranking leaders are eligible to enter. Ever since Shunan defeated Qin Yuanshan, he now holds the 10th spot on the Qingling ranks. His next challenge is in 10 days. But Shunan naively asked, what is the Heavenly Jade Cave? The dean explained it is a sacred training ground left by the ancestors, a place of immense opportunity, and even greater danger. It opens only once every 3 years, and every disciple yearns for the chance to enter. Shunan was stunned by these revelations. The dean's words were opening his eyes to a much larger world. But the treasures within are not the true prize. The reason top talents choose this academy, over all others, is the legendary golden black fruit. Consuming it is a heaven-defying opportunity. It can unlock one's astral palace and forge a foundation of spiritual knowledge, a power usually reserved for those who have reached the level of a sage. The dean added that the cave has its limits. Only cultivators below the silver moon level may enter. She looked at the awestruck young man, assuring him that if he obtained the golden black fruit, it would forever change his cultivation journey. 10 days later, the chosen ones gathered before the portal. Shunan recalled the dean's intense personal training. She had taught him hand-to-hand combat, a formidable master with unmatched grace. Suddenly, a voice called out his name. 2 disciples blocked his path. One sneered, Wang Chongfeng is my cousin, and you humiliated him. Cripple your own martial arts right now, he demanded, and I might just forget this grudge. Shunan simply smirked. You sound just like him, he replied coolly. Why don't we settle this right now? The disciple's face flushed with fury.
But he remained silent. A senior student warned, the dean and elders will be here any moment.
A girl remarked, if you want real fame, why not challenge the dean's own apprentice? Changfeng's cousin fell silent once more. He seethed internally. So a pack of losers has decided to conspire against me. But another student scoffed. No one is colluding. We're just disgusted by your shameless arrogance. Instead of picking on new students, why not challenge a true master, a top-ranked senior if you can defeat him? Then everyone will respect you. His rival glared. Oh, I'll crush him sooner or later. Inside the Heavenly Jade Cave, he added, it's a free-for-all, and Shunan will have nowhere to run. A sudden, powerful presence silenced the crowd. The dean of the academy had arrived. She announced to all, today the Heavenly Jade Cave opens. For the next 10 days, this will be your entire world. The dean continued, we will monitor all of you through the Xuan Heavenly Mirror and evaluate your every move. Killing each other is forbidden, but fighting over treasures is encouraged. If you face mortal danger, crush your golden black token, and you will be extracted. The fruit itself will ripen in 10 days.
You will have a 2-hour window to harvest it. Fail, and the tree reclaims its gift, and know this.
This trial is special. An academic competition will be held in 1 month's time. The top 3 performers will participate. The dean went on explaining all the rules of survival and treasure hunting that would govern their lives. For these 10 days, she led the participants to the shimmering portal. From now on, your fate is in your own hands. Her final words echoed as the students surged into the vortex. Before them, a universe of shimmering stars unfolded. It was a gateway to a brand new world. The disciples bravely took their first step into the unknown. Shunan hesitated for a breath, but there was no turning back now. He took a step forward, and the portal vanished behind him. He passed through, finding himself in a strange new territory. A colossal mountain loomed ahead. A voice dripped with venom from behind him. Well now, Shunan, aren't you a lucky man? It was Linghan Chongfeng's cousin. How about you crush your token now and save us both the trouble? Shunan met his gaze without an ounce of fear.
Are you so certain you won't be the one who gets beaten? Linghan's face twisted into a snarl. Today, you will pay for what you've done.
Outside, the elders watched through the mirror. It seems Shunan's luck is poor. He's run into Linghan. The dean calmly sipped her tea. Staring at the young man's image, she thought, such terrible fortune. But Shunan stood his ground. Your threats are wasted on me. I am not a timid man. Linghan drew his blade, its edge gleaming with malice. Today, your chance of victory is 0. Shunan clenched his fists, raw power gathering within them. The tension was about to snap. With a furious roar, Linghan swung his sword. He caught the blade with his bare hands. A cold fury ignited within our hero. The rules of this place were being shattered before his very eyes.
Linghan revealed he had only used half his strength just to test his opponent.
With a defiant smirk, Shunan unsheathed his blade. Now we're on even ground. But Linghan just scoffed. A weapon won't bridge the gap between us. Unfazed, Shunan gestured. Be my guest. Come at me. That was all the invitation Linghan needed. Fury erupted as they clashed, their blades becoming streaks of silver. Linghan's rage grew fueled by his thirst for revenge. But Shunan met every blow with icy calm, parrying each strike perfectly. Then a deliberate misstep. Shunan threw himself back and turned to flee. Coward! Don't you dare run! Linghan roared. But Shunan was already bounding away, creating distance with every leap. In the viewing hall, the crowd gasped. Shunan was retreating. Even the dean was baffled. What is that boy planning? Shunan's flight came to an abrupt halt, at the edge of a massive cliff. There was nowhere left to run. A vast gaping chasm lay before him. Linghan appeared, a triumphant sneer on his face. I didn't think you'd be such a coward, Shunan. You've cornered yourself at Duanshang Cliff. It's a dead end. But inside his head, Maddie's voice chimed in. There is one option, a jump. It's incredibly risky, but the price of failure is your life. Shunan knew she was right. This was his only path forward in the competition. But first, the young man decided to leave a parting gift. He couldn't have them thinking. He was just a cornered dog with no way out. As he prepared, his mentor's voice echoed, a worthy plan. I will lend you my aid. Perfect, Shunan thought back. Linghan saw him smirking. Why are you laughing? Don't you want the gold order? I'll beat you until you beg for mercy. But Maddie was already guiding Shunan's sword. Her will flowed through his hands as a ring of light formed in the air. Their final sword clash began. Shunan backed up, getting closer and closer to the abyss. Linghan sensed his moment preparing. For the final devastating blow, he roared out his technique. But in that exact instant, his clothes vanished into thin air. All that remained was his sword. Linghan let out a shriek of pure humiliation, and the entire audience saw everything. Shunan grinned. The attack was broken. His gambit had paid off perfectly. The audience erupted in thunderous laughter. Shunan, I'll destroy you! Linghan screamed, his face crimson. With a casual wave, Shunan turned and stepped off the cliff, plunging into the abyss. The audience froze in shock. Has he lost his mind? The dean shot to her feet, her eyes wide with alarm. She had to know what happened to him. A pang of genuine sadness hit her, surprising even herself. But Shunan hadn't fallen to his doom. He was trying to slow his descent, digging into the sheer cliff face. Let go now, Maddie advised. There's a lake below. Trusting her, the boy released his grip, entering a terrifying freefall. Fear clawed at him, but then he saw the shimmering water. Bracing for impact, the icy water swallowed him whole, his descent finally over. For a moment, he was sinking. But not for long. Our hero swiftly broke the surface and swam to shore. The bone-chilling cold seized him immediately. This, Maddie's voice explained, is the Tianyuan cold pool. A single day of training here is worth a month anywhere else. It tempers both your body and your spirit. So he took a deep breath and plunged back into the frigid depths. Slowly, he drifted towards the bottom, settling into a meditation posture. He found the experience strangely fascinating. Maddie explained that this pool was a rare treasure, but also a place of immense danger. The boy had seen clouds and thunder before, terrifying but survivable. But what other dangers could be hiding here? He got his answer a moment later. His eyes widened at a horrifying sight. A scream caught in his throat. Scattered on the lakebed were human bones. "Do not be alarmed," his mentor soothed him. "These were merely the unlucky ones, but I will guide you."
Mady revealed the incredible opportunity before him. Here, you can learn to wield the power of lightning itself.
At that, Shunan shot back to the surface, gasping. The power of lightning. But he didn't want to end up like the skeletons below. "You have nothing to fear," Mady assured him. "I will safeguard your soul. All you must do is endure the pain of hundreds of lightning strikes." To become stronger, Shunan would endure anything. And then, the first bolt struck. Agony seized him, but he held on, gritting his teeth. An hour passed. The young man floated in the water, recovering, his strength after the torment. "That's enough rest," Mady urged. "We must hurry." In the blink of an eye, this lightning phenomenon could vanish. 6 days passed in a flash. Now Shunan could meditate while levitating above the lake. He was ecstatic. He had broken through to the 7th heaven of the Star Warrior realm. Shunan knew it was time to return. The other students were in for a major shock. He smirked, wondering
how many of his attacks Lin Han could possibly withstand now. As he climbed from the chasm, Shunan checked his storage bag. A ripple of shock spread through the crowd as Shunan appeared in the mirror. He had risen from the cliff of life, the dean was, utterly stunned, her surprise quickly turning to joy. She cried out her student was alive. Everyone was in disbelief. How could he have survived such a deadly fall? They all wondered why he hadn't shown himself for the past 6 days. The dean noted that the other participants were already far ahead in points. Shunan would need to be incredibly cautious. But she couldn't help but remember the ache in her heart when he was gone. Could she have fallen for him? Suddenly, a panicked shout. Shunan had encountered a terrifying creature. A monstrous beast at the 9-star level of the star world loomed before him. The massive animal reared up on its hind legs, letting out a deafening roar. Yet Shunan showed not an ounce of fear. The beast shoved its muzzle right in his face, roaring and spitting. Their eyes locked in a tense standoff. And then Shunan slapped the beast with incredible force. A collective gasp of horror erupted from the onlookers. From the shadows, more of the same. Beasts began to descend. It seemed he had stumbled upon an entire pack of these strange ape-like creatures. Shunan smirked. After all his training, this was the perfect chance to test his newfound progress. The warrior unsheathed his sword, ready to face the onslaught of the advancing monsters. The dean watched, completely baffled. What was he planning? Why would he charge headfirst into a horde of beasts? Everyone screamed in warning. There were hundreds of Starworld creatures in that pack. But the dean watched her student with a glimmer of admiration. Shunan moved like lightning, weaving between the monsters, his blade a blur of silver. This was the power of a 9-star Star World cultivator. The young man had truly achieved a breakthrough. Moments later, he stood in a clearing blade in hand, surrounded by the bodies of his defeated foes. Shunan thought to himself, this felt good. Just then, a flicker of fire appeared deep in the forest. He figured it must be the other contestants. The audience watched as Shunan moved deeper into the woods, heading straight for the flames. He arrived to see scorched earth and his fellow disciples running for their lives. A silver moon-level beast was attacking them. It was a fearsome flaming creature like a dragon, spewing fire from its maw. The students were desperately trying to escape, but it was useless. One of the young men urged his female companion to run, promising to hold the monster back. If he failed, she was to crush her black and white token. The entire area was an inferno as the beast closed in, leaving them with no hope of escape. As the girl fled, the young man drew his sword and bravely charged, straight at the terrifying creature. But then he cried out for the girl to be careful. Noticing the monster was now chasing her, the young lady looked back in terror, seeing a wall of fire rushing toward her. The monster's jaws were already opening wide. Right above her head, she knew her doom was certain. In a final desperate cry, the young man shouted her name, saying his last goodbye. But out of nowhere, a fist of pure fury slammed into the beast. Followed by its master, Shunan, the evil fire dragon was mercilessly pummeled. Our fearless hero had appeared to shield the girl from the fire-breathing menace. Shunan turned to her and said, "Good thing I made it in time. Otherwise, you might have gotten seriously hurt. Or fried." The girl was in absolute shock. A silver moon-level beast, defeated with a single punch. Shunan just grinned, saying he couldn't possibly miss a chance to save a beauty in distress. Watching from afar, the dean's face darkened with jealousy at his bold flirtation. She muttered, calling him a playboy. Even his friend Chen Woody watched in awe, wishing he had that kind of game. But the battle wasn't over. The beast rose again, not yet defeated. It unleashed a massive pillar of fire into the sky with a deafening roar. The girl trembled in fear once more. acting purely to protect her, not to flirt. Shunan grabbed the girl and leaped to the side. He moved just in time as the spot where they stood was instantly
engulfed in flames. As he carried her to safety, the young lady revealed that Luo Dong had already broken his token. She was all alone out here now. Shunan gently told his senior martial sister to stand back. He would handle this monster himself. The girl nodded, telling him to be careful. The young man faced the beast with a smirk. "You're lucky today," he declared. "You'll be the first to taste my new power." Shunan's aura flared as he gathered his strength, preparing for the attack. The beast charged straight for him, and the warrior met it head-on. He activated his technique, the Thunderlord's Fist. The punch landed with a world-shaking impact. Shunan didn't stop for a second, instantly dodging to the side, as pieces of the shattered monster flew past where he once stood. It was finished. Everyone was speechless. How could he have done it in a single decisive blow? The onlookers realized his combat power had completely overwhelmed a Silver Moon beast. They all turned to the dean, wondering when she had managed to train him to this level. But the dean herself was just as confused. She had never taught him such a technique. Shunan reached down and picked up a
sparkling stone from the remains. The girl gasped, recognizing it as the crystal core of a Silver Moon-level monster. The energy within it was immense.
That much power was equal to a full month of practice at the Star World's peak. The young men chatted amiably. I wonder if there are any other Silver Moon-level monsters nearby. Meanwhile, everyone watching the mirror was absolutely stunned.
A girl spoke up saying she knew where two Silver Moon beasts were hiding, but warned that both of them
were incredibly strong as they were guarding a great treasure. Shunan asked how she knew. The last time I was there, she said, those monsters chased me relentlessly. The moment I left, they stopped. She added that they were without a doubt protecting something precious. If he was interested, she would lead the way. Shunan agreed, and they set off to explore. Elsewhere, a contestant accused Shifang of a cowardly ambush. This was my prey, she declared angrily. She swore she would make him pay once they were out. Jifang simply scoffed, claiming he didn't want to fight, but he desperately needed that monster's crystal. An Earth property crystal core was essential for his practice, he explained. With this core, he could finally break through to the Silver Moon level and immediately graduate from the college. His actions didn't break any rules, so the college couldn't punish him. Shifang then threatened the girl directly. Either she help him, or he would force her to crush her own elimination token. The girl drew her sword. In your dreams, she shot back defiantly, but the bully only met her courage with mocking laughter. The crowd watching the feed was furious. They watched him mistreat the girl, shouting that he was a disgrace. He can't harm such a beautiful girl, they cried. Defending herself with everything she had, she screamed for him to stop his violent assault. At that moment, Shunan and his companion arrived. The crowd erupted in cheers. Shunan will restore justice and save Yunnan from that fiend. But Shifang told Shunan and his companion to mind their own business unless they were looking for trouble. All the onlookers knew what was coming. Martial brother Shunan would show him how a true warrior behaves. He would never stand by while a girl was in danger. The crowd's support was unanimous. Shunan simply smiled and said, I'm the kind of person who always likes to stay busy. And if I'm not busy, my body starts itching for a little adventure. His companion couldn't help but giggle. Shifang's face darkened. It seems you have a death wish, he sneered, boasting that neither Shunan nor Hanshin could ever hope to overpower him. I feel more powerful than ever. Hanshin just giggled, stating she was merely an observer. This was a matter for Shunan to settle. Confused for a moment, Shifang brandished his weapon, forgetting he had just threatened the girl and turned his aggression on Shunan. I'll teach you a lesson for insulting me. Yunnan shouted for Shunan to escape while he could. After all, there was no way he could defeat the notorious bully Shifang. But our hero simply reassured her. Don't worry about me. I can take care of myself. This is exactly my kind of job. The dean watching from afar was furious. Jifang finally lunged, thrusting his weapon forward with a threatening glare. He leaped high, aiming to finish Shunan with a single devastating blow, but our hero parried the attack with casual ease. Shifang was utterly shocked. His opponent had calmly caught his weapon with nothing but his bare hands. The onlookers screamed in amazement. That's incredible strength and speed. Now it was Shunan's turn. He wrenched the weapon away, raised it high above his head, and brought it crashing down. With overwhelming force, Shifang was slammed into the ground with no chance of escape. He lay there thinking. Impossible. How could I lose like this? Shunan warned him. Don't ever harm innocent girls or bully passersby again. The defeated opponent swore he'd never repeat his actions. Shunan looked at him with disbelief. Jifang couldn't even lift himself from the dirt. Shunan motioned for him to get up and fight back, but his opponent had vanished before his eyes. Shunan picked up the golden black token from the ground. You can have this back, no thanks necessary, he said. Then, looking straight into the viewing mirror, he presented it to the audience. In a flash, Shifang was teleported back to the college, and everyone realized he had been eliminated. The onlookers, burning with resentment, swarmed him, ready to deliver their own punishment. The coward screamed to be spared. He begged them to leave him alone. The dean watched the entire spectacle unfold with great curiosity. Back in the field, Shunan helped the injured girl to her feet, asking how she was feeling. She replied that she was fine, thanks to a healing remedy she had. By tomorrow, she'd be ready for any test. Shunan noticed it was getting late and said they should find a place to rest. Everyone agreed. Shunan built a fire, and the three of them warmed themselves, sharing stories with each other. Sharing tales from their past, the group enjoyed a rare moment of peace. The atmosphere was light, and boredom was a distant memory.
Onlookers watched the youths with keen interest. The other young men could only envy Shunan, who seemed so comfortable with the two beauties.
But the next day, a new kind of adventure began. Perched on the rocks, they spotted terrifying monsters. And there were more than just two. A wild roar echoed as one beast bared its razor-sharp fangs, its eyes burning with pure hatred. Another, equally fearsome creature prepared to meet its attacker's fury head-on. And just like that, the battle began. The beasts clashed, locking onto each other in an iron grip. They began to rip each other to shreds as fur and blood flew in every direction. The roaring was deafening. One of the monsters suffered a deep gash, letting out a piercing scream. It retaliated instantly, thrusting its sword-like claws deep into its opponent's chest. It was a bloody struggle for survival. The tiger-like creature coiled, preparing to make a final leap. It sank its deadly teeth into its enemy's paw, which howled in agony. In one swift motion, the monster tore the paw clean off, holding it high like a gruesome trophy. The beast roared, celebrating its victory. The sight was just too cruel for the girls.
One suggested they change their target and leave this place. But Shunan rose from the shadows, declaring they would
not be changing their plans. His companions could only watch in horror, wondering what would happen next. Shunan simply told the girls to
hide and observe from cover while he handled the beast.
The spectators gasped, certain the young man was taking an impossible risk. That was a Silver Moon beast, a monster of the second-level Star World. The girls, terrified, pleaded with Shunan, saying he shouldn't do it. It was a higher-level beast, and it was pure insanity. But the young man paid them no mind, already marching onto the path of war against a ruthless foe. Without hesitation, he launched his attacks, surging toward the monster, his blade pointed forward. The vicious predator opened its jaws and let out a deafening roar. The beast intended to tear them warrior limb from limb, brandishing its sharp claws. It was then Shunan decided to unleash his invincible fist. The young warrior poured all his energy into the technique, landing a devastating blow. He followed up, slashing his sword toward the tiger's left eye. The tiger
managed one final desperate lunge and saw the young man's blade coming. Shunan plunged his deadly weapon deep into its remaining eye.
The one-eyed monster roared in unbearable pain before collapsing lifeless to the ground. Shunan had fulfilled his mission and protected his companions from the beast. Every spectator was stunned by how quickly and decisively the young man had dealt with such a fearsome monster. They all agreed his ghost sword skills and his beast slaying techniques were at least at the Silver Moon level. Everyone remarked that this young man fought like one of the chosen. It was a feat no ordinary person could accomplish. The dean was once again completely astounded by Shunan's power. This was a truly worthy student. The dean couldn't help but wonder where the boy learned such complex fighting arts. What was his secret? Then Shunan noticed something gleaming on the ground. He picked it up. It was a crystal wind core, a very fine prize. The young man thought that if he could learn weapon enhancement, he could merge this crystal core into his sword. If his sword's power increased, he could defeat any monster. His Thunderlord's fist was powerful, but he needed a decisive blow to back up his standard combat skills. The lady's voice echoed in his mind, asking if he wished to know how to enhance his weapon. Shunan immediately confirmed. The lady then asked to be called Empress, stating that she knew everything about all skills. Shunan respectfully addressed her as Empress and begged her to teach him weapon enhancement. His mentor promised she would teach him everything once he escaped the Celestial Jade Cave. She also told him to acquire the golden black fruit, which would also help improve his weapon. The girls ran up to their savior while his mind raced with how to obtain that fruit. Shunan admitted that he was a bit tired after dealing with the monster. He then suggested they venture down into the cave to see what those strange creatures had been fighting over. As the three of them entered, they saw a truly unexpected sight. Shunan realized that these iron boxes were not locked, but sealed. Each of them claimed a box and prepared to open it. The girl opened hers, squinting her eyes before letting out a shriek of pure delight. Her companion was just as thrilled by what she had found. Inside the first box was a top-grade yellow-level spirit stone.
In the other was a ground-level battle formula.
Shunan, however, found a massive bone inside his box. He was completely baffled by this strange artifact. The spectators explained that the highest yellow-level spirit stone could be used for long-term cultivation by a Silver Moon warrior. And Earth-level martial.
Formulas were incredibly rare, even in the Academy's library. The entire audience burned with envy over the trio's incredible haul. But Maddie said that this was the leg bone of an Imperial-level beast. Its Reiki was sealed, making it appear like an ordinary bone. But once that seal is broken, it will unleash a colossal amount of energy, far more powerful than their other items combined. Shunan insisted, telling the girl to keep the book. It was perfect for her cultivation, and the spiritual stone had finally found a worthy mistress. But she refused, stammering that these were Shunan's spoils of war. Another girl agreed, pointing out it just wasn't fair. A young man scoffed, saying he only had a bone to pick. But Shunan reassured them, believing that this bone was a treasure beyond compare, far more valuable than any stone or ancient text. The girls stared at him, utterly bewildered, while onlookers sneered. They thought Shunan had thrown away his trophies just to impress some girls. The 10th and final day had arrived. The coveted fruit still hung, tantalizingly, above the golden black rock. As our trio approached, they saw other disciples had already gathered. Whispers erupted. How is Shunan here? He should be dead after falling from that cliff. They decided not to attack him just yet. First, they would settle things among themselves. Shunan gazed at the prize, wondering how much longer until it was fully ripe. A fellow disciple replied, about 6 hours, but once it matures, it will attract countless demonic beasts. Shunan noted a powerful warrior was missing from the crowd. He always walks his own path, someone answered. His companions began to worry. That warrior's strength was overwhelming. Their chances of claiming the golden black fruit were slim if he decided to appear. A plan quickly formed among the disciples, unite to defeat their strongest opponent when he arrives, and only then would they compete against each other. Not everyone was happy with the proposal, but a tense agreement was finally reached. But before we eliminate him,
we must swear not to attack one another. The conditions were acceptable to all. Suddenly, a wave of panic swept through the crowd. It seems that Dugu Jinghong is already here. Shunan knew the name a legendary fighter that everyone would be forced to target. But Shunan wasn't fazed. He was not afraid of anyone. He would simply eliminate all of his opponents one by one. A rival sneered. 9 days ago, you ran from me and threw yourself off a cliff. And now you're making threats. You must have hit your head when you fell. Shunan just smirked. Jumping off a cliff is nothing. But you, on the other hand, will always have a problem with women. No one could ever love a man with such a tiny little earthworm. The competitor's face turned crimson. Shut your mouth, he roared, or those will be your last words. He lunged at Shunan, his fist crackling with energy ready to strike. But Shunan remained perfectly calm. This was exactly what he'd been waiting for. Our hero coolly parried the attacker's strike. In a blur, Shunan seized his opponent's arm, drove a single devastating punch into his chest, and hurled him high into the air. His rival crashed to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. Shunan looked down at Ling Han, his voice like ice. It is time I reminded you and the entire Yuang family that I am not to be trifled with. Now everyone will see what I am capable of. Ling Han, coughing up blood, stammered, I never expected that you could fight back like this. He tried to bargain, offering to forget their feud for the time being. Shunan demanded he make a promise. Swear you will never provoke me again. Otherwise, the consequences will be much more severe. Ling Han considered it, but he had a different plan. As a wicked idea formed in his mind, Shunan simply let out a defiant yawn. Suddenly, something began to change within Ling Han. His body started to transform, his skin turning a hellish red. As he rapidly increased in size, his clothes ripping at the seams. His eyes glazed over. Fangs grew from his gums, and he became a true hulking monster, smashing everything in his path. The mountain of muscle walked toward Shunan and laughed. The girls screamed in terror, while one of the warriors realized the truth. It's a fierce beast blood pill. It increases one's power several times over for a short period, but it burns away the user's life force. The price was years of his life, unless he could find another beast to make a new pill. Ling Han roared, I won't provoke you anymore. I'll just destroy you today, Shunan calmly replied. That won't be so easy, even for a bulky monster like you. Ling Han charged forward, ready to crush his opponent. At that moment, Shunan activated his technique. The heavenly thunder fury, fists. As he unleashed his power, the very ground beneath his feet began to crack and splinter. A powerful stream of energy shot towards the monster. Our hero smiled. He could feel it now. He could finally resist such a powerful enemy. 9 days ago, this would have been unimaginable. Ling Han never expected such power from a junior. Shunan continued his assault, landing a swift kick right into the giant's liver. The monster staggered backward, blood spewing from its mouth. Ling Han's mind reeled. His strength wasn't enough to continue the fight. How can this be happening? The thug let out a heartbreaking scream of pure rage, his eyes burning with a bright flame. He was like an erupting volcano. One of the warriors noticed, that's the Ling family's ground-level skill, the ghostly fire palm. But Ling Han was stumped. The big brute suddenly seemed unwilling to continue the battle any longer. He realized this was not going to end well for him. But Shunan had no intention of stopping. The young man decided to take this matter to its logical conclusion. He took out the mysterious bone he had obtained from the cave. The girls gasped, recognizing the strange object. Truly a treasure, Shunan mused, asking his downed foe, "How do you feel? Was the furious beast blood pill worth it?" His words were punctuated by a final, swift strike to the monster's chest. Li Cheng felt the biting steel of the sword,
grinding against the bones of his ribcage. As the thug collapsed, Shunan declared he would not deliver the final blow.
He would merely send him back. With a crack, the young man shattered Lin Hun's token, and as he vanished, he spat curses and threats. "Good luck," Shunan said dryly. "Now you can be forgotten inside this cave." And then, atop the mountain, the final challenger appeared, Dugu Jingcheng. The spectators watching the mirror knew this was destined to be the most epic battle of the entire 10 days.
"When I saw you at the cave's entrance," Jingcheng stated, "I knew this battle between us was inevitable."
"Your growth is monstrous faster than anyone could have imagined," he continued. "You fought well just now. Why not rest? Take a break before our duel. I don't want others claiming I took an unfair advantage." But Shunan simply shook his head. "There's no need to recover. I am ready." Every eye was glued to the unfolding scene, captivated by the tension. One of the warriors murmured, "To attend the same academy as geniuses like these. I am truly fortunate."
"Do you need a sword?" Shunan offered. Dugu replied, "I heard you used your fingers as a blade against Chen Feng, disarming his spear."
"I wish to experience that legend for myself." Dugu acknowledged, "Your sword technique is powerful." Shunan knew his opponent's strength was immense. He would have to use his sword. "I will give this fight my all to win." The young warrior unleashed his sword arts. His opponent noted his skill, impressive. "You have the speed," Dugu added, "but you lack sufficient power." With a sudden lunge, he thrust his own fingers forward like a blade. He was mirroring Shunan's very own technique. Shunan held his weapon steady, his grip firm. He had to admit, Dugu's mastery of the sword path is truly on another level. "Your sword method is magnificent," Dugu said. "In a pure sword duel, you might even be better. I cannot refine my sword's quality like you can. Therefore, I must train far longer." Shunan lamented the Empress's tricks. Without them, there would be a massive gulf between them.
Meidi had told him not to feel discouraged. After enough training, Shunan's talent for sword control
would one day match his rivals. Shunan steeled his resolve. He had to keep training constantly.
"I know the sword is your greatest skill," Dugu declared. "Now, it is time for you to show me your true strength."
"Very well," the young man agreed. "I will do my best." The spectators behind the mirror leaned in breathless. They were about to witness how Shunan fought without his blade. Jingcheng eyed the bone in our hero's hand, a most unique weapon. "I'm coming!" Shunan roared, and with a victorious cry, he charged, waving the bone like a primal club. But Jingcheng masterfully parried every single strike. The young warrior couldn't land a single damaging blow on his opponent. Shunan drew his sword once more, but the tide of battle refused to turn. He was already struggling just to stay on his feet.
A college teacher whispered in awe, "Dugu Jingcheng is a born sword genius. They call him the future blade master."
The dean watched with a worried heart. "I never imagined Shunan would make it this far. I only hope that after this battle, he won't become arrogant, but will follow me to continue his training." Meanwhile, Shunan roared, "Let's try this again." He activated his ground-level combat skill, Storm Sword method. In response, Jingcheng thrust his fingers forward like a divine blade. An ethereal sword of pure energy formed in his hand as they closed in.
Fingers against bone. Dugu Jingcheng decided it was time to end this. He unleashed his ultimate sword formula.
Against Shunan's bone. The young warrior braced himself for impact. Blood trickled from Shunan's mouth, then from Dugu's as well. "Fight me with your full strength," Jingcheng demanded. "Of course," Shunan answered, his eyes blazing. "I am ready." The elder warrior's aura surged. "This next technique is one I mastered myself. It is not from any established sword method. It is incredibly powerful," he warned. "Even I cannot fully control it." Shunan's eyes widened. "My technique is the same. I also created it personally, and its power is just as uncontrollable." The very air around the battlefield crackled with energy like a brewing thunderstorm. The surrounding warriors scrambled back. They had to retreat lest they get caught in the cataclysmic clash. The academy teacher was dumbfounded.
"How can two people so young command such terrifying power?" the dean added frantically. "I don't believe."
"The golden black token can break in time to save them. This is madness. Shunan's martial arts are incredible. But I pray there are no serious injuries." Shunan unleashed a torrent of bone strikes, a whirlwind of desperate offense. His opponent was model. With such mastery of the blade, their power seemed perfectly matched. But suddenly, something unbelievable unfolded. The girls standing by squinted in terror The dean herself shot up from her seat, eyes wide in disbelief. No one in the crowd could possibly tell who had the upper hand.
Finally, Shunan staggered out from the epicenter of the clash. The crowd erupted, roaring that the young warrior was victorious.
The dean decided he was truly exceptional. Just then, Jingshin emerged behind him and calmly announced his own defeat. Shunan argued that he only lost because his weapon was superior. If his opponent's sword had not shattered, he would have been defeated. But Jingshin objected, stating that a weapon's quality is vital for any true swordmaster. If the blade breaks, the warrior loses. By that code, the loss was his. Jingshin declared the matter settled. He vowed to surpass him, hoping for a rematch in 20 days at the academy competition. Everyone acknowledged that the legendary golden black fruit belonged to Shunan, the undisputed victor. They added that once the fruit matured,
They would help the young man fight off the spirit beasts and earn points for themselves. The moment of the fruit's ripening was drawing near.
everyone agreed not to waste a second. The warriors urged the young man to
Hurry and claim the fruit from the tree. Shunan began scaling the sheer cliff face with powerful leaps. But in an instant, searing flames engulfed the
entire area. The clothes on his back began to smolder and catch fire. Breathing became a struggle. Down below, his comrades were fighting desperately to hold the line against the spirit beasts. It was becoming nearly impossible for them to
hold back the relentless horde. Shunan had already reached the ancient tree bearing the golden black fruit. The girls below gazed up at his figure
with pure admiration. Spectators watching through a mystic mirror leaned in, eager to see what would happen next. The college girls couldn't tear their eyes away from the young man, some shyly covering their blushing faces. It was getting harder
for Shunan to continue his ascent. His clothes were now completely burned away. Below, the warriors were forced to retreat as
a swarm of spirit beasts overran the base of the cliff. Shunan, no longer caring about his nakedness, shouted for them not to worry about him and to fall back. He would handle things from here. The warriors below urged the young man to be careful. Shunan had already climbed onto the branch, reaching for the fruit. But the Empress's voice echoed in his mind, telling him not to touch it. She warned it would nullify the effect. He had to eat it directly from the branch. Shunan was confused. How was that possible? The fruit was blazing hot. Without another thought, the young man leaned in and swallowed the fruit whole. The Empress's voice urged him to hurry. He had to absorb the golden black fruit's power and release the excess flame. He had to focus entirely on consuming the fruit's essence. Now, the Empress commanded, spit out the excess. Shunan unleashed everything he held within his mouth. It was a devastating torrent of fire, like the breath of a dragon. The young man aimed this inferno at the spirit beasts below. They all began to scatter in absolute terror, but none could escape the all-consuming flames. The spectators at the mirror gasped, realizing that this
fire could incinerate even silver moon-level beasts. The Empress ordered her ward to assume the lotus position and concentrate.
He must use the golden black fruit's power to awaken his true spirit. Shunan dove deep into meditation, but then he choked, coughing up a mouthful of blood. He didn't understand what went wrong. Shouldn't the power of the golden black fruit have made awakening his true spirit easy now? He felt like he was on the verge of self-destruction. The Empress
explained that his true spirit was special. His spiritual sense was several times more potent than an ordinary person's.
That was why she had told him to swallow the fruit so quickly. If he had picked it first, its power would have been insufficient to awaken his true spirit. Shunan focused once more, trying to unlock the power within himself. The young man, balancing on one leg, entered a state of deep meditation and felt his true spirit finally awaken. The whisper of the wind, the rustle of grass martial skills, even the very movement of spirit and ki energy were displayed with perfect clarity in his mind. The Empress said that if the young man could see himself now, he would witness the birth of a whole new person. Shunan was utterly astounded by the transformation. He asked the Empress if she could now reveal the secrets of spiritual cultivation. She told him not to be hasty. That could wait until they returned.
For now, he needed to learn how to wield his new power. Shunan decided to first collect the crystal cores from the slain spirit beasts.
The dean congratulated her student on his incredible victory, but warned him not to get complacent. The upcoming inter-college competition would be on a completely different level. She thought to herself that perhaps this young man could finally help her break free from her own fate. She prayed the boy would be able to bring honor to their college. Shunan casually called the dean Beauty and promised that he would certainly take first place. A deep blush spread across the woman's face as she demanded to know what he just called her. She decided this boy
clearly had a death wish. Shunan mused that if he could somehow win her over, perhaps their relationship could truly begin.
The dean asked him why he cultivated so fiercely. He replied that he was practicing to rewrite his own destiny.
To protect those he cared for, he needed overwhelming strength. The dean questioned if she was truly that precious to him. Shunan didn't hesitate.
Yes, he affirmed. The woman's face flushed pleased that he held her in such high regard. Shunan simply smiled, knowing the dean was more than just his master. She was the first woman to capture his heart. He would never give up on her. The dean said he must be exhausted from the trial. She ordered him to rest, promising to return in 3 days, with a reward for him. The young man's imagination ran wild. But then the dean added they would journey to the Chin family home to retrieve his mother. A chill ran down Shunan's spine. The young man thanked his mentor with a deep, respectful bow. After leaving the dean's residence, he went on his way, while the woman pondered that if he could truly change her destiny, she might even consider marrying him. Elsewhere, Shunan rubbed his hands together, eagerly asking the Empress to teach him the art of weapon refinement and the secrets of spiritual consciousness. But the Empress was dismissive. She pointed out that he already had a fine master who could teach him many things. A cold sweat of embarrassment beaded on Shunan's brow. Meidi told him to compose himself, warning him not to get ahead of himself. It wasn't jealousy, she explained. Her knowledge simply doesn't come for free. He would have to earn it. Shunan responded immediately, declaring he was willing to do anything for as long as it took. Meidi acknowledged his current weakness, but she committed his words to memory. She warned that if he ever betrayed her, his death would be swift and absolute. Shunan swore he would never betray his empress. Meidi then began her lesson. The method of weapon refinement and the secret of spiritual consciousness are two sides of the same coin. They are inseparable. The empress is continued explaining that the art of refining weapons depends entirely on one's spiritual consciousness, which in turn can be strengthened through the very act of refinement. Shunan asked how it was possible for those without the experience of a sage or a true spirit to do so. His mentor replied that true mastery is about changing matter itself, by controlling the flame with spiritual consciousness. Lesser craftsmen only use Reiki to fuel their fire. The young man then asked if there was a difference between using Reiki and spiritual creation to control the flames. Spiritual consciousness can command any flame at will, but with Reiki, one must cultivate a martial skill and endlessly fuel the fire. The mentor added that the secret she was about to teach was a priceless, unique art. She warned that this method must never be told to another soul. The young man shouted its name, the 100,000 hammer method. His lady replied that the true essence of this technique lies in its final step. When you can perform 100,000 actions at once, only then will you become a master of perfection. Shunan, I listened to the entire lesson, his mind reeling from the profound information. Meidi summarized that she had taught the young man the 100,000 hammer method. Now it was up to him to practice on his own. Shunan resolved to work tirelessly to master what he had learned. 3 days later, the dean and the young man met again. The dean handed him a book and declared this was his reward, a method for cultivating spiritual consciousness. Shunan's mind raced, wondering what could have happened in those 3 short days. He inquired if the dean had traded the red flame gold for this manual. The apprentice thanked his master, profusely vowing he would train harder than ever before. The dean promised to be right by his side when they arrived at the Qin family estate. Their flying beast descended towards a large city ahead. Shunan slammed his fist on the gate, demanding that Qin Yuanshan come out. He approached a stone sculpture, lifting it with incredible strength and once again roaring out for his father. But then a flood of bitter memories washed over him. He remembered living in this very house. He remembered the endless cruelty he suffered from his own family. He was constantly beaten, living in a state of perpetual fear. He was forced to work as a lowly janitor, a truly miserable existence. Suddenly, shadowy figures appeared, demanding to know who was disturbing the Qin family. Qin Yuanshan himself emerged, sneering at the return of his illegitimate son. Shunan stated his purpose: he had come to take his mother. An ugly fury twisted Yuanshan's face at such a declaration. The young man said his father had already disowned him, and he was ready to fight the entire Qin family until he got his mother back. Yuanshan bellowed that no one in his house would dare speak to him with such disrespect. His eldest son then foolishly boasted that he had just beaten that woman, and that Shunan was next. His father immediately clamped a hand over his mouth. Yuanshan recognized Shunan's companion and didn't want to lose face in front of her. But Shunan had heard every word. A terrifying rage began to boil. His eyes blazed with crimson fury as a primal roar tore from his throat. Shunan could no longer be restrained. He lunged at his brother, ready to destroy him on the spot. Qin Yuanshan was stunned. His youngest son had become impossibly strong. Could stop the young man's righteous rampage. Yuanshan shrieked for Shunan to not touch his brother, but the head of the family was frozen by an immense pressure. It was the dean. She told him not to move. She was here to support her student. Anyone who moved now would face certain death.
The dean then addressed the Qin family's ancestor, who had suddenly appeared warning him not to
interfere. Her disciple would do as he pleased today, as payment for the Qin family's despicable treatment of him. The dean also warned that they shouldn't rely on the Yulong family for help, because she could just as easily destroy them too. The Qin family's ancestor, the formidable General Qin Tian, stood his ground. Beside him, Dean Lannon held the authority of a princess. Tears streamed down Yuan Han's face, a protest caught in her throat. But she dared not speak. The dean questioned her sharply. Weren't you pleased when the Yu Yang family proposed this arrangement? Then why the tears now? Suddenly, Yuan Han screamed, her voice breaking, Qin Shan's mother isn't dead. My eldest son lied.
He told a terrible lie. The dean stared, utterly stunned by this revelation. Shunan's world stopped. His mother, she was
alive. He clutched his brother's limp body, feeling for a breath that wasn't there. A wave of shock silenced the onlookers.
Everyone watched in stunned horror. Is it true? Shunan demanded, his gaze shifting from his brother to his father. Just then, the cavalry thundered in.
At their head was the retired Elder Qin, ready to strike Shunan down. But another figure suddenly appeared on the scene. A familiar face. My disciple, he said calmly. It's been months. You've progressed immensely. Relief washed over Shunan at the sight of his first master. Master, please wait, he begged. I must learn the truth. The truth about my mother. His master's voice was cold. The Qin family left you for dead by the mass graves. That is where I found you.
From a family like this, he scoffed, expect any and every cruelty. I will wait, the master declared. He then turned his attention
to the old general. With a mere flick of his wrist, he sent the man flying. The general crashed to the ground, utterly motionless. Yuan Shan gasped in awe. That's sage-level power. The dean's eyes widened. Shunan had a sage-level master. No wonder he could wield earth-level sword techniques. The master's voice boomed, ask the Qin family everything. If they withhold even a single detail, they will all die. Yuan Han continued to sob, murmuring her eldest son's name. Finally, his father spoke. Qin Shan's mother did not die. She was taken by the Shu family from Jade Dragon Mountain. The dean explained, Shunan, that family is a colossal power. In the capital of the Tianhai Empire, the Shu family's influence surpasses even that of the emperor himself. His father continued, your mother was born a member of the Shu family. I only learned this when they came to take her away.
Long ago, she fled her family with a lover, but he was just a weak scholar. After he perished, your mother came to the Qin family
and became a servant. That is when I fell for her. She was a Zhuan heaven-level warrior, but even that power couldn't save the man she first loved. Yuan Shan sneered. Go find your mother then. Leave the Qin family. We are no longer related in any way. His father added, if you leave now, you might just catch up to them. Yuan Shan hoped the Shu family would deal with this upstart. Hearing this, Shunan burned with urgency. He had to save his mother, but the dean stepped forward, trying to calm him. Hold on, she urged. I know the laws of Jade Dragon Mountain. An escaped disciple will not be executed. There is no immediate danger to her life. Your mother was an assistant master. Because of her rank, her punishment will not be the harshest. Are you certain? Shunan pressed, his heart pounding with worry for her. The dean offered a reassuring nod. I myself am from the capital, the Shu family of Jade Dragon Mountain, and I have distant connections. You can trust my words. The dean could see the desperate longing in his eyes. I know you want to see her, but heading to the capital now is suicide. Not until your power surpasses that of a princess.
Surpass a princess's level. The thought seemed utterly impossible. The dean continued, even if you made it there,
you would never reach her side. Not unless you are strong enough to change the Shu family's mind. She added one final chilling warning. Your connection to me could get you killed in the imperial capital. Even with my power, I would only be able to protect myself. His master then spoke up. And I have countless enemies. Exposing our connection is even more dangerous than marching to the capital alone. Shunan was trapped, confused. What was he supposed to do? He needed answers. And he needed power. Just then, Meidi stepped in. I have enemies as well, she stated grimly, and many of them are still waiting in the shadows. Shunan weighed his options, his mind racing. The path was clear. For now, he had to get stronger. His master nodded. I appeared today to give you this. He presented a scroll. The Dragon King's fist. Then his master turned to leave. I have other matters to attend to. I cannot linger. And as swiftly as he arrived, he soared into the sky and vanished. Shunan knew he was on his own now. He would have to master this technique by himself. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was time for the competition. On behalf of the entire academy, they were wished success, glorious victories, and legendary achievements. The young warriors bowed. We will do our best. This time, victory will be ours. A colossal bird descended from the heavens. They were beckoned aboard the flying beast. In a single bound, his comrades leaped onto its back, a feat they now managed with ease. But Shunan remained on the ground. "What are you waiting for?" someone called out. Shunan simply stared in wonder at a ring on his finger. He raised his hand high into the air. The great bird cried out and suddenly began to shrink. His mighty Xiaoyu was already descending. He explained that his loyal companion would be insulted if he chose another mount, so he flew on his own. The girls waved, wishing them a swift journey and a safe return. The young men roared back, telling them to expect news of their victory. With that, the two great birds soared into the distance, vanishing into the endless sky. At the same time, Chen Wuyi rode atop the fearsome black thunderbolt leopard, a truly thrilling experience. The riders set their course, announcing their destination, the city of Tianan. As birds soared high above Shunan, sat upon his Xiaoyu, deep in meditation, another group watched him captivated by the sight. They whispered among themselves, assuming he was practicing his sword arts. But they were confused. How could anyone practice sword skills while seated on a flying beast? The dean explained. When one's sword mastery reaches a certain realm, it transcends mere skill. It becomes about perceiving the very concept of the blade. Shunan was practicing the sword of sharp wind, letting the cold air currents guide his enlightenment. Dugu Jianchen, however, could only lament that he was the only one without such profound sword skills. 3 days later, their expedition finally arrived at Tianan. Flying over the city was strictly forbidden, forcing them to land. The young men were in awe. This place was far more prosperous than Tianhai City. The travelers headed for the Tianan Academy, finding the area designated for visiting academies. Their dean greeted the local dean, and they exchanged formalities. The girl noted that after the last tournament, Shenling Academy had gathered an impressive number of talents. This was a source of great pride. But Dean Li of Changfeng Academy declared they were also determined to win this year. He added a warning: if his disciples injured anyone from Qingling Academy, they shouldn't be blamed. When of Changfeng's students stepped forward, his eyes locked on Dugu. The sword art of Dugu Jianchen is said to be magnificent. He sneered. He even holds the title of Genius Swordmaster. Would he dare to spar before the main event? Dugu simply replied that he wasn't interested. The challenger's face soured. Dean Li scoffed. "We'll see you in the arena then. Let's hope your so-called swordmaster can live up to his title." The next morning, the air crackled with anticipation. Everyone was ready. The young cultivators buzzed with discussion about the upcoming battles. Dugu noted that the amount of talent this year was staggering. "Securing a good rank won't be easy," he admitted. Shunan glanced at the competitor rankings, puzzled. How could they be evaluated before the competition even began? Dugu explained that before every tournament, the prefecture ranks the students from the top 10 academies. This ranking was for the betting pools. Shunan stared in disbelief. Out of 30 contestants, he was ranked 29th. Dugu chuckled, revealing that the dean had purposely hidden Shunan's true strength. She wanted him to be the ultimate dark horse, a secret weapon to win them a fortune. Shunan was stunned by this revelation. His friend continued saying all the other Qingling Academy members were ranked highly. In fact, the girls' rankings were even higher than Dugu Jianchen's. He pointed out Zhu Ying, the number 1 genius of Tianheng Academy. At just 24 years old, he had reached the peak of the 9th level of the star realm 2 years ago. His power was unimaginable, and he wielded a sword made of black yuan iron. The academy only restricted cultivators of the star realm from entering, he explained, but it didn't forbid breaking through during the tournament. This led many to aim for a breakthrough right in the middle of a fight. Dugu added that Xiao Yi, ranked 2nd, also reached the peak 2 years ago. He was an alchemist rumored to control an incredibly powerful flame. Shunan's interest was piqued. He too was a true refiner. Dugu continued. In 3rd place is Feng Yu, the girl we saw yesterday. At 22, she's at the peak of the 9 stars and possesses an innate sword spirit body. Her strength is monstrous, so her pride is to be expected. Shunan's eyes then found Qin Chen's name from Changheng Academy. Could this be his talented brother? A fateful reunion was surely on the horizon. Meanwhile, onlookers gawked as a massive black leopard strode calmly through the city with a young man on its back. The beast stopped at the sheriff's residence, and its rider announced, "Report that the young master has returned." He was a day late, having chosen not to take an eagle, but he arrived just in time. The servant was overjoyed, explaining that the young miss had been worried sick. The young man just laughed and asked how she always guessed his grand plans. Just then, a girl grabbed him by the ear, declaring she'd been trying her best to find her rogue brother. The young man yelped in pain, insisting he didn't deserve such treatment. The girl demanded he immediately explain where he'd been for months. She and their father had been consumed with worry. The boy could only shout that, but he was wrong. Chen Woody stood before his sister, his head bowed, offering a desperate apology. He tried to explain that his grand escape from home was all for her. The girl's eyes widened, completely stunned. With a straight face, he declared he was on a quest to find her a husband. He truly believed it was the only way. If she had a husband to boss around, maybe she'd finally stop tormenting him. That was not the right answer. A swift right punch connected squarely with his jaw, and his nice sister's voice turned icy. She demanded to know where he'd really been. His brother knew the lie was dead, the truth his only escape. He confessed he was at Qinglin Academy the entire time, a response his sister never could have predicted. Chen Woody insisted he had witnesses. The dean, the students, all of them could vouch for him. They were all at Tianhang Academy right now. His sister's eyes narrowed. Why would he go so far from home, especially when his family had already secured his spot at Tiannan Academy? He repeated his absurd reason he was searching for a son-in-law. He even claimed he'd found one, though 4 years younger. But he's incredible. His talent is far greater than yours, he declared. That was the last straw. With a final kick, she sent him flying out of the room. From a nearby balcony, a group of young men watched the drama unfold. Their attention was immediately drawn to the girls across the way. The girls in turn noticed them too. One of the strangers, her face hidden beneath a veil, sent a strange jolt through Shunan. He staggered back, completely caught off guard. Nothing like this had ever happened to him. Was this some kind of spiritual attack? His companion quickly put him at ease. Don't worry, he said. They're students from Qianzongzong Academy, an academy that only accepted female disciples. Shunan couldn't help but notice the girls from their own college were far more beautiful. With a quick farewell, the young man left, but the veiled girl's interest was piqued. A dual spiritual body cultivator, with such an attractive physique. Besides Xiaoyan, she mused, it seems there's another fine specimen. She couldn't help but wonder what he would taste like. The next day arrived, and the arena was packed. Shunan had never seen so many people. It was a legendary event in Dongyang country, a gathering of the most promising talents from the top 10 academies. People had traveled from cities far and wide. Suddenly, the announcer called for the sheriff's appearance. A man radiating immense power took the stage. It was him. Shunan recognized that face. He could feel the man's power, the absolute peak of a 9-star prince level might. The sheriff's voice boomed, declaring the competition livelier than ever before. He sat, his eyes scanning the crowd. So much talent among the top 10, he thought. He eagerly awaited their performance. Then an elder made a spectacular entrance. He introduced himself as Sun Hong, the one in charge of this year's grand tournament. The elder called for silence. It was time to announce the rules. Today would be the preliminary round, a brutal battle royale. Only 16 contestants would advance to the semifinals. A wave of shock went through Shunan and his friends. This was an all-out elimination battle from the very start. The sheriff smirked, finding this development quite intriguing. The elder continued, revealing the reward. The top 8 students would gain immediate entry into the legendary martial house. For the top 3, a heaven-level battle skill. The entire stadium roared with excitement. Incredible, they shouted. The elder raised his hand for silence. For second place, another heaven-level skill and a meteorite iron weapon. The crowd went into a frenzy. Finally, the elder prepared to announce the grand prize for the champion. The tension was unbearable. The first place prize, a heaven-level battle skill, a piece of magic gold crystal steel, and a 3-day private tutelage from the sheriff himself. The stands absolutely exploded. Magic gold crystal steel. A divine material capable of channeling the immense power of a sage-level warrior. The sheriff smiled. He always had a soft spot for gifted young people. Shunan's eyes burned with determination. He had to win first place. It was the only way to repay his master for the red fire gold he'd lost. He also wondered, could the sheriff's power possibly compare to the God Emperor's? The elder clarified the rules. The contest would end when only 16 warriors remained on the platform. The participants took a deep breath. The elder began to call the names. First up, Ji Yun. A figure descended like a hawk, landing flawlessly in the arena. Sword in hand, he struck a perfect fighting stance. My name is Ji Yun, he announced with chilling confidence. The girls in the stands swooned over the handsome warrior. Shunan grinned. This was going to be an epic show. The elder then summoned Xiaoyan, who emerged from a vortex of fiery flames. Funu is next, the announcer called. The girl appeared modest, almost shy, her sword sheathed on her back. But the onlookers knew better. She's amazing, they whispered, the innate body of a sword spearmaster. Another young man descended into the arena, followed by Shunan, who appeared right behind him. Shunan was unarmed, but his aura was absolutely spectacular. Shunan, however, was left standing alone. The elder then summoned our hero, completing the legendary trio from Qingling Academy. But not everyone was familiar with the young disciple Shunan. A student from Tiannan Academy recognized him as his half-brother, scoffing that he had been banished from their family, never expecting to see him here. His companion sneered, questioning if it truly mattered if a worthless outcast were to die. Shunan felt their piercing gazes on him. He knew instantly they were plotting to eliminate him at the first opportunity. Shan's comrade whispered that they should gather allies to deal with the troublemakers. Shunan asked, "How long can Dugu last against the combined might of Jayayan and Jun?" His ally replied, "At least 15 minutes." Shunan smirked. That would be more than enough time. The young man then asked what exactly Shunan had in mind. A brilliant strategy was already forming, calculating the precise conditions.
For their absolute victory, Shunan knew 14 people had to be eliminated. They would handle 3 of them within 15
minutes while the others took care of the remaining 11. The young man noted that even if their personal ranks were high, the Academy's overall standing would plummet if they failed. Shunan agreed, adding that if the plan goes wrong, it's every man for himself. He then noticed a group of girls studying him with intense curiosity. The elder's voice boomed, declaring the competition officially open. The crowd in the stands erupted in cheers. A wave of relief washed over the participants. Finally, the battle could begin, the Qingling Academy. Disciples instantly surged towards their opponents. The fight erupted into a 3-on-3 clash with fighters already pairing off. Funu wondered if Guan and Zan should eliminate Du Jingcheng immediately. But no, if he was taken out that easily, it would mean he lacked true strength and there would be no thrill in challenging him later. The girl decided she'd clear out the weaker trash first. By now, the battle between the participants was raging. An opponent sneered, "I'll eliminate you first, little man. It's not easy."
for you to be here, so you can go enjoy the main event with the spectators. The fighter glared at his target.
But as he prepared to strike, he was frozen by a sudden wave of fear. Before he could even react, Shunan moved himself, and his opponent was sent flying. The first thought that crossed the foe's mind was, "I've been tricked." The blow was so powerful, it launched him clear across the arena. The audience gasped, completely stunned by this turn of events. With a single devastating strike, Wei Yun of Tianhang Academy was eliminated. 29 warriors remained. Meanwhile, Dugu's opponent was creeping up from behind, completely unaware of the danger lurking at his rear. A stunning blow from our warrior connected squarely with the back of his head. The cunning disciple of Qingling Academy smirked. "It's dangerous to attack from behind," announcing that Xia He of Beihai Academy had been eliminated. Funu and her rival glanced at the scoreboard. 26 people were left. The real excitement was just beginning. Suddenly, our warrior was ambushed. An opponent lunged with his sword, but Shunan was faster. He dodged the blow with lightning speed,
causing his attacker to stumble forward. Shunan seized the opportunity, grabbing his foe and leaving him no chance to escape.
With a final, "Bye-bye, warrior," the opposing combatant was thrown out of bounds. Wang Huho of Benhai Academy has been eliminated. Only 19 people remain. Feng Yu had also just defeated her opponent. The scoreboard now showed 18 warriors left. The girl with the fan sent another opponent flying with a knockout punch. 17 people in the arena. Dugu, sword in hand, closed in on his next target, who realized the 2 losers from Benhai Academy were a total disgrace. A new warrior appeared with a clear plan to incapacitate Shunan. He had no idea he was facing the hidden dragon of Qingling Academy. The warrior charged, thrusting his hand forward and shouting, "Behold my palm, Shunan!" Recognized that the technique was powerful. He would have to reveal his true abilities. At the very last second, when his opponent's
Hand was inches from his face and he was about to unleash his secret power, a command thundered across the arena. "Everyone stop." The elder announced that 16 warriors remained. The first phase was complete.
The opponent, his hand still glowing with heated energy, snarled that Shunan was lucky this time. He warned that the young man had better pray they don't meet in the next round, or he wouldn't survive. Shunan simply asked if his
Opponent treated everyone he faced in such a manner. The man shot back, telling Shunan not to beg for
mercy next time because it wouldn't do him any good. Dugu called out to Shunan, telling him to stop the pointless conversation. Our hero was, later, seen in his room, resting after the grueling competition. Maddie said that she had specifically improved his fighting. She noted his impressive bone structure was a gift, but the young man had no idea how to properly use it. He confessed he'd only ever practiced the sword and could only channel power through a weapon. Maddie explained there were 3 techniques in this martial art. Destructive Thunder, the mid-tier of the ground level, Meteor, the
highest ground level skill, and Tiangong, a devastating secondary skill of the sky level. Shunan repeated their
names in absolute awe, but Maddie clarified that even a sky level skill is only the beginning, merely using Reiki and Qi. The real
power comes from combining the forces of heaven and earth. That is the source of a saint's terrifying might. He admitted that level was far
beyond his reach. He needed strength now. He begged his lady to teach him these powerful arts. The girl agreed, but warned him to listen and
burn every word into his soul. First, he must gather the Qi energy in his body, then alter the very flow of the air around him, which puts an incredible
strain on his physical form. If his body fails to contain the power, He will detonate from within. Tiangong requires the power of heaven and earth. Perseverance and deep understanding are the only keys to survival. With that warning, Meidi declared that his first training session would now begin. The second day of the grand competition had arrived. Today, the semi-finals would commence. The elder stepped forward announcing the rules for the final duels. There would be 8 pairs, and each competitor would face their fated opponent. The sheriff was tasked with drawing the lots. The sheriff nodded and began the ceremony, pulling forth the wooden sticks bearing the names of the remaining challengers. The first match was announced Luan from the Qing Fun Academy versus Ji Yun from the Tiaheng Academy. As the sheriff called their names, the elder invited the contestants into the fighting arena. The spectators roared, giving a thunderous welcome to the combatants. The young men entered the ring and faced each other with tense greetings. One of the warriors spoke with traditional arrogance, declaring he was willing to accept his opponent's surrender, or he would be forced to beat it out of him. But his opponent refused to yield. He didn't come this far just to give up. The onlookers began to shout, calling the warrior rude and conceited. The athlete declared he wouldn't surrender so easily and unsheathed his sword. He wanted to witness the true strength of Brother Ji. Brother Ji smirked. Fine by me, let's dance around the arena and see who is truly the strongest among us. Instantly, he lunged, striking his opponent in the stomach without even using his blade. The blow was incredibly powerful. The young man was sent flying backward. He lay crumpled on the ground, foam spilling from his mouth. The fight was over. The crowd erupted, chanting the name of the victor, who waved his hands in acknowledgement. Woody Chen and his sister watched from the podium. The girl was clearly disgusted by the display. She whispered that Ji Yun always injures others so severely. He was not a righteous person. Her brother insisted that she couldn't speak of him like that. She retorted that Ji Yun possesses great power, but his character is absolutely terrible. Woody Chen simply smiled. The young man I want you to meet is not only stronger than Ji Yun, he also has a truly noble character. At that exact moment, a different kind of violence broke out in the stands. A fight was recorded as the sister landed a sharp right hook, and her brother took a punch right on the jaw. The elder then announced the second pair Zhu versus Xianxiu, but Xianxiu simplified things and chose to forfeit immediately. He was more than satisfied just to have reached the semifinals. John thought it was a wise decision, but felt a pang of regret for not getting to face Shunan. Shunan himself waited calmly, ready for his name to be called into the arena. The elder announced the third match, Xiaoyang versus Dugu Jingcheng. Xiaoyang roared that he was here to settle a score and find out why his opponent had bested him. In the last stage, to do that, they would clash right here, right now. The warrior motioned for Dugu to attack first. But Dugu was in no hurry. He waited for his opponent to charge him instead. And then he unleashed a powerful wave of pure energy. A blinding light flashed between the two fighters. It was overwhelming. His opponent had no time to defend himself. His face twisted in horror as he realized the utter hopelessness of his situation. Xiaoyang was blasted into the air, his sword flying from his hands before he landed hard on the ground. Dugu Jingcheng seemed amused by the landing. He asked his opponent if he was all right, feigning surprise at his own power. Xiaoyang sat stunned in the arena, blood flowing from his mouth. He was out of the fight. Woody Chen couldn't help but let out a huge laugh. It was just too hilarious. The spectators in the stands were enraged that the fight ended so quickly. They screamed that it was a disgrace and that he shouldn't have even bothered to compete at all. The elder declared Dugu Jingcheng the winner of this duel. Woody Chen's sister remarked that Dugu was incredibly strong. Her brother scoffed, telling her that while Dugu was good, he was only ranked third in their academy. His sister gasped, asking who could possibly be second and first. Woody Chen puffed out his chest and said, "The second is me, and the first is my future brother-in-law Shunan." What followed was a clever play on words from the local dialect, and another act of violence against her older brother. Finally, the elder announced that Feng Yu had won his match. In another bout, a warrior's arm was crippled, forcing them to forfeit. The next match was underway. It was won by Wang Dong, a prodigy from Tian'an Academy. Then the mysterious Lin Rolan defeated her opponent with a single elegant kick to the chest. Shunan watched intently, wondering how her spiritual energy could carry such a vile, blood-soaked aura. He knew he had to uncover her cultivation secrets. The seventh pairing was announced. Chen Han versus Lin Shifan. Shunan wished his comrade good luck. The young man noted that only he and Shunan were left. His opponent, however, eyed him with pure arrogance. Shunan saw the disdain in his gaze and decided there would be no mercy for him. The two rivals met in the arena. At first glance, the gap in their power seemed immense. Chen Han boasted that while Lin Shifan won last time, today was the day for his rematch. Lin Shifan simply told his opponent not to be so overconfident. Chen Han roared that his strength was beyond imagination, then vowed that he would shatter his opponent's bones. He charged forward, brandishing his weapon. Chen Han was a threatening sight as he leaped high, wanting to deliver a devastating strike. But Lin Shifan merely glanced up, his gaze utterly calm. The warriors' swords met. In a fierce clash of steel, sparks erupted in every direction. Lin Shifan looked dignified, with no intention of yielding an inch to his foe. The fight was a brutal whirlwind of motion, and it was impossible to tell who held the upper hand. The big man tried to unleash his secret technique, but Lin Shifan deftly dodged and seized his opponent's arm. The warrior's eyes blazed with fury, a gaze that could melt steel. Our hero then slammed his head straight into the brute's nose. He let out a wretched scream as blood gushed from his face. After that, Chen Han collapsed, hard onto the ground. Shunan cheered with pride. The two friends clapped each other on the shoulder. Shunan knew his friend would never let him down. He said he was looking forward to Shunan's performance, declaring it would be a perfect ending to the day. The elder's voice then boomed, "The final match for today, Shunan versus Chinan." Shunan was ready. His gaze was filled with calm and absolute confidence. Wu Qichen's green-eyed sister watched the young man with intense interest. Her brother noticed her staring and teased, "Like what you see. Are you already planning to marry him?" Suddenly the girl recognized him. This was the same pervert who spied on her while she was bathing in the wilderness. And this was the man her brother had recommended. Her face lit up with a wicked smile. "He's very handsome," she purred, a devious plan already brewing in her mind. The crowd, however, thought Shunan would easily defeat such a weak-looking opponent. No one had ever heard anything good about this Shunan. One of them grumbled, wishing he could teach the boy a lesson himself. Yesterday he had
Gotten 2 of his teammates eliminated. They were all counting on Shunan to make him pay the price for all of them.
The gossip continued as one spectator revealed, "They're half-brothers, you know. Chinan is the first son, and Shunan is merely the maid son." "Chinan definitely won't be merciful today," his friend laughed in response. Shunan sneered at his brother. "I never expected to see you in this competition." Shunan replied, "Not everything goes the way you imagine it to be." He added, "By the way, Chin Hung died by my hand." The words struck Chinan like lightning, a complete shock to the young man. Shunan continued, "Brother Hung claimed that he killed my mother, so I slaughtered him in a fit of rage. As it turns out, my mother is alive. She was just taken by other people." Shunan added, "So there's no need to grieve for that worthless brother of ours." Chinan finally snapped, letting out a deafening roar of pure fury. But it was a pathetic sight. He'd completely lost his composure before the fight even began. Shunan had
Purposely provoked him to throw him off balance. Screaming curses, Chinan pounced on his opponent, determined to avenge his
brother. Shunan retaliated by revealing his secret weapon, a bone. Bone versus sword. Who could have imagined it? The sword was sent flying from the warrior's hands. It was all so sudden. After soaring through the air, the sword stabbed straight into the arena floor. Chinan stared at his blade in shock. He was now unarmed, and his opponent held nothing but a bone. His hands trembled with rage. Shunan apologized mockingly. "It seems you're no match for me, but you can try again."
"Go on, take your weapon." Chinan became even angrier, realizing his brother was just toying with him. The fighter stormed over to his sword and gripped it tightly. Shunan ironically remarked, "What a shame. I was just about to test out a new technique." The young man was clearly mocking his opponent. Shunan declared, "Now I will show you the power of Qingling's greatest student." The entire crowd was stunned to see the bone in his hands transform into a sword. What kind of bizarre weapon was this? The onlookers wondered about his words. Isn't Dugu Jinghong the #1 student at Qingling Academy? But as Shunanan began to radiate a powerful energy, everyone realized he was not to be trifled with. The sheriff watched with the crowd held its breath. 2 masters of the blade were about to clash. Shunan had hidden his true power. Until now. Qin Hang found himself completely overwhelmed. This overwhelming sword aura. How? He couldn't believe this was happening. How could his own brother be this strong? "Aren't you just a worthless pacifier?" he seethed. "Why hide your true strength?" Shunan revealed that Qin Hang, seeing his talent, fed him poison. For 6 long years, a wave of fury swept through the crowd. "That's monstrous. You're not even human," someone yelled. But Shunan wasn't finished. He declared how Qin Hang destroyed his cultivation and shattered his very legs, then ordered him thrown onto a pile of corpses. Shunan's eyes blazed with vengeance. "Now, it's my turn. Let's see the power of the so-called Qin family genius. The one I foolishly admired as a child." Qin Hang roared, refusing to accept defeat. "I will never lose to the likes of you." He unleashed the mid-level ground sword formula Genuine Strike. But Shunan was ready, countering with the drifting wind.
of 13 swords. His wind trace technique was flawless. Our hero stood tall, his confidence radiating. He would hide his true power no more.
A gasp went through the onlookers. How did he shatter an earth-level sword skill so easily? Shunan yelled, "Watch my blade closely."
He combined the wind of 13 swords with the fearsome thunder of the sky. The impact was devastating. Chin Hang coughed up blood sent flying like a broken doll. He crashed hard against the arena wall, then slid lifelessly to the ground below. He sat there defeated and broken. Blood streamed from the corner of his lips. In that moment, Chin Hang finally understood. He had gravely underestimated his brother. It was a lesson learned too late. One must never be arrogant. The crowd was silent, contemplating this new reality.
How would they treat Shunan from now on? Meanwhile, the deans gathered to discuss the semifinals. Dean Feng congratulated Dean Lan.
"You have an exceptional student." She smiled confidently. "I always believed in him. This time we are aiming for number 1. Such ambition," her rival scoffed. "Tianjin Academy is not to be taken lightly." But Dean Lan's smile never faltered. "I respect Tianheng Academy, of course. I simply have immense faith in my students." She then added cheekily, "I'm sure Dean Yang feels the same about his." Later, as the contestants returned to their quarters, a group of familiar faces blocked Shunan's path. Shunan recognized them immediately, but as he drew nearer, he saw someone else. A girl he never thought he'd see again. The green-eyed blonde called out his name. Standing beside her was her brother Chen Wudi. Shunan's friends nudged him, looking at the girl. "Hey, that beautiful girl is looking for you." Wudi stepped forward and made the introduction. "Shunan, this is my sister. Chen Yao, we came to see you." Shunan's companions immediately tried to impress her, introducing themselves one by one. "We just finished our matches," they boasted. But Chen Yao gave them the cold shoulder. Awkwardly, they said their goodbyes and left. Chen Yao's icy glare was fixed on our hero. Her look was sharp enough to kill. Shunan was utterly bewildered. He had no idea what to say. Wudi smiled. "You were amazing today. My sister was eager to meet you." But the girl's expression remained frozen solid. A sword dangled menacingly in her hand. Before Wudi could say another word, she lunged. Her blade slashed through the air, aimed right for Shunan. He barely managed to leap out of the way. Wudi, completely shocked, tried to intervene. "Yao Air, calm down. What are you doing? You can't just attack people."
Shunan quickly shouted, "Wudi, we're friends," but his sister's rampage was just beginning.
Wudi had seen enough. "Stop this right now." He jumped between them like a referee, desperately trying to push them apart.
Still completely lost, he asked his sister, "Why did you draw your sword? We just came here to say hello."
His sister's voice was deadly calm. "Get out of my way, brother, or you'll be the first to fall." Wudi turned to Shunan, exasperated. "Did you two meet before? Why is she acting like this?"
Shunan hesitated, unsure of what to say. His friend probably couldn't handle the full truth.
So he simplified. "We met once in the monster forest. We had a little fight, and I won thanks to my eagle. She's just angry about losing." Wudi was genuinely confused. "She lost to a pet." He tried to placate his sister. "The tournament is in a few days. You two can have a proper duel then. It will be a fair fight," he continued. "You have the Silver Moon dimension. And he has the Star dimension. So you see, you're just bullying him right now." Wudi decided it was time to leave. As he dragged his sister away, he called back. "Hey, Shunan, come visit me at the sheriff's mansion. The sheriff is my father." Shunan was stunned by this revelation. Not only were they siblings, they were the children of the sheriff. That's a lot to take in for one day.
Back in his room, Shunan began to meditate. A breakthrough in spirit cultivation. The body star dimension.
He aimed for the 9 stars realm. A brilliant aura enveloped him. But suddenly a soft knock came from his door. Irritated, he called out, "Who is it?" The door creaked open, and a girl in a veil stood in the doorway. Without any preamble, she stated her purpose. She hadn't expected to find the young man in such peak condition, and her composure slipped for a moment. Shunan recognized her immediately. It was senior sister Lin from the Tiantianzong Academy. He questioned what could possibly bring her here. She claimed there was nothing unusual. It was the same as always. She insisted wanting only to enjoy the moon and discuss life with him. But every muscle in Shunan's body tensed up. He was not that kind of man. He addressed her formally as Senior Marshal Sister Lin, but she waved it off, saying it was far too late for such titles. This meeting could destroy his reputation. He suggested they talk tomorrow under the light of the sun. But she told him not to be so heartless. This long night was dreadfully boring. She purred her hand, reaching for Henjim with a seductive grace. The conniving woman placed her palm right on his chest, confessing that the sight of his bare torso made her heart pound wildly. She wanted to stay right here, with him. She whispered how handsome he was and offered to spend the night together. But Shunan was enraged by her shameless behavior. He was not a man to be tempted so easily. The young man drew his fist back, channeling his inner energy, and unleashed it in an instant. The blow slammed directly into the young lady's stomach. With a second brutal strike, he shattered her nose, her veil offering no protection. The seductress was launched out of the room, soaring through the window. It was truly an unforgettable night for her, flying through the sky like a lone, pathetic star. Not for a long while, my lady said with a smirk. What a shame. The young man boasted he was completely ready, untouched by her influence. If his mind had wavered even for a moment, she would have succeeded. The naive boy then asked his master what the girl truly wanted from him. Her answer was bone-chilling. She desired your body. My body, Shunan stammered in disbelief. His mentor revealed the horrifying plan. She was going to absorb him, all the chi energy and spiritual power his body contained. She then added that the girl named Lin Ruan was just an empty vessel. The real soul had already been devoured. My lady theorized that a twisted old witch now inhabited that body. A cold fear gripped Shunan's heart for the girl. After all, her very being had been stolen. Her body was seized by a monster. He shuddered, thinking how close that vile creature came to setting its sights on him. But his mentor told him not to worry. Your punch was enough to expose her, she said. That physical body is the absolute limit of her power. She continued explaining that such evil cultivation relies on wicked arts, creating an aura of enchantment with powerful aphrodisiacs. But in a true close-quarters battle, such parlor tricks are useless. Shunan understood now. If he ever encountered that maiden again, he had to maintain his distance at all costs. The next day arrived. An elder strode into the arena, his voice booming as he announced the list. The participants for the day were revealed. First, we have Gu Yuan versus Lin Shifeng, and the second match will be Yan Yu versus Du Wuxin. The third match was set Xiaoyang versus Shunan, and for the fourth pairing, Lin Ruan against Vong. Xiaoyang's eyes blazed. Finally, a chance to face Shunan. He vowed to let his rival taste the full might of his fire. The disciples buzzed with speculation. To advance past the semifinals was everything. Then the elder's voice boomed. The first pair entered the arena. With a respectful bow, the warriors faced each other. This day would be a trial by fire.
Each calculated their odds of victory, for only the absolute best remained. I hope to learn from you, Lin Xiang declared.
With those words, he unleashed his sword in a blinding flash. A fierce battle cry echoed as he charged forward. The two were perfectly matched, but Du Gu's blade possessed a greater reach. Their duel erupted in a shower of sparks. The sharp ring of steel on steel filled the arena. Both fighters unleashed their masterful techniques, making it impossible to predict a winner. Their power was perfectly balanced. The sword fight turned into a brutal, close-quarters brawl. Then Lin Xiang landed a vicious kick. It struck his opponent's head. Staggering, the man lost his balance and his weapon. Leaping forward, Lin Xiang delivered another devastating blow. Blood erupted from his foe's mouth. Shunan watched in horror as his comrade crumpled to the ground. Dugu's brother noted the damage. The man had several broken ribs and a shattered lower back. You did that on purpose, Shunan roared in absolute fury. Such ruthless force was completely unnecessary, but Du Gu merely smirked, proud of his overwhelming victory. He met Shunan's outrage with a cold, mocking smile. The elder then announced the second pair, Dugu Jingchong and Fan Yu. The crowd erupted, placing their bets. Fan Yu was a known prodigy born with a legendary sword spirit, allowing her to gain double the results with half the effort. She confessed she had awaited a fight with Dugu Jingchong for a long time. Now her wish was about to be granted. The pleasure is all mine, Dugu Jingchong replied coolly. They stood in the arena, a tense silence hanging between them. Dugu Jingchong made the first move. He burst forward like a lightning bolt, but Fan Yu was ready, prepared to meet him at full power. Their swords met with a deafening clang. They broke apart, gauging each other's immense strength. Then they lunged again. The blades glinted a blur of deadly sunlight. The sheer force behind every strike from both fighters was unbelievable. There was no way to tell who would emerge the victor. Both were panting, yet neither warrior would yield an inch. Fan Yu spoke. I admit you are a true genius of the sword, she said. Therefore, I will now unleash my ultimate techniques.
For the very first time, she suggested a way for them to fight back. The young man didn't hesitate, vowing to support her completely. With his promise, Funu finally unleashed it all, of her sword as it soared through the air. Everyone was, of course, stunned to witness such a spectacle in the arena. Shunan knew instantly. That flying sword. It was the work of a sage-level master who had awakened their spiritual core. With a flicker of consciousness, the dean declared that, with a talent like Chung, their academy's ranking was destined to change. Dugu Jingchong braced himself as he prepared to counter the flying sword. Shunan instantly recognized the technique. It was the same one Dugu had used against him. A powerful cry echoed from the girl as she launched her blade. The attack was devastating. From the sidelines, Shunan could only see clouds of dust erupting at the center of the clash. When the smoke finally settled, Dugu Jingchong stood unharmed, sword in hand. A massive trench scarred the entire arena floor. Fan Yu stared in shock and despair. She had given it her all. But her opponent was completely unfazed. Defeated, she declared that she was giving up. There was nothing more she could do.
Her dean shot up from his seat, shouting the classic line, "How is this possible?" But Fan Yu admitted that Dugu Jingchong was merely a whetstone for her own cultivation. She added that the young man had a real chance of taking first place in the entire competition. Dugu Jingchong simply stated that his loss to Shunan had hurt far more than this victory. The girl was stunned. "You lost to Shunan." The entire stadium erupted in disbelief. How could the mighty Dugu lose to him? What about their bets?
To calm the chaos, the elders called for a break to repair the ruined arena. An hour later, the stage was set once more. Flames erupted behind the elder as he called for Shunan to enter the ring. His opponent, already waiting, seethed with impatience.
The fiery warrior screamed at Shunan not to keep him waiting. Shunan calmly replied that his opponent's temper had worsened with his cultivation.
But his foe didn't listen, unleashing a torrent of insults and taunts, trying to break our hero's spirit. He then hurled a mass of negative energy straight at Shunan, hoping for a swift, humiliating victory.
The aggressor Xiaoyan continued his barrage, flinging wave after wave of energy at the motionless young man. But Shunan stood perfectly still, refusing to take the bait. The deans watched, bewildered. Why wasn't Shunan moving? This was incredibly dangerous. Dean Lin grew anxious. It was time for her student to act. Just as the energy was about to strike, Shunan calmly raised his hand.
"Stop," he commanded. Xiaoyan's jaw hit the floor. He had stopped it cold. This was impossible.
With just a gesture, Shunan held the massive fireball aimed at him, controlling it completely. The audience gasped in absolute shock. They had never witnessed such a thing in all their lives. Shunan announced that he forgot to mention something important. He wasn't just a cultivator, he was also a refiner. The crowd went into a frenzy. How could anyone possibly fight against that?
How could this even be possible? Dean Xiaoyang angrily turned to Dean Lin, demanding to know why she'd hidden this incredible ability. So Shunan practiced weapon refinement as well. Dean Lin could only say she had no idea.
She thought to herself that Shunan had trained his body and spirit, and now this. He was a refiner too.
She had truly discovered an unimaginable treasure. Zhao Yun screamed in denial, refusing to believe what was happening. It couldn't be real.
He decided to attack again, thinking the first time must have been a fluke. He bellowed that this time Shunan would definitely be finished, but Shunan was ready to repeat his incredible feat. Now, 2 fireballs hovered in his hands. He tossed them into the air, and with 2 simple words, "I return this," he sent them hurtling back at his opponent. The fireball screamed through the air in the opposite direction. Xiao Yan could only watch in terror as his own attack came back to destroy him. He collapsed, unable to get up. No one had ever humiliated him like this. Shunan coolly suggested his opponent surrender. "You're no match for me," he said. "From here on, this will be a one-sided game." Xiaoyan just kept muttering that it was impossible. Suddenly, he roared that he would not give up. He wasn't the type to surrender. The crowd leaned in, captivated. It seemed the challenger had found his second wind. But Shunan was unimpressed. "Even if you have a breakthrough," he said coldly, "trash will always be trash." Ablaze with fury, Xiaoyan screamed, "Let's see how long that arrogance of yours will last."
The spectators buzzed with excitement. They'd seen this happen before, students making sudden breakthroughs in the heat of battle. They realized Shunan was so confident that he had allowed his opponent to power up right in front of him.
A disciple with this level of talent gains immense power after a breakthrough. A massive fireball spun violently above the arena. Shunan simply watched from the side. At its center was Xiaoyan, who sneered that now Shunan would face the consequences. But Shunan just wondered what consequences he could possibly mean. Xiaoyan boasted that this was the true power of his divine flame magic skill. With every use, the quality of his flames would rapidly increase. He declared that no one could stop his sinister flame now. The warrior then sent a searing blue flame, hurtling toward Shunan. But Shunan, sword in hand, was prepared to handle this problem as well. One of the judges watching the fight gasped, "Is that the wind blade?" The young man roared as his sword met the attack. The blade was meant to destroy the Silver Moon Jin flame. Fen Yu watched in awe. How could her peers possess so many sword skills that dwarfed her own? Dugu Jingen came to a single stark conclusion. Shunan had gotten even stronger, strong enough to repel the attack. With a smirk, the attacker declared, "Now it's my turn," and prepared to unleash his fury. The elder sensed a terrible disaster was imminent, but Xiao Yan stood perfectly still, raising his hands in what looked like surrender. He watched his foe's shadow blur for an instant, carving a deep trench into the arena floor. Smoke and dust erupted, blinding everyone. When the haze settled, they saw the elder dragging an unconscious Xiao Yan. He declared that the boy could never have survived that strike. To prevent a casualty, he intervened, announcing Guyun's victory. The next day, our hero was training using a massive bone for reps. He had already hit 3,000. He was feeling incredible. Young Shunan noted that mastering this technique was truly a challenge. He dreamed of the day he would command the meteor and Chenggang techniques, the most powerful martial arts he had ever known. The future he vowed to master 2 more. Just then, his brother rushed in, shouting, "Stop practicing! "Don't you hear the chaos outside?" he exclaimed. "You're now Guiyun's #1 rival. The entire city is buzzing about you." Even Lin Ron's victory didn't cause this much of a stir. When she won, there was silence, no applause. Nothing compared to the roar after Shunan's match. He told Shunan to get cleaned up and get ready. Today, he faces Lin Ruan. He absolutely must defeat her. But then the most dreadful news arrived, shocking them both. It turns out Lin Ron had vanished, and Xiao Yan was found dead in his room. Chen Wudi called it a terrible loss for such a promising young fighter. Shunan knew instantly. That old witch must have been behind this. It seems they would have to tread far more carefully now. The elders announced that Lin Ruan's disappearance was a forfeiture, making Shunan the victor by default. Next, the elder called Guiyun and Dugu Jingchong to the stage. Both swordsmen entered the arena, radiating absolute confidence in their victory. Each believed himself to be the strongest. Guiyun's physical conditioning was superb, possessing overwhelming offensive and defensive power. Dugu Jingchong, however, was a master of swordplay and aggressive strikes, but at great cost. His high energy consumption revealed a glaring weakness in his defense. In the end, Guiyun's power was simply too much, and he defeated Dugu Jingchong.
Shunan decided to cultivate both his spirit and bodybuilding, an unbreakable foundation. That way, when he made
his breakthrough, he could crush opponents of an even higher rank. The elder announced Guiyun would have 2 hours to recover before the final match. The crowd roared with excitement. At last, the fight of the year was about to begin. The young man began to meditate, activating his divine spiritual whirlpool. Guiyun was on the verge of a breakthrough. The arena erupted. He's really going for it. He's that determined to win. He was already a monster, but now he was about to ascend to the Silver Moon dimension. He would be unbeatable. The spectators gossiped that Shunan might have beaten Xiaoyan, but there was no way he could defeat a newly ascended Guiyun. Chen Wudi scoffed. Forcing a breakthrough at a time like this
is a disgrace. Even if he wins, it will be a victory without honor. His sister countered that if Shunan had
the choice, he could also attempt a breakthrough. Chen Wudi shook his head. Shunan has only been training for a few months.
A breakthrough would be nearly impossible. Yet he believed Shunan could still win. All the while, the green-eyed girl never took her eyes
off Shunan. The young man warned, "You should probably attempt a breakthrough too, otherwise this could get ugly." Shunan didn't know how to respond. He thought, "My spiritual cultivation is at the peak of 9 stars. But my physical body has only just reached that level. Forcing a breakthrough now would be reckless." But the situation wasn't completely hopeless. Shunan believed he could do it even without ascending. His brother Dugu warned him to be cautious. Guiyun's chi cultivation is immense. His sword style is a fortress of attack and defense. He won his last fight without even breaking a sweat. Shunan simply nodded. "I'll do my best to be careful." Guiyun stood proudly in the arena, summoning the opponent, who always seemed to be late. The crowd in the stands went wild, chanting Guiyun's name. He was their champion, their hero. Shunan realized his opponent was seen as a local legend worshipped by everyone here. With a confident smirk, Shunan suggested they start with a little warm-up. First, his opponent was utterly confused by the suggestion. Guiyun sneered, "Are you insane? What kind of warm-up are you talking about? We're here to settle things, not to play games." Shunan just smiled. "Oh, I think if you tried my warm-up, you might actually like it." His rival scoffed. "Fine, I'll humor you. Consider it a free lesson." Guiyun decided to waste no more time and launched a warm-up strike. Shunan immediately took a battle stance, declaring, "I'm ready when you are." His opponent unleashed his furious fist, lunging at Shunan with a furious roar. Their fists collided in a warm-up that was anything but childish. The impact was immense. Shunan was sent flying back, but he managed to land on his feet. Barely managing to stay on his feet, Guan braced himself, hoping his opponent would finally collapse. But the warrior was utterly shocked as Shunan steadied his stance, something he never anticipated. The onlookers were also stunned by the young man's sheer resilience. Even the sheriff gasped in surprise. "Is this all you've got?" Shunan taunted, his composure unwavering. "This is just my warm-up." He revealed his spiritual and physical cultivation had already reached the 9-star dimension level. Gwen reeled. Dual cultivation of spirit and body. And he was an item refiner and a master swordsman too. Why did no one tell me this before? He seethed, demanding to know his opponent's age. Shunan revealed he'd be 17 in just 3 months.
So close to adulthood, frustration boiled inside Guan. How could someone become such a monster at such a young age?
He hadn't achieved this level of power in his time. The green-eyed woman realized her own development was lagging far behind. "That young man possesses an astonishing talent," the sheriff noted with awe. "I've only used 70% of my power," Guan roared in fury. "The warm-up is over. Let's see you handle this." He channeled all his might into a single fist, a devastating blow aimed straight for his target. Shunan seemed ready, throwing up a block to defend himself. But the impact was 1.5 times stronger than before, sending Shunan flying backward like a cannonball.
I'll show you what true speed is, Guan bellowed as his opponent soared through the air.
Yet Shunan landed perfectly on his feet, his stance firm. He refused to fall. Guan instantly closed the distance, continuing his assault. He threw a powerful punch, but Shunan expertly dodged it. Guan unleashed a furious barrage, giving him no room to breathe. Their skills were so evenly matched, it was impossible to tell who held the advantage in this high-speed clash. Guan leaped into the air, preparing to unleash his signature hand-to-hand combat techniques. But Shunan just smirked. He had already seen through his opponent's plan. Without waiting for the attack, our hero launched his own counter, soaring upwards to meet him.
Guan threw a right jab, but Shunan blocked it, perfectly deflecting the blow. Shunan's assault was relentless, his strikes flowing one after another. Suddenly, he landed a solid hit, shattering his opponent's balance. The blow was so immense it sent the young man tumbling through the air. Yet he managed to recover mid-flight. He launched a series of retaliatory strikes, and one of them found its mark, the target. Guan's jaw.
The impact was devastating, sending Guan crashing hard into the ground. Shunan landed gracefully. Even after your breakthrough, you have no real advantage, he stated calmly. You might have more strength, but you're definitely not faster. Guan staggered to his feet. You're strong, even stronger than a Silver Moon warrior. The gap between us isn't just spiritual strength or chi. I'm on an entirely different level, he declared.
Shunan scoffed. Enough bragging! Show me your full power! With a deafening roar, Guan finally unleashed it.
His energy beast materialized above him, a terrifying phantom that struck fear into the hearts of everyone present. It's an energy armor, someone shouted. His chi is so powerful, he can manifest the legendary chi armor. The spectators knew this was a skill only a 4- or 5-star warrior could possibly possess.
Guan charged forward, his energy armor blazing. But Shunan was unfazed.
He would not be intimidated. The young man began to radiate his own powerful energy, directing the flows toward his enemy. Guan moved with absolute confidence, certain that victory was now his. That's when Shunan activated the Thunderlord's fist. The two fighters clashed again, their powerful blows shaking the arena. Their fists met in a spectacular explosion of force. But this time, Shunan was faster, landing a crushing punch to his opponent's gut. The air rushed from Guan's lungs. He was sent flying with tremendous force, his body soaring over the edge of the platform. Guan lay sprawled on the ground outside the arena, his mind reeling. How was this possible? He lay motionless. The entire audience fell into a stunned silence, waiting to see if he would rise again. Wudi Chen turned to his sister. Even after his breakthrough, Guan was no match for Shunan. She now looked at the young man in a new light. A strange feeling began to blossom in her heart. Meanwhile, Guan forced himself up, refusing to accept defeat. He activated his last resort, the sword option. A magnificent blade materialized as he prepared for his final attack. The sword that opens mountains, he roared. Shunan's eyes lit up. Now this is a warrior who fights with all his might. In his own hands, his legendary battlebone appeared. He swung the massive weapon, ready to meet the final decisive strike. With every ounce of his strength, the blow screamed toward its target. A sickening crack echoed as steel met bone. His opponent roared, hoping the sound alone would terrify him. He prayed Shunan would crumble under the brutal onslaught. But at the exact point of impact, a terrifying wave of energy erupted. The two warriors were blasted away from each other. Goon was sent flying with incredible speed. He crashed into the ground with the force of a meteor, carving a deep crater where he landed. The young man lay perfectly still, unmoving. His fate was completely unknown. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. No one could have possibly predicted such a turn of events. Dean Len was utterly speechless. She never imagined her student was capable of such power. The Chen siblings cried out in pure astonishment. Shunan's companions were equally stunned. Even the sheriff himself rose to his feet, applauding wildly. He proclaimed it was a truly magnificent battle. He never expected to witness such breathtaking talent among the youth of Dongyang country. The spectators in the stands erupted, chanting our hero's name. It was a total victory. His friends screamed that Shunan was #1 in the world of combat. Even Dugu Jingchung had to recognize it. Shunan deserved to be called the greatest warrior in this entire tournament. The sheriff decided to personally congratulate the champion. The victor looked up to see the sheriff standing over him. Shunan remarked on the sheriff's blinding speed. He bowed his head respectfully. The sheriff admitted the young man had truly surprised him. His performance today had shattered all expectations. The sheriff then personally announced him as the ultimate winner of the academy competition. As Shunan and the sheriff stood in the arena, the crowd's chants for the young champion thundered all around them. The sheriff declared that beyond all other rewards, he would break the rules. Shunan could join the military palace immediately. He held out the military palace token to the young man. Shunan stared at the item, his eyes wide with disbelief. Everyone around them began to whisper. The ancient rule allowing only the Silver Moon dimension to enter the martial palace had just been broken. The young man thanked the sheriff for such an immense honor. The sheriff replied he would send someone to his residence. to deliver a heaven-level martial skill and a magic golden crystal steel. As for the 3-day practice, the young warrior could come to the palace whenever he wished. The elder then formally announced Qinling Academy as the competition's victors. Dean Len graciously accepted congratulations from her peers. Shunan, looking at his prizes, rejoiced like a child. A heaven level, martial prowess, and a magical golden crystal steel. These were priceless treasures, Shunan thought for a moment, then decided to ask, "My lady, for a single favor." The very next day, the students of Qinling Academy told their dean they wanted to stay. They had made their decision. They would proceed to the military palace to report for duty. But first, the dean wanted to speak with Shunan alone and pulled him aside. The two of them strolled towards the quiet woods. The dean gently reminded him of her warning, that he must not go to the capital. He said he remembered everything. His life would be in grave danger there. The dean admitted the fault was hers and begged him not to blame her for it. Shunan replied that he had already guessed as much. But why would he ever blame her? She promised to return to him in 2 years. By then, they would both be stronger. And if he still had the desire, she would go with him to the capital. Shunan was crushed. He had to wait for another 2 years. The young man confirmed their pact in 2 years. They would enter the capital's gates together. A new journey was about to unfold. Before leaving, Shunan left his dean a gift asking her to open it on her way home. The girl was taken aback by what lay inside the box. It was an elegant woman's sword, forged from the magical golden crystal steel itself. The dean realized how incredibly thoughtful he had been. He had been so careful in choosing a gift just for her. Later, the 3 young men approached the grand military palace, talking excitedly among themselves. They never imagined they would actually join this legendary place. The feeling was exhilarating. Shunan reflected that he had been banished from the Qin family, yet now stood at the gates of the military palace. His failures and hardships went far beyond the imagination of any ordinary person. The young men in the palace walked up to the receptionist on duty. The girl asked for their names and identities. The first young man identified himself as Lin Shifeng from Qinling Academy. She handed him a supply bag, a token, and room keys. "The rules are in the bag," she said. Next. The next warrior was a Dugu Jingcheng from Qinling Academy. He also received the same set of items. Then it was Shunan's turn. Shunan from Qinling Academy. Hearing his name, the receptionist was shocked. She asked if he was the infamous Shunan known for his amazing lewdness. Shunan was also surprised. What was this about lewdness? He wasn't like that at all. The young man instantly assumed the administrator knew about the Chen Yao situation. Does that woman have any care for his reputation? The administrator sighed that she's seen many people chase Chen Yao and knows all of their pathetic tricks.
But this was the first time she had ever heard of someone using theft to get a girl's attention.
The receptionist sneered that if a young man wanted to seduce Chen Yao with his so-called great figure, he should go show that figure to her.
For a moment, Shunan felt exposed with nowhere to hide. He was nothing like this expert. The girl explained, "That's Chen Yao, the #1 beauty of the military palace. Her talent and character are second to none, which makes her incredibly popular."
She leaned in closer. Countless students are trying to win her over. And now, scandalous rumors about you have spread everywhere. Because of that, so many people want to challenge you. You have to be careful. Shunan could hardly believe this was all happening to him. Just then, a voice called his name. The young man turned to see a hostile group of students approaching. They were looking for trouble, and Shunan was their target. The leader sneered, "So it's you. What do you want?" One of them scoffed, "We just wanted to see what kind of man you are." Another added, "You'd better learn from the palace elders. And try not to wet yourself on the battlefield and bring shame to our military palace." Shunan feigned terror. "Oh my, has that happened before, a new cadet soiling himself in fear?" Sensei. His opponent froze at a loss for words. He lunged at Shunan, his face a mask of fury. "The military palace has no room for cowards," Shunan calmly replied. "And what makes you think that the 3 of us would be afraid on the battlefield? The commander himself oversaw our trials and rewarded our entry." He continued, "The commander doesn't make mistakes, unless one of you believes. The commander has poor judgment." The student realized he'd been completely outplayed. He roared in fury. "The commander is never wrong. His cultivation is immense, his insight perfect. He would never choose the wrong person." Shunan smirked. "I see you know how to flatter." The young man was done with this conversation. "Since everyone is watching, I'll be on my way." But the bully shouted, "You're not going anywhere." Shunan sighed. "What is it now?" The bully snarled. "Stay away from senior sister Chen Yao. Otherwise, your accomplishments won't save you from the trouble that's coming. And if we meet in a duel, I won't show any mercy." Shunan shrugged. "Anything is possible. But if I were to lose, it would only be because I'm not skilled enough in martial arts." He then declared, "I will do as I please. The only way you'll stop me is by breaking my legs, if you can." The bully saw this as a direct challenge. "You must be tired of living." He lunged forward, ready to settle things with his fists. But his friends grabbed him, holding him back as he thrashed and screamed for them to let him go. The receptionist intervened. All fighting is forbidden within the palace. Disperse immediately. The student spat. I'll let you go this time, rookie. But remember the name Lum Mason. We will meet again. The students from Chinglin Academy simply walked away, paying no mind to the empty threats of the upstart.
Left alone, the receptionist pondered. Smart people should see through Chen Yao's act, but lies are often more powerful.
She drifted into a daydream. Shunan must possess some hidden power, some extraordinary talent. But he's still so young, she thought with a sigh. What a shame. Meanwhile, Shunan remarked to his friends, the people here are a bit intense. He knew then his life in the palace was going to be anything but peaceful. Laughing, the three of them headed for their rooms.
20 days had passed. One of Shunan's friends was now lying in bed covered in bandages. What in the world happened to you? Shunan asked.
I almost died, the young man croaked. It was brutal out there. Now I understand why. The military mansion divides salary and rank into 9 stars. We're just 1 star, so we take on missions at that level. My mission was to eliminate some bandits, but I was ambushed by their leader, a mountain king. He landed 4 heavy blows on me before I finally took him down, right after he broke through to the 2-star level. In the Silver Moon dimension, Jing Chong chased the main thief who taunted him with his vast Jianghu experience. If it wasn't for the intel from the military mansion on his location, we would have been done for. Shunan nodded grimly. I've been honing my skills lately, but I've hit a wall. I suppose it's time for me to see some real combat. His friend warned him, be careful, that mountain fortress is no joke. My mistake was rushing in blindly. I should have scouted the area, taken out the sentries, and then challenged the king. Then it wouldn't have been so disastrous. I guess I'm still too green. Shunan looked determined.
I'll learn from your experience. I'll be extremely careful and avoid making the same mistakes. With that, Shunan made his decision.
He would waste no more time. He'd been told Shunan was already here. But the receptionist declared the young man late, and that was inexcusable. Shunan questioned her harsh tone.
After all, it was a small delay, but the administrator simply held out a set of envelopes.
Only the most challenging missions remained. These were all 1-star quests with the highest risk of death. Shunan opened his without a second thought. Inside was a map detailing his objective and the promised reward. But this was merely the first part of a series of tasks.
From the list of this brutal mission's sequels, Shunan chose a second objective. The administrator's eyes widened.
She warned him it was the most dangerous task available. Within Xingfun Citadel, a 2-star warrior awaited along with 3 1-star fighters. This very mission had been suspended months ago. The last participants who tried it had all perished. She urged Shunan to give up to change the assignment. The strength of a lone 1-star warrior would never be enough. If a task remains incomplete for 10 years, its level will automatically rise to 2 stars. But Shunan refused to back down. He simply said he had a good chance of completing it. Just then, a mocking voice cut through the hall. It was Lu Mushin. Senior Marshal Sister Xiao, he sneered. You don't have to discourage someone so eager to sacrifice themselves. He added that he'd hoped to face Shunan in combat after his mission, but now realized that would be impossible.
How hilarious, he mused, for a new recruit to attempt a suicide mission.
Shunan's reply was cold. The only weak one here is the one afraid to take the task. Enraged, Lu Mushan began spewing threats and other terrible things. The receptionist shot the upstart a reproachful look. He immediately fell silent, embarrassed and blushing furiously. Shunan then proposed a bet. If he survived, Lu Mushin would have to kneel and admit he was wrong to look down on everyone. The fool agreed, utterly certain Shunan would never return. 2 days later, in the heart of Yuzhou City, Shunan was calmly sipping tea in a local tavern. He listened as young men discussed a Miss Xiao who had been kidnapped by the Heavenly Thugs gang. It was unlikely she was still alive. The second man agreed. Every woman they victimized ended up dead. The Heavenly Thugs were growing more fearless by the day. Someone needed to subdue them. But the third man scoffed. Anyone who goes against them dies. Even the Yuang family's 2 gifted sons fell. Why does no one dare to avenge their deaths? The Yuang family wants revenge, but Shunan possesses an amazing talent. He has entered the military mansion, making it difficult for them to act. To kill a member of the military mansion is the same as open rebellion. So the Yuang family's hands are tied. They adopted a foster son, said to be even worse than the 2 who died. And that very son was somewhere in this tavern right now. One of them whispered that he'd heard this son was close to the gang's leader. He even gave his own woman to the fiend. It was clear there were no good people in the Yuang family. With them in power, this city would never know peace. Listening to all this, Shunan realized the task was far more complicated than it first seemed. The first step was to meet with the master of Yuzhou City. That night, a figure appeared on the roof of a building. It was the city master's mansion. Below, the guards were chatting carelessly. The masked stranger scoffed at their negligence. He moved like a shadow, making his way to the mansion's main door. Inside, a girl knelt before her father, pleading. She did not want to marry Yuang Li. Her father replied that he didn't want it either.
But he was helpless to save his daughter. She cried that Yuang Li was a truly evil man.
He gave his own ex-wife to the leader of the heavenly thugs. Her fate was still unknown. The old man wept, saying, there was nothing he could do. He still had 2 younger brothers to protect. Suddenly, a voice from the shadows spoke. You shouldn't have to sacrifice your daughter. I can help you. The master demanded to know who it was and how he got in. The stranger replied that his identity didn't matter. The important thing was that he came to help. The young man presented his military badge. The insignia was proof enough. He was an ally who had come here with good intentions. The man introduced himself as Yang Xuan and apologized for the intrusion. The stranger said he had to take down the gang of sky thugs. He had come to discuss the reward. Yang Xuan said that he was the one who announced that reward. He was shocked that the young man intended to accomplish this heroic task alone. The young man removed his mask, revealing his face. Master, he asked, do you experience a certain discomfort at night? The old man was stunned. He asked how the young man could possibly know of his ailment. It was Shunan, and he said that right now, he was the only one who could save his daughter. The old man told his daughter to return to her room.
Yang Xuan then questioned if the young man could truly save both him and his daughter. Shunan smiled mysteriously.
He said that getting rid of the cold viper venom in his body was quite real. If one did exactly as he said, not only would it neutralize the poison, but it would also help me break through to the Xuan stage, the old man pleaded. If the young master could truly purge this poison and save his daughter, he swore a solemn oath to become his most faithful follower for life. Then we waste no more time, Shunan declared. We begin the purification now. The old man was stunned.
We must both enter a meditative state. Focus your energy. He immediately complied. Shunan then invoked his mentor.
My lady, I need your guidance. Show me the next step. Maddie's voice echoed, this is the final time I will intervene. From this day on, you face your trials alone. She then revealed the intricate spell to the young man. Weaving his finger through the air before the old man's forehead, a mystical energy began to flow. While deep in meditation, the old man cried out. He felt a surge of vitality, exclaiming that the snake's venom was finally neutralized. He bowed deeply. I am now your devoted servant. Shunan nodded. Next, we focus on your martial techniques. You must reach the Xuan stage. The young man touched his finger to the old man's forehead once more. Contemplate the flaws in your techniques. Soon you will achieve your breakthrough. The old man was utterly shocked. How was this even possible? In a mere moment, this youth had found the hidden weaknesses in his arts and corrected them. He realized the young man had used true spirit to transfer knowledge directly into his mind. Only a legendary master
at the saint stage should possess such an ability. This boy's skills were enigmatic and terrifyingly profound.
I've broken through, the old man roared with newfound power. Yang Wu, thank you. I will follow you to the ends of the earth. You are a good man, Yang Wu, Shunan replied calmly. Do not let this sudden surge of strength give rise to wicked thoughts. Shunan warned, otherwise the seed of spiritual knowledge I have planted within you will become more than a path to martial enlightenment. It will become a blade that can claim your very life. Now then, Shunan's tone shifted. Tell me everything you know about the Yu Yang family and the Jianan gang. The old man replied, according to the intel from the Jianan gang, the information Jianfu gathered is flawless. The Yu Yang family is the true power behind the Jianan gang. Their family head Yu Yangtian is part of the 9 Star War sect. Within their clan, they have more than 10 powerful experts at the Xuan level, Yang Wu added gravely. Furthermore, the Yu Yang family has 2 old ancestors. Both are Xuan general level masters, is a 1-star, and the other a 2-star. With that kind of power, they can do whatever they please in Yizhu City. And beyond that, he whispered, a mysterious force is secretly controlling the Yu Yang family, providing them with powerful aid when needed. 2 Xuan generals and a mysterious backer, Shunan mused. No wonder Xin Yuanan feared the Yu Yang family so much. So this unknown power supports the Yu Yangs, and the Yu Yangs support the Jianan gang. It's like a nest of dolls, Shunan thought. What is their ultimate goal? Yang Wu answered. They guard their secrets fiercely. But just before the Jianan gang seized Qingliang Mountain, a rumor surfaced. They discovered a black iron vein on the mountain. Shunan's eyes widened. A black iron vein? That was a strategic resource.
Strictly controlled by the Empire. He knew that even the highest county officials had to report such a find
and surrender most of it to the imperial court. Their audacity is boundless. Suddenly a servant burst in crying out, something terrible has happened. Yu Yanglun is at the gates, demanding to take the young mistress by force. Yang Wu roared, that bully has gone too far. Shunan simply said, let's go and meet this Yu Yanglun. In the courtyard, the arrogant young master was shouting, proclaiming he was the most powerful man here, and everyone would bow to him. I don't care if she agrees or not, Yu Yanglun sneered. Yan Ruyu is coming with me today, and if that little wench dares to refuse again, I'll take her right here in front of everyone. The young lady trembled. You are shameless. Shameless, he laughed. I'll show you the meaning of the word. He barked at his men. Pin her to that stone table. This young master is about to broaden your horizons. His servants moved in to seize her as she screamed. My master will be here any second, the terrified young mistress cried. My father will come and punish you. Your worthless father wouldn't dare show his face. Yu Yanglun scoffed. One of the servants agreed.
That's right, he's not coming, and viciously slapped the maid, sending her to the ground. Go on, scream, Yu Yanglun taunted.
Scream all you want. No one is coming to save you. The young lady begged, Don't touch me. But the servants grabbed her. Just then, a cold voice echoed through the square. Who is Yu Yanglun? Come forward and greet your benefactor. Yu Yanglun spun around enraged. Who dares? I was just about to deal with that old fossil. But his wait was finally over. Ready to teach this rascal a lesson, Shunan declared that Yang Wu could handle this matter himself.
The old man's face lit up. He was now free to unleash his fury on this bastard with no consequences.
Yang Wu and Ouyang Lun stood facing each other. The prize, the young lady's honor. With a thunderous crack, the old man's fist connected. He never imagined his foe would be this weak. The bastard's head snapped back from the sheer force. The servants watched in horror as their master went tumbling. The old man calmly announced that Yang Wu was now a Shantian.
Ouyang Lun scrambled to his feet aghast. How can this be? He never expected such a brutal welcome in this house. I am the adopted son of the Ouyang family's head, he roared. If you dare touch me, my foster father will never forgive this.
Shunan simply smirked. You should be thanking me, he said coolly. I am your great benefactor after all. Thank you for what Ouyang Lun spat. Shunan's smile widened. Ouyang Tian'an and Ouyang Chongfeng, they both died by my hand. That's how you got the chance to be adopted by Ouyang Zhan. Pure terror washed over the scoundrel's face. He finally realized who stood before him. It was Shunan himself. The elder's heart sank. Their luck had run out the moment they met this man. I must get word to the master, he thought desperately. He tried to make a break for it, but Shunan and Yang Wu merely watched as he fled a blur in the distance. Looks like he needs to be straightened out, Shunan noted calmly. The old warrior agreed with a grim nod. Realizing his time was up, Ouyang Lun screamed in terror, begging for anyone to protect him. Yang Wu had already caught up to the elder. It was time to end this. As this horrifying realization dawned, the elder let out a final piercing scream. It was a cry of utter despair. Yang Wu lunged deaf to his pleas, with absolutely no intention of showing mercy. It was hardly a fight. The old man couldn't muster even a shred of resistance. Shunan and Luan Lun turned just in time to see the outcome. Yang Wu was dragging his foe back by the head. It was over. The girl stared stunned. She never knew her father was capable of this.
Ouyang Lun collapsed a whimpering mess, a puddle of fear forming at his feet. A single shimmering blade hovered inches from his face.
He didn't dare even blink. Answer every question I have, Shunan said, his voice dangerously low. Otherwise, I'm still new to these flying swords. My hand might slip. It's only normal. His first question, is the Jinan gang backed by your Ouyang family? Ouyang Lun nodded frantically. Yes, my Ouyang family supports them in secret. Yuansheng, the gang's leader, is also an elder of our family. The young man pressed on. And what is the Ouyang family's ultimate goal? The color drained from Ouyang Lun's face as he stared at the blade. He finally confessed. There's a massive black iron vein on Shuanglang Mountain. The Jinan gang's robberies are just a cover. Their real job is to mine that ore. A massive black iron ore vein, the old man repeated in shock. Your Ouyang family has some serious nerve. Shunan's eyes narrowed. If you're discovered, your entire clan will be annihilated. Who is powerful enough to support you from the shadows? I don't know, he stammered. But I saw my foster father meeting with someone in secret. No one knows who this person is. But their real target isn't the black iron mine. Shunan leaned in closer. Then what is it? What's inside the mine? I don't know the details, but one day, I overheard my foster father mention a saint's cemetery. The saint's cemetery, the men's eyes widened in shock. Shunan realized this affair was far more serious than he could have ever imagined. Ouyang Lun fell to his knees. I've told you everything. Everything I know. Please, can I go home now? Shunan waved him away. The man scrambled to his feet and ran faster than a rabbit desperate to escape before they changed their minds. He didn't get far. A monstrous bird descended from the sky. The last thing Ouyang Lun ever saw was its massive yellow beak opening wide. The beast swallowed him whole, like he was nothing more than a tiny worm. Yang Wu and his daughter stared utterly speechless at the horrifying sight. The bird let out a chirp as a magic ring appeared in Shunan's hand, the tool he used to control the beast. Be careful with that one, Shunan told the bird. A worm like that might give you indigestion. He then turned toward the mountain, ready to ascend its many steps.
He didn't bother to count them. Before him stood a tall fence with a huge gate. A guard's voice bellowed the usual challenge.
Halt! Who goes there? A voice that sounded exactly like Ouyang Lun's shouted back. It's me! Open the gates now! The guard scoffed at the man's arrogance. "Get the captain down here," he ordered. "Let's see who this fool is." The captain arrived looking confused. The impersonator snapped, "You don't even recognize your own young master. Let me pass at once." "Master Ouyang, what brings you here? Didn't I hear you were getting married? To the most beautiful woman in Yuzhou City, no less?" Ouyang Lun's voice grumbled back. "I was treated unfairly. I came here to blow off some steam." The big man chuckled. "Our Jianan gang has plenty of supplies for that. But only Mr. Ouyang can get his hands on the high-quality goods. We're just a bunch of rough men who snatch women off the street."
Only the truly wealthy dare to wear black iron armor. Indeed, you'd need a private mind to afford something like this.
As they walked into the square, someone called out, "Young Master Aang, what kept you?" He was recognized and invited to join them. The Master of Ceremonies announced that a fresh batch of beauties had arrived. "Young Master, your timing is perfect." A group of despondent girls stood nearby the harsh reality of their situation, yet to fully sink in. But Young Lun's gaze locked onto one face. He knew her. "Wang Shu," he whispered. "From Qingling College." His mind raced. What on earth was she doing here? He tried to refuse, claiming other business to attend to, but the girls had already seen him. It was too late to retreat. He approached her, offering a hollow compliment on her appearance. At that moment, the host declared that young Master Wang could choose any girl he wished. A man nearby sighed that his older brother had recently acquired a peerless beauty and now ignored all other women. Indeed, Young Lun agreed. The girls today are of amazing quality. One of the guests pointed to a specific girl, noting something strange. "That one, she actually came here willingly," he added. "She has the ethereal aura of a fairy. And her beauty is simply breathtaking. That elegant form is the finest I have ever seen among women. No wonder his older brother is in seclusion. He must be practicing dual cultivation with her." Young Lun snapped back to the present, pretending he hadn't zoned out from their disgusting conversation. He quickly said he was very interested and had been listening with great focus. A warrior then suggested they stop talking and start enjoying the company of these beauties. "How about this one?" he offered to Young Lun. He agreed instantly. "I'll take only her. I'm not interested in the rest." The man sighed. "Her beauty truly is the best of them all. I was originally thinking of taking her for myself. But since young Master Wang desires her, she is his." He grabbed another girl for himself, declaring, "All a man needs is fine wine and beautiful women." Wang Lan muttered that a single moment on a spring night spent with a girl like this was worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Leading her to his room, he told her to smile and be gentle with him. But the moment they were inside, Wang Lan struck, and the girl fell unconscious. He gently laid her on the bed. "You'll know how to leave when you awaken." With that, the man removed his mask, and it turned. Out, it wasn't Wang Lan at all. It was Shunan, who had used a flawless mask to fool every last one of the bandits. "I infiltrated this den," he thought, "to destroy every last one of these villains." Suddenly, a girl's scream tore through the air. From the next room, she was pleading for help. A villain was trying to force himself on her. "Scream all you want," he snarled. "No one will come to save you." As the words left his lips, a flash of silver cut through the air. Shunan's flying dagger found its mark. The weapon flew straight for the villain's head. He saw it, but it was already too late to react. The dagger embedded itself in his face. A spray of crimson filled the room. Our hero burst in next, sword drawn, rushing straight at the fiend. In a single fluid motion, he pierced the villain's chest. The man could only cry out in shock and agony. Shunan thrust his sword deeper, sending the villain flying across the room with immense force. The girl watched, tears of disbelief in her eyes. She couldn't believe it. She was saved. Our hero raised a finger to his lips, signaling for her to keep quiet so as not to reveal his presence. The villain was still alive, gasping, "Who are you? Who dares invade our lair?" Shunan's voice was like ice. "Who I am is irrelevant. Just tell me, is there a large black iron ore vein at the back of the mountain?" His sword never wavered. "And where is Yu Shang?" The villain, writhing in pain, choked out that he was behind the mountain. "The gang leader is behind the mountain. There's a cave there prepared just for him. He's hiding there now," he begged. "Please don't kill me. Spare me." Shunan did nothing. The flying dagger did it for him, delivering a final, silent judgment that ended the villain's life. The young man took the girl's hand and led her from the room. Shunan brought her to her sleeping friend. "Keep an eye on her," he said softly. "I have to continue my mission and rescue all the other captives." The girl thanked him, her eyes full of awe. "From this day on, you are my hero." Shunan decided on a strategy. He would eliminate all the villains one by one, from weakest to strongest. The next target was in the third girl's room. Shunan didn't waste a moment. He dealt with the man swiftly with his longsword. The young lady was in tears, unable to believe she had truly been saved. Shunan calmed. Her saying he would deal with all of them and that the world would soon be a kinder place, but then he heard strange noises outside. Another villain, attracted by the sounds, burst into the room and tried to deal with the girl's liberator. But Shunan was more than prepared for such developments. The villain froze seeing the young man's, "What kind of monster slaughters his own two brothers? Doesn't he realize this is a viper's den?" Shunan explained he was handling everything discreetly and would soon quiet the villain smirked. "How did I know your brothers were in trouble?" He answered his own question. "Because it was far too quiet. That's not how they are with women." Something was terribly wrong. Shunan admitted his lack of experience had cost him. He would be more careful next time. But the villain laughed. "There won't be a next time for you, because today you die." No one had ever escaped him before. Shunan drew his sword and a brutal battle began. This wasn't some academy sparring match. This was a fight for survival. The villain unleashed his full power, but he couldn't even land a scratch on the young man. Something was completely off. The villain chuckled nervously. He told himself it was just a game, that he could end this boy at any moment. "That black armor you wear," he sneered. "None of Uchi's guards can afford such a luxury." He laughed. "I bet you never expected a reception like this." But Shunan spoke of justice of punishing evil. "I will restore order to this city," he declared. The young man's eyes glinted. "If my sword can't pierce your armor, I'll just use another weapon. I am going to enjoy this." He was suddenly encased in bone armor. The villain was stunned. Is this guy completely insane? Done with words. Shunan leaped, striking with a bone club. It shattered his opponent's sword, leaving the man defenseless. The next blow slammed into his chest with overwhelming force. The villain was sent flying out of the room. Shunan stood tall. "With gear like this, I'll always have a way to crush my enemies." Suddenly he heard movement all around him. He turned to see dozens of armed thugs thirsting for his blood. They were led by another commander. "You dared to massacre our members," the man growled. "Now, the rest of the gang will return the favor. You won't leave this place alive today." With furious cries, the bandits charged at Shunan, ready to tear him apart. But the boy just gave them a confident smirk. That was their biggest mistake. With this bone in his hand, their numbers meant nothing. A chaotic battle erupted. Villains swarmed him with their blades, but the young man fought back with his bone club, crushing them one by one. They watched in pure horror. How could he be so powerful without even using a sword? The leader demanded. "Who are you?" "We've never provoked a melee master of your caliber before," Shunan declared. "I am Jiang Fu's judgment." "And he's a really cool guy," the villain snarled. "I don't care who you are. We don't forgive our enemies." "You can't act so fearless against us," he shouted to a subordinate. "Go inform the gang leader of this mess." The lackey was more than happy to flee the carnage. The villain admitted, "You're strong. Only 2 people here can face you. Me and my brother. So let's find a more suitable arena for this fight." Shunan, surrounded by defeated bodies, agreed to change the battlefield. "Tell your leader to be quick," he taunted, "if he wants to save what's left of his men." The surviving bandits trembled. They realized Shunan was a monster. Maybe it was time to quit this life. Perhaps they should take up farming instead. The villain slumped against a wall. Blood stained his beard as he clung to life. He whispered, "Only a demon could do this." He tried to rise one last time to fight Shunan, but his strength failed him and he fell to his knees. Exhausted, he admitted, "I can do nothing against that bone of yours." The villain's hands were shaking. "Please, just give me until morning. I have some things I still need to take care of." But another villain interrupted. He tried to buy their lives, offering a mountain of gold. "Even if you're from the military palace," he said, "you must be doing this for a reward, right?" Shunan's gaze turned cold. "Where are the other girls you kidnapped?" The villain trembled. They are all dead." The young man's voice was like ice. "Then you will all follow your victims." Shunan raised his weapon, but the opponent begged, "Wait, spare me. I can be useful. I'm a master of the Silver Moon Tower realm." Shunan hesitated for a second, but it was too late. The bone had already struck. Just then, a new voice roared his name. It was an even larger villain. "You!" he screamed. "You little rascal! You slaughtered my 2 brothers." His face was a mask of fury. "Now I will utterly destroy you." The bandit charged his massive fist, aiming to pulverize the young man. But Shunan began to defend himself. His bone club met every attack, and the big man couldn't break through. He was stunned. How could he not defeat him? The bandit saw his most powerful blows get parried with ease. None of them even came close to their target. He finally understood. He was fighting a true martial arts prodigy. The villain stared at Shunan. "I never expected such power from someone so young." From inside the room, a girl's voice called out, "I'm willing to meet you somewhere else." Well, well. I never expected to find senior Sister Lin in a place like this," the young man mused. A goon demanded to know if the beauty recognized this intruder. Sister Lin warned them, "He's a wanted man. We need backup to handle him." Hearing this, the bandit leader exploded with rage. "If you dare offend my beauty," he roared, "I'll tear you limb from limb." The brute bragged that his fists were legendary, and that they had never known defeat. "Just look at this power." With a battle cry, the hulking man lunged, throwing a massive fist at Shunan. But with effortless grace, Shunan sidestepped the clumsy attack and delivered a lightning-fast strike right to his jaw. The bandit's eyes widened in pure shock. He never saw it coming. The giant collapsed to the floor in a heap. A clean one-hit knockout. The other thugs were stunned. One whined, "Sister Lin, why didn't you warn me he was this powerful? You should have told me to be careful. This is a guy you don't mess with." But Shunan told the girl his limbs felt weak, that his power had diminished significantly. "You need a healing elixir," she insisted. "You are the master of the Silver Moon Realm, a peak 3-star warrior. You've already been a great help to us." Shunan simply thanked Sister Lin, saying he cherished the memories of their past. As the remaining thugs trembled in the corner, Shunan declared he still had to dismantle the Jinan gang completely. Sister Lin told him not to worry and to focus on his mission. Just then, the entire gang of thugs dropped to their knees. They bowed before Shunan, pleading for forgiveness and begging for their lives. Shunan's voice was cold. "From now on, you follow my orders. Your first command, execute your leader Tontian for his crimes. Then I will call the government forces to secure this area." He issued a chilling warning. "If you ever gather to commit such evil again, you will suffer the same fate as your former leader." Terrified, they all swore their loyalty. Shunan then asked if there were other captives to be rescued. "If so, tell them to hold on just a bit longer." Sister Lin smiled, remarking that Shunan was a young man with a truly kind and noble heart. "It's no wonder my sister is so fond of you." The main character landed his flying beast, telling the rescued girls that the eagle would carry them to the safety of Yujo City. "Just try not to get motion sickness on the way," he added with a smile. One of the girls was overcome with emotion. I never thought we'd be saved," she sobbed, deeply moved by his bravery. Shunan explained that he had disguised himself as Uang Lon to infiltrate this den of vipers. He never imagined he would find her here, which is why he couldn't reveal his true identity right away. He hoped she understood. The girl nodded, saying she understood completely. "I was just so terrified." Shunan wished them a safe journey, explaining he still had business to attend to. "You don't need to worry about me," the girl replied earnestly. "I truly hope we can meet again, Master Shunan." He watched the flying beast soar into the sky, relieved that the girls were finally safe. "You just let your spiritual beast go like that," Sister Lin teased. "Aren't you afraid that I might just destroy it?" Shunan's focus was elsewhere. "My target is the saint's graveyard beneath the Shanghai mine on this very mountain. It is the sole reason I am even here." Sister Lin's eyes sparkled. "So kind and so clever. A girl could really fall for a man like you. Why don't you come with me instead?" she purred. "I promise to show you a very good time, and I won't even drink your blood." Realizing her playful threat missed the mark, she pouted at his inevitable refusal. Shunan simply replied that he wasn't worthy of such an honor. "My duty comes first," the young man stated firmly. "I have a mission I must complete." He then turned to Sister Lin with a serious question. "Is it true? Is there really a saint's tomb deep within this mountain?" She confirmed that Yuan Zhang had brought her here once before. "So if you want to find it," she said with a smirk, "you'll just have to follow me." Shunan pointed out that if the Yuang family knew the way, they would have raided the tomb long ago. Sister Lin explained that they were powerless against the ancient seals left behind by the saints themselves. "Perhaps together we can find a way," Shunan suggested. But as they ventured deeper, what he saw next left him breathless. Before them stood a colossal gate intricately carved with the images of mythical beasts. He never imagined such a magnificent structure existed hidden within a cave. "Well," she said, "now we face our next challenge, figuring out how to open this thing." The young man agreed. "We'll have to pool our wisdom to solve this puzzle." Sister Lin revealed that the seal on these doors can only be broken with spiritual consciousness. Only someone whose spiritual power approaches the level of a saint it can unlock this tomb. Shunan's eyes lit up with determination. "Maybe I can do it. We must try now." But the girl had another idea. "We each possess a portion of the required consciousness," she explained. "If we combine our power, we might just succeed." A dark thought crossed Shunan's mind. "Once this gate is open, I'll be of no use to her. It would be simple to betray and silence me, and claim the treasure for herself." But Sister Lin seemed to read his mind. "You possess admirable talent, a powerful bloodline, and incredible willpower. You are truly at the top of your game," she continued. "To betray you now would be like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. So you have nothing to fear from me." She warned that the Yuang family could arrive at any moment. "We must join forces and open this gate immediately." The young man nodded. "In that case, I'm counting on you, Sister Lin, model." With their combined strength, the ancient gates groaned open, revealing a colossal sarcophagus within. The girl was stunned. This tomb had no deadly traps, only a powerful barrier at the entrance. It felt like a simple test of strength, not a place meant to kill all who entered.
Shunan noted
its location perched on the edge of a massive black iron mine. He finally understood. The black iron swords they found were forged from this very mountain. The girl hoped the true prize was hidden inside the
sarcophagus. They approached with caution. So far, everything was going almost too smoothly. The young man gripped the lid.
It was immensely heavy as expected. But as he finally slid it open, a monstrous burst of fire erupted. Shunan cried out, "That's dragon energy!" He thought he'd find ancient bones, but at the bottom of the
sarcophagus lay a small green dragon statue. The girl's eyes widened. "This is forged from phoenix blood and purple gold," she breathed. "It contains the blood and soul of a 9-headed dragon with jow scales of exquisite jade. It holds the imperial fortune of the last dynasty, a power preserved for thousands of years." Shunan was floored by the mention
of the legendary 9-headed dragon. Those with the Taiyu Qin long bloodline were blessed by the heavens to be part of the dynasty. "This is the imperial seal of the previous rulers." Sister Lin tossed the statue to him, saying, "It's not the real one, just a very well-made fake." She then declared, "I'm taking the soft armor for myself. The jade seal and the black gold swords you can keep." Shunan had no objections to this division of spoils. The girl slipped on the legendary armor and asked for his opinion. "Not bad," he replied. "But in a real battle, looks are the last thing that matter." Shunan warned her to wear it underneath her clothes and never mention it to General Shannon. With this, even a powerhouse on the prince's level would struggle to harm her. A confident smirk crossed her face. "Now nothing scares me. I can go anywhere." But his mysterious lady companion urged Shunan to wait. "The real valuables are hidden right under our feet." Shunan froze a silent question on his face. Matey confirmed it. A truly legendary item was buried there. The young man whipped out his multi-purpose bone tool and smashed into the ground. Maddie was right. It was a gravity ring. Depending on the user's power, it could create 10,000 times the normal gravity within 100 meters. "We have to leave now," she urged. "These black swords could be sold for a fortune, but if the Ouyang family caught them here, their lives would be forfeit." Shunan, however, couldn't help but stare at the blades, seeing mountains of gold. Sister Lin beckoned him toward the cave's exit. Shunan was surprised to see her still waiting. He thought for sure she would have vanished with her prize. The boy tensed. A cold dread washed over him. Figures were blocking the exit figures he never wanted to encounter. But it was too late. It was far too late to run. The chilling voice of Elder Ouyang echoed from the entrance, and it was him. "Surrender the treasures from the saint's tomb," he commanded, "and I might just spare your lives and avoid unnecessary bloodshed." But then he was exposed. Someone recognized him and screamed his name. Ouyang Middle cried out to his grandfather, "Both of my brothers died at the hands of that scoundrel." The elder's face twisted in fury. "So you are that Shunan," he roared. "In that case, even if you hand over the treasure, you will not escape retribution." The old man commanded his warriors, "Deal with the others. Shunan is mine to destroy with my own hands." Ouyang was consumed by rage, screaming for Shunan to bring his sons back from the dead. The young man's blood ran cold. He knew if the Ouyang family unleashed their full power, now they were utterly doomed. His mind raced, desperately searching for any path to survival that didn't involve surrendering the treasure. But Sister Lin was already a step ahead. She pulled out a set of stashed mechanical wings, humming with an incredible power. She mounted the gleaming equipment on her back, gave Shunan a sly smile, and said, "Don't you dare forget me," as she flew upwards on a jet engine of raw external combustion. Spreading her wings wide, she shouted, "I hope we meet again. Shunan!" and flew off to handle her own business, abandoning the young man to deal with the vengeful family himself, realizing he had been betrayed. A scream of pure resentment ripped from his throat, terrified of the beating that was about to come. Ouyang roared as well, but his was a command urging his men to attack. The Ouyang family stood frozen for a moment, wondering what to do. "I never thought I'd see a flying treasure on that woman," one of them muttered. "The boy doesn't have one, does he?" Seizing his chance, Shunan began to turn the tables. "Follow the girl," he yelled. "She took all the treasures for herself. He has nothing. I've been cheated," Ouyang snarled. "She won't get far. That device won't have enough power. The Ouyang are a powerful family. That's why they'll tear it from the earth." The old man declared that Shunan's journey to the other world would begin today. Ouyang Tian would see to it personally, and no one was to interfere. A vortex of fire erupted around Ouyang, soaring toward the heavens. It was a power meant to crush all opposition. But Shunan was ready. He braced himself as Ouyang channeled all his strength and energy, lunging toward his target. In a flash, Shunan slipped the magic ring onto his finger. The ring pulsed with an ethereal glow, ready for battle. All functions were now online. The old man aimed his crackling palm right at his opponent as the young man activated. 10 times gravity. The pressure on the patriarch was immense. Shunan saw his chance. He summoned his magic bone, activating triple hammer mode. He brought the weapon crashing down upon his ensnared opponent's head. The young man let out a relieved breath. It seems his gambit paid off. Patriarch Ouyang lay motionless on the ground. Shunan, with his superior technology, had dealt with the attacker. The remaining Ouyang clan members were frozen in terror, unsure how to react to this monstrous young man. A cry went up through the crowd. A 9-star Silver Moon Realm expert had been defeated. Shunan smirked. Even if you anticipate this gravity shift, you'll still cough up blood. My body, a fusion of physical might and divine power, feels like its organs are about to burst. But this is just a taste. He's going to die next anyway. The true patriarch began to scream for his son, calling out for Asu. He roared, vowing to massacre this young rascal. Shunan tensed up, gripped by a sudden fear, and let out a shout of his own. The old man unleashed a devastating palm strike, slamming into the boy's chest. Shunan was sent flying, soaring through the air before landing. Somewhere beneath a mountain deep in the forest, a mushroom cloud of dust erupted from the point of impact. A deafening rumble followed. The young man fought his way out from under the tons of rubble. Nothing like this had ever happened since he'd left the Chin family. He looked battered and broken. A trickle of blood ran from his mouth. He was shocked to be in such a state. The old man watched in disbelief as the young man emerged, realizing he was somehow still standing. He whispered, "Impossible. No one gets up from a blow like that." Everyone had assumed no one could withstand General Ouyang's full power. It was unbelievable. The general roared with pure rage. How could he have failed to finish the boy with his entire palm technique? It was a humiliating slap in the face. The old man snarled, "Let's see if Shunan survives this time." But just as he was about to deliver the final crushing blow, a voice from above bellowed for him to stop. If anyone dared touch a member of the warhouse, their entire family would be annihilated. The old man lowered his hand, his head snapping up to see a massive bird circling overhead. A sheriff leaped down from the beast and declared that Ouyang Guangfeng had deceived his superiors. His family had concealed a mysterious iron ore vein and had been secretly excavating it for themselves. According to the law, the mine must be confiscated and the family destroyed. Ouyang Guangfeng never expected to see the sheriff here. The sheriff continued stating there were witnesses who saw the Ouyang family attempt to murder a member of the military house. "Do you plead guilty?" he demanded. Around the sheriff's special forces troops landed, securing the area. Ouyang scoffed, claiming the sheriff was operating on hearsay with no real proof. The Ouyang family, he insisted, is a law-abiding clan that honors the code and the rule of law. Ouyang then changed his tune, saying that this very youngster had once murdered his only 2 legitimate grandchildren, and today he had treacherously killed his son, Ouyang Tian. "Even my son, Ouyang Longsheng," he pleaded. "My newly adopted heir has never seen such carnage. I suspect he, too, has fallen into this monster's hands." The hatred for Shunan burned in his eyes. He didn't care if he was a member of the military house. The old man proclaimed that the Ouyang family had nothing to be ashamed of. At that moment, Shunan began his own story. He presented a letter written by Ouyang, Lun himself detailing his collusion with the Jianggang to occupy Shanxi Mine. "Please read it," he urged. The old man began to backpedal, claiming it was all Ouyang Lun's fault, that he was the one who betrayed the family's honor. Ouyang added that it was a tragedy to have such a traitor in his clan. Therefore, he hoped for a fair investigation and trusted his family would not be punished for one man's sins. The sheriff gave him a stern, unyielding look. Ouyang then announced that tomorrow his entire family would move to the capital and become a full vassal family. The sheriff considered this. The Yama Emperor could certainly use another powerful vassal family under his command. His men muttered amongst themselves, thinking the Ouyangs had gotten off lightly. The sheriff wished the Ouyang family a bright future and great success. Ouyang thanked the sheriff for his kind words and announced his departure. The sheriff decided not to see them off, as the great migratory birds carried the entire clan away. Shunan then asked the sheriff, "Who is this aristocratic Ouyang family representing Emperor Wudison in the capital?" The sheriff explained that there were 4 major families residing in the capital, second only to the emperor. Each of these families has produced emperor-level masters. Their foundations run incredibly deep. Their legacies are immense, and several saint-level masters reside within their clans. Children from such powerful families often use outside resources to earn extra money. But as long as this is done, the imperial court will then step in to restore order to the country. For now, they must retreat. Sean, your reward for being the first to win the college competition is 3 days of my personal guidance, a prize well earned. This time, you will return to finish your mission, recover from your injuries, and then find me. In addition to guiding your cultivation, I also need your help with a certain matter. Shunan wondered why a powerful sheriff would ever need his help. The sheriff said he would explain everything soon. The invisible man is in great peril and desperately needs our help. The sheriff declared that they were close friends and he would never shrink from aiding him. He is waiting for Shunan's recovery. Shunan arrived at the military palace, approaching the front desk to report his mission success. The receptionist told him to sign off and head to accounting to receive his reward. The girl announced that Shunan had not only disarmed the Jiangang, but also reported the location of the black iron vein. For this, he would receive a special award for high merit and be promoted to a 2-star member. The hall erupted in whispers. Who was this man, and what had he done to be promoted to 2 stars so quickly? Shunan then came face to face with an arrogant upstart. He recognized Shunan and sneered, asking where he'd crawled out from. The receptionist reminded the man of his name, Liu Mushang. Shunan stated coldly that he had lost their bet. Now he must kneel before the Ye house and remain there for 3 days. Liu Mushang realized he had lost and the humiliation was unbearable. He didn't know what to say to his comrades. He started to squirm, insisting it was just a joke bet and that they should just cancel it. Shunan replied that he was a new recruit back then, and this man had mocked him and laughed at him for no reason at all. The bet wasn't even his suggestion. Shunan declared that he would have willingly admitted defeat if he had lost. Mushang roared that he was pushing his luck too far. Shunan simply said that the opponent must admit his defeat. Mushang shrieked, "Since you want me to kneel, you can just die." The young man managed to dodge the attacker's strike at the very last moment. Mushang raged furiously that he was ruthless and harsh. Our hero calmly seized his opponent's arm. He executed a precise technique, and Mushang was defeated now, lying on the floor. It was a painful submission hold. Because of this, Mushang screamed in agony, tears of remorse streaming from his eyes. Mushang's allies shouted for Shunan to stop. Shunan asked, "Why didn't you scream stop when Mushang attacked me first?" The speaker said that one must know their place and not offend students from a higher school. Shunan asked if the Silver Moon War sect would truly look after him, a newcomer to the Star Realm. Mushang swore he was going to destroy him. Shunan asked if everyone had heard that. The young man added that there was nothing left for him to do now. With a single stomp, Shunan crushed his opponent's head under his foot. Ferenz was horrified by what they witnessed. The receptionist was completely shocked by Shunan's merciless actions. Someone lunged at the young man with a roar, screaming that he had actually destroyed Mushang right in front of him. Shunan only smirked in response. The young man also shouted something threatening to let his opponent know he wasn't afraid. Our hero stepped aside and his opponent flew right past him. The receptionist stood before them and ordered them to stop immediately. The warriors yelled that it wasn't worth defending a cadet who was so ruthlessly destroying everyone. The administrator stated that Shunan was defending himself. It was self-defense. Mushang attacked first, but Mushang would not be punished for the attack, as he has already paid the price. But she could punish this warrior for attacking a colleague inside the military palace. This one wouldn't stop shouting that Shunan had openly committed the act. So why save him? The administrator said that the Fire Phoenix team should show a little more respect. The warrior realized he was outmatched, and furious that there was nothing he could do, he only mumbled in response. He said that he would postpone settling this problem for today. The administrator could protect Shunan today, but she wouldn't be able to do it for the rest of his life. The warriors left, having accomplished nothing. The warrior meditated, visualizing himself near a great tree. He stands under a tall tree, and the wind quietly rustles the leaves. The lady's voice said it was the fairy king Loris. He contemplated the valley in silence, and no one could disturb him. My lady added that this young man truly possesses the potential to become an immortal king. Enhanced visions are exceptionally rare, but his is still the finest among them. She said it is a powerful force. Shunan replied that it wasn't his true power. The lady added that it was not his true strength. The girl said that this fairy king Laurel figure, when the elephant is released, will be able to double his fighting power. Shunan said that his combat power had already been doubled. He asked the Empress what exactly this talent vision was. My lady explained that such a vision is the manifestation of an extremely high talent. Both his spiritual and physical development have their own special constitution. It is very difficult to achieve. Model. With it, you will cultivate a body of immense spiritual power. In time, your supreme chaos body will be born. It will grant you innate visions, but its power is so overwhelming, it may not awaken for a very long time. The Empress revealed a shocking truth. His power wasn't from a special constitution, but from the heaven-defying, fate-changing technique. Maddie confirmed that Shunan now possessed the body of an immortal king, but Maddie declared this was merely the beginning. His potential was now limitless, his talent and vision expanding endlessly, unlike the fixed potential of ordinary cultivators. This was the mystical power of the art that defied the heavens. Shunan was awestruck by this blessing. Its power was far beyond what he'd ever imagined. He wondered when his 9 revolutions supreme body would finally awaken. He knew it required all 9 dragon bloodlines to activate. Maddie said this wasn't the place to find them, but that was a challenge for another day. The dragon spirit mark he'd acquired might just secure him a spot in Kanglin. With his mind at ease, Shunan began to meditate. He breathed in the essence from the seal, the pure, untamed spirit of the dragon. He felt his eyes transforming, imbued with a mystical power. He could now shatter illusions, and even plunge his enemies into a hypnotic trance. He could even use it with his spiritual sense to launch a direct assault on an enemy's soul. Maddie mused this 9-headed dragon divine body was truly rebellious. Soon he'd be able to absorb the chi of 6 dragon types. Shunan knew that once he was promoted within the Silver Moon Martial House. "Sir, I beg of you, help me!" Shunan heard a desperate plea. Dugu Jingchong was being viciously beaten. Shunan demanded to know what was happening. In the square, 2 young men were locked in a tense standoff. A terrified girl was huddled on the ground. A smug voice sneered, "I already took his sword hand. Is he really so stubborn that he wants to die?" But the warrior stood firm. "You'll touch her over my dead body." Despite his severed hand, he refused to yield. His opponent scoffed, "I Heelun always get what I want."
Don't overestimate yourself. He continued acting generous. I was just trying to teach you a lesson. Since we're both from the Martial House.
But I didn't expect you to be so foolish, Dugu Jingchong. If you're so eager to die, I'll gladly oblige. His lackey chimed in. Our young master, Heelun, is the county governor's nephew. His combat strength is beyond your imagination. The servant spat. Resistance is futile.
You can't save this girl. Her fate is sealed. But Dugu Jingchong glared back.
Enough talk. If you want to fight, then bring it on. The villain sneered. Then prepare for pain. Young Master Heelun, show this fool his place. He dares to challenge someone he can't afford to offend.
Heelun charged forward. It's too late for regrets. Though grievously injured Jingchong.
Masterfully dodged the incoming strike. Heelun's sword was knocked from his grasp. As he scrambled to retrieve it,
a figure appeared in a flash, shielding his friend. It was Shunan. Heelun sneered, "You want to interfere."
Dugu weakly said, "The sword genius is no more." One of the lackeys barked. "Young master, Heelun is speaking to you." "Are you ignoring him?" Heelun roared. "I'm about to become the #1 prodigy, and you'll lose an arm for your arrogance. No one has ever made me this furious." His eyes burned with rage and indignation. But before the lackey could finish his threat, Shunan moved. A flash of silver light, and the man's arm flew through the air. It happened so fast he didn't even realize it was gone. Shunan's voice was ice. "This is for Dugu Jingchong's hand." As the first servant howled in agony, another foolhardy lackey charged forward. Another clean strike, another severed limb. He dispensed justice with cold efficiency, showing absolutely no mercy. Heelun's face paled. "Do you dare to take my hand as well?" Shunan replied calmly. "And why not? You prey on innocent women in broad daylight, and bully your fellow members of the Martial House." Heelun snarled. "A mere 1-star Silver Moon disciple dares to challenge a 3-star? Let's see how you handle a 5-star master like me." The 2 warriors faced off, their auras clashing. The air crackled with tension. Each was utterly confident. Their victory. Heelun roared, "Some people can't be offended. Prepare to die." Their blades met in a shower of sparks. Shunan remained as calm as a tranquil lake. Heelun was certain the battle would end in an instant, with his overwhelming victory. But as the fight intensified, he was shocked. Their strengths were evenly matched. The piercing clang of steel echoed through the square. That's when Shunan summoned his secret weapon. The primordial battle bone. Heelun screamed, "Come meet your doom!" But with a swift, powerful movement, Shunan deflected the sword with his battle bone, sending it flying high into the air. Heelun shrieked in terror and disbelief. He never expected such a turn of events. How can this be?" He screamed as his body was blown away. 5-star body. Tempering sword, the young man believed his savior had finally arrived. Shunan grabbed Hulun's hand. The brute demanded to know what he was doing. Shunan calmly replied that he was here to collect on a promise by taking his arm. Hulun roared in defiance, claiming he had no right. That wasn't their agreement. He then screamed for Shunan to get lost. He swung wildly, unleashing his ultimate technique. The heaven-shattering, world-shaking fist. But Shunan was ready. He decided to reveal a sliver of his true power. Their fists met in a cataclysmic impact. Hulun's arrogance vanished, replaced by sheer terror. "My hand!" he shrieked. Shunan casually replied, "It's just a few shattered bones. They can be reattached, so it doesn't count." "I'll take this one instead," Shunan declared, and in a flash, severed Hulun's right arm from his body. Hulun collapsed to his knees. He could only scream, "My hand!" But his hand was already gone. Hulun then snarled that Shunan would not leave this place alive. "Is that so?" Shunan replied. "Then just to be safe, I'll deal with you first." His sword slid against Hulun's throat. Hulun cried out in absolute fright, resorting to threats. His uncle was the sheriff of Chenon County. If Shunan dared to harm him, his uncle would bring ruin upon him and his entire family. But Shunan simply smiled. "I'm always ready to welcome uninvited guests," he said. The young man added that Hulun planned to kill him anyway, so he would lose nothing by striking first. Hulun never expected someone to turn his own logic against him. He immediately began to apologize, claiming it was all a misunderstanding. He admitted he was wrong. He never should have targeted Dugu Jingchong, and he certainly shouldn't have offended Shunan. I'll do anything to make it right, he begged. I'll disappear and never show my face again. Hulun continued groveling for his life, when suddenly a new presence descended from the sky intent on making a statement. Hulun screamed with joy, "It's Brother Yuchong! He's here to save me!" Yuchong landed in a heroic pose, sword in hand. He was ready to deliver justice. Without wasting words, he asked Shunan, "Did you take his arm?" Shunan nodded, adding that he preferred a more direct kind of conversation. Yuchong declared that he always acted with integrity and advised the young man to do the same. Shunan agreed completely. He suggested they settle things right now. A moment later, the two warriors were locked in a duel of swords, man to man. A fierce storm of attacks erupted, yet our hero looked completely unfazed. Yuchong was impressed. "Your strength and agility are remarkable. Would you consider joining my Shanlong team?" Everyone was stunned by the shocking proposal. Hulun couldn't believe his ears. "There are no more spots on our team," he protested. "Besides, he just cut off my arm. You can't recruit him." Yuchong looked at Hulun with cold disdain. "You no longer have a hand that can hold a sword. What use is a warrior like you? I need new talent."
Hulun cried out in bitter despair. The betrayal stung more than his wound. He screamed that Shunan must die this instant.
Yuchong ignored him, repeating his offer. "Join the Chainlong team. We'll become a great family helping one another." But Shunan shook his head. "I must refuse. I've seen how you treat your teammates, and your family isn't very friendly." Yuchong's face darkened. No one had ever dared to refuse him before. "Perhaps," he said coldly, "we should practice a little. There's still a chance you might change your mind." He then exploded upwards, ready to make his opponent understand the gravity of his mistake. But his opponent was no weakling. Even Hulun could sense the shift in the air. He recognized the terrifying power gathering around his brother. This is the Yuanjin Thunderous Shock. That technique had destroyed countless Silver Moon warriors. Shunan was doomed now, for sure. Yuchong declared he would shatter Shunan's arrogance with his blade. Shunan simply replied, "I'm very interested to see you try." The young man stood calmly in the center of the square. The energy around him began to boil and warp. Dugu Jingchong realized what was happening. A legendary innate vision had awakened within the young man. Those born with such a gift possess an awe-inspiring presence. Shunan looked at his opponent. "Show me the power of your heavenly sword technique." On that cue, both fighters soared into the sky. Up there, no one could interfere. They had all the space they needed to unleash their full power, without constraint.
"Let's see if you can even keep your sword," Shunan taunted. His opponent had become a raging vortex of energy.
A storm of power ready to explode. But just as it did, Shunan delivered a devastating counterblow. Blood erupted from his opponent's mouth. He was sent tumbling across the arena floor. Shunan landed calmly beside Dugu Jingchong and asked, "Perhaps you'd like to talk now."
Finishing off Yuchong might be best. But Shunan decided to wait and see how the man behaved. For now, he was only unconscious. But they had to hurry. His injuries were far too grave. Without delay, Shunan went to report to the sheriff.
The sheriff, as always, greeted him with a warm smile, asking if Shunan had finally broken through to the Zhongzong realm. Shunan confirmed it had happened just yesterday. The sheriff praised him, saying that was impressive progress. He added that a 16-year-old Zhongzong was a prodigious talent, a rarity seen only once in 1,000 years. The leader then asked about the battle with Yuchong. Did Shunan display the full extent of his power, or did the young hero still hold secrets in reserve? The sheriff then noted that Shunan was the same age as his son Woody. Because of this, he could comfortably call him Uncle Chen. Shunan immediately addressed the sheriff with the respectful title. He recalled that Uncle Chen had mentioned Woody needed help, and he affirmed he was always ready to provide it. The sheriff's eyes softened. Woody was truly fortunate to have such a loyal brother. Uncle Chen began to explain that Woody also possesses a special physique of immense power, the Star Battle Body. Shunan was stunned. The Star Battle Body? The sheriff explained that across the vast history of the Tianhen continent, 4 legendary physiques were the most famous. The Immortal Lord Body, the Star Battle Body, the Innate Sword Spirit Body, and the King Godlord Body. Among them, the Immortal Lord and King Godlord bodies were perfectly suited for physical cultivation. In contrast, the Star Battle and Innate Sword Spirit bodies were destined for spiritual practice. Anyone born with such a gift is fated to one day become an emperor-level powerhouse. Shunan understood. An unrivaled talent, yea, cultivated from birth, would make their journey unimaginably swift. But Uncle Chen's tale took a dark turn. Woody's original talent was nothing short of invincible, a legendary saint-level prodigy. Under his father's training, his son, To reach the one-star sect realm at the tender age of 12. The world was at his feet. Shunan was amazed. At 12 years old, Woody was already a one-star warrior, so what tragedy had befallen him? Why had he regressed 4 years ago? Woody went out and crossed paths with the Imperial Prince Z Fun. The prince, arrogant in his own Imperial-level talent and immense power, ruthlessly plundered the very foundation of Woody's star battle body, absorbing it into his own. Woody's bright future was stolen in an instant. His talent plummeted from the saint level all the way down to the king level. The sheriff's voice cracked with regret, calling himself a useless father whose son was humiliated. While he was powerless to seek revenge, Uncle Chen explained the prince was the emperor's favorite, so his only punishment was a paltry month of confinement. The sheriff burned with injustice, but he could not move against the imperial family. Shunan insisted that Woody surely didn't blame him. And it was true. His son had never held it against him, even trying to offer comfort, by saying he would simply practice again from scratch, no matter how slow. But Prince Zong's cruelty was boundless. Not only did he steal Woody's foundation, he secretly injected the boy with the demon flower poison. Shunan knew its name, a chronic poison that grows more lethal the more its victim cultivates spiritual power.
Shunan's blood boiled. That Prince Z Fun was utterly demonic. The sheriff nodded grimly, adding that now
the poison had spread throughout Woody's entire body. He had only 3 months left to live. The young man's heart sank. Only 3 months. He desperately asked Uncle Chen what could possibly be done to save his friend's life. The sheriff revealed a single secret recipe that could work. It required finding another person with a special physique and using the potent power in their blood to forge a cure and detoxify him. During a past competition, they had found a girl with an innate sword spirit body. They tried her blood, but it could only temporarily suppress the poison, not eradicate it. The sheriff then looked at Shunan, his eyes filled with a desperate hope. He knew Shunan's physique was special, perhaps far stronger than anyone realized. It was their last chance, and it was worth trying. Uncle Chen was asking to experiment with Shunan's blood. Without a second of hesitation, the young man agreed. He would gladly give anything to save Woody. If any medicine in the world could work, his blood was their final hope. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the sheriff vowed he would forever be in Shunan's debt, regardless of the outcome. For Woody's sake, they had to try. Shunan immediately made an incision on his arm, allowing his vibrant blood to be collected for the medicine. Uncle Chen then walked over to his ailing son, telling Woody it was time for his healing. The young man accepted the cup from his father. A spark of hope lit up his weary eyes, a prayer that this dreadful poison could finally be purged. Woody then thanked Shunan for his selfless act, joking that he owed him a grand feast after this to replenish his strength. The young man couldn't refuse such an offer. After all, a good meal to restore his power was always welcome. With renewed determination, Woody Chen drank the entire medicine in one go. The essence of his friend's blood coursed through him as he lay back. With the medicine finally taking hold, the sheriff advised Shunan to return to his room and recover his strength until morning. Only then would they see the medicine's true effect. But for our young warrior, rest was not an option. He pushed his body to its limits, beginning a brutal training regimen to forge his very bones. The workout was so intense he was forced to take a break. In that moment, Shunan realized his gravity field and thunder collapse techniques were already at 80% of their power. The assassin's blade had reached a new plane of existence. "You can come out now," he called into the empty courtyard. A girl appeared, asking how he knew she was there. Shunan was amused. Why was she sneaking around her own home, blushing? The green-eyed girl demanded he get dressed instead of walking around bare-chested. She then revealed she'd come to thank him for healing her brother. She heard the commotion from his training and came to investigate. Shunan quickly changed the subject, asking if she'd checked on her brother. Before she could thank him, he waved it off. "Woody is my friend. I would have come even if the sheriff hadn't sent for me." He saw that Woody was in trouble and simply offered his help. "It was just a little blood. It's no big deal." The young man insisted on knowing how her brother was. The girl's face brightened. Her brother was feeling much better. The poisonous gas was finally beginning to dissipate from his body. The sheriff believed Woody would be completely detoxified in just a few hours. She marveled at the incredible power within Shunan's bloodline. He was genuinely touched that she came all this way just to thank him. But she had other news. "My father is looking for you." Shunan nodded, asking her to lead the way. The three of them met by the rock garden on the estate. Uncle Chen confirmed the good news. His son's condition was now stable. Shunan breathed a sigh of relief. This was the best news he could hope for. Now he awaited more instructions from the master. But the sheriff told him to relax. He had something else in mind to keep him occupied. He declared that Shunan had reached the state where man and sword become one. But did he know the true profound magic behind that unity? Shunan admitted he had no idea. The sheriff smiled. "Then I shall show you. Perhaps seeing it will help you understand a little more." He told them to watch him closely. With a single gesture, the very air in front of him
began to twist into a vortex, lifting heavy stones off the ground. "Do you understand now?" Uncle Chen asked.
Shunan and the sheriff's daughter could only stare, their eyes wet with disbelief. They understood absolutely nothing. The sheriff chuckled. "It's actually very simple. Whether it's the art of the sword, the fist, or the blade, they are all just manifestations of the power of heaven and earth." The palm strike he used had barely any spiritual power. Instead, the raw power of the world itself amplified the attack. Shunan interjected, "The power of heaven, and earth is really involved here." Uncle Chen explained that Shunan's current realm was merely the beginning. There were 3 higher realms, and through practice, Shunan too could learn to command the power of heaven and earth. Curious, the boy asked what these 3 realms of man-sword unity were. The sheriff replied with a metaphor. "The difference between them is like a sharp sword cutting a hair, a wooden sword splitting stone, and a finger shattering gold." His daughter gasped. "So cutting hair with a sword is a realm to split a stone with a wooden sword? And to shatter gold with your finger? Is that even possible?" The sheriff just smiled. "Let me demonstrate." He plucked a single hair from the young man's head. He held the strand forward and in his other hand drew his sword. He took his stance, let the hair fall, and with a flash of steel sliced it perfectly in half. Lengthwise, a feat few could ever accomplish. It was the first time the young man had seen such mastery. Next, the sheriff picked up a twig. The small branch began to radiate a powerful energy. He then used it to fire a concentrated beam of aura, blasting it in the desired direction. Shunan was stunned by his terrifying aura control, but the sheriff didn't stop deciding to surprise them once more. His fingers began to emit a powerful energy pulse. With a simple swipe, he cut a massive boulder in half like it was butter. "Now do you understand?" the man asked. "The full power of this technique. True unity requires harmony of heart and sword, harmony of chi and sword, and also harmony of mind and sword." The sheriff said Shunan would have to figure out the rest as he was going to check on his son. He mentioned that it took him 5 years of hard practice just to reach the 3rd realm. He added that while they are young, they should train relentlessly. But his daughter's next words stopped him cold. "Father, Shunan has already mastered everything you just showed us." The sheriff was completely stunned by this information. He turned to his daughter, his eyes wide in disbelief. While she was still training, her father delivered a crushing blow, telling his son his sister was now obsolete. From this day forward, the family's future rested on his shoulders alone. Suddenly, a cry echoed from the sky. Woody has returned. His legendary star battle body has descended. Touching down gracefully, Chen Woody's eyes locked onto Shunan. "Care for a friendly match?" he asked, a challenging glint in his eye. Shunan smirked. He'd make Woody cry in front of his entire family. He sneered that if Shunan cried after this beating, his sister and father would surely laugh at him. Proclaiming himself the most invincible master, he charged headfirst into battle against Shunan, ready to prove his might. Woody Chen unleashed a storm of powerful punches, but Shunan merely defended, refusing to counterattack. And then our hero struck back with a single sharp kick to his opponent's chest. Seizing the opening, Chen Woody declared the real fight had just begun. He was about to shock Shunan with a special technique. Clasping his hands together, he spun around and brought them down. With a devastating sledgehammer blow from above, Shunan knew it was time. "Release the triple gravity ring restrictor." He thrust his arms upward as a terrifying power erupted from him like a volcano. As Woody Chen descended, he was met with a blazing fist that slammed directly into his chest. The sheer force of the blow sent Woody Chen flying. He admitted that was enough for now. He hadn't even unleashed his natural vision yet. He would rest for a bit, then challenge him again. The sheriff could only laugh at their youthful vigor, while his sister smiled demurely. For the next 3 days, the 2 warriors trained relentlessly. The sheriff himself instructed them during their breaks, correcting every flaw in their fighting style. Their skills were sharpening with every passing moment. They would enter the arena and the intense sparring would continue. Woody Chen announced that a banquet was being thrown for his recovery. All the Jiangfu members would be there, and he wanted Shunan to come. Shunan refused. Why would he want to attend a gathering of hypocrites who did nothing but either flatter you or try to humiliate you? The young man confessed that seeing such people always led to conflict. Woody Chen insisted. Shunan's fame was spreading like wildfire, and he wanted to bring a true friend with him. He begged Shunan to join him. When he was sick and weak, nobody paid him any attention. But now that Shunan had helped him recover, he wanted him there by his side. Woody Chen promised to show everyone at the party how he deals with hypocrites. Shunan finally relented. He had to admit this Chanyu restaurant was truly an impressive place. Woody Chen explained he was invited by Ding Hao, a 3-star member of the Jiang Mansion, and a 7-star warrior. The entire banquet arranged by the wolf team was just a pretense to stir up some trouble. Suddenly, a voice called out to Shunan. "What are you doing here?" The young man replied that where he goes is his own business. The lackey blocked their path, snarling that the restaurant was booked for Brother Ding's banquet tonight. Shunan wasn't on the guest list, so he couldn't come in. Woody Chen stepped forward. Is that so? He asked calmly. Before delivering a resounding slap across the man's face, the man shrieked, Who are you? What right do you have to hit me? Woody Chen told him to call out his master Ding Hao. The lackey screamed, Who in this city is so tired of living that they dare disrespect Ding Hao? And right on cue, the man himself descended the stairs to greet the party guests. The injured goon immediately started complaining, pointing to the man who just struck him. And next to him is Shunan, the one who destroyed our men. These two are here to cause trouble.
Ding Hao stared intently at the intruders, wondering what they could possibly want here. Woody Chen just smirked in response.
Then Ding Hao stunned everyone by slapping his own henchman. The man was baffled. He didn't understand what was happening. Why would Ding Hao hit him instead of the intruders? But Ding Hao just laughed, saying it had been too long since he'd seen Woody Chen. He declared that today was a celebration of his recovery, and they shouldn't let minor issues spoil the event. Ding Hao ordered his man Liu to apologize to Mr. Chen. Liu paled, finally realizing this was the sheriff's son, the very same one who had just recovered from a deadly illness. Liu bowed deeply, apologizing profusely and promising it would never happen again. Woody Chen waved it off. I'm fine, he said. But your man blocked my brother-in-law from entering. You should apologize to him first. The lackey was astonished. Brother-in-law? This was a catastrophe. Ding Hao only threw this party to pursue Woody Chen's sister. He had his sights set on her for ages. Ding Hao was livid, but he masterfully hid his rage. He simply smiled and said the banquet was waiting. It was time to head upstairs and have some fun, and so they all went inside together. Ding Hao hospitably welcomed everyone in, then introduced the new arrival to all those present. This is Chen Woody, the son of our Dongyan County's governor. Today's banquet is in his honor. One of the guests whispered that he couldn't fathom why Ding Hao would spend so much money. Turns out it was all for his future brother-in-law. Woody Chen's expression turned to ice at the news. He declared that Ding Hao was not worthy to be his brother-in-law. Ding Hao's smile faltered. How have I offended you? If you're unhappy, you can say it right now. Woody Chen looked him dead in the eye. It was my mistake for not being clearer before, he said. But I always speak the truth. You are truly not worthy of my sister. She was warning him for his own good, telling him not to waste his time and to give up now. But Chen Woody just scoffed at the notion. Ding Hao had gravely miscalculated. He had reached the 7-star war sect. At just 24 years old, he was a celebrated figure in the war palace, the proud second young master of the Ding family.
Woody declared that if someone like Ding Hao wasn't worthy, then who was? He then revealed he had already found a suitor, and his name was Shunan.
The entire room fell into a stunned silence. Shunan stepped forward, introducing himself. My name is Ding Hao, he said calmly. He figured Shunan wouldn't know him, since he had only recently joined the military palace as a member of the Mang team. Shunan returned the introduction, confirming he was indeed new to this place. The young man noted that taking on super difficult tasks alone is how you earn a 2-star membership status. He began listing Shunan's incredible feats. How he put Liu Masan in his place, handled Hulun with ease, and even defeated Yu Chung from Team Chanlong in a direct confrontation. Ding Hao was impressed. He never expected Shunan to be this powerful. He sneered. Perhaps they should have a little match to see who was truly superior.
Woody Chen fanned the flames, pitting the legendary 7-Star War sect against the brand new 1-Star War sect.
A clash was inevitable to see which path was stronger. Ding Hao proposed a wager to test each other's might. Shunan simply said 500,000 taels would do. The massive sum sent a shockwave through the room. Ding Hao's confidence wavered for a moment. He scoffed, demanding to know if Shunan could even produce that much gold. As if on cue, Shunan tossed a heavy bag to Sister Jiao, which contained that exact amount. Her eyes widened in disbelief. The girl confirmed the impossible. The full amount was there. Ding Hao's greed flared to life. Today was his lucky day. He had saved up 400,000 over 4 long years, bolstered by his family's allowance. He quickly turned to his captain, asking to borrow a quick 100,000.
Utterly certain of his victory, Ding Hao decided to make things more interesting. He wanted to ensure this jackpot wouldn't be won so easily.
Let's compete blindfolded, he declared. His opponent smirked. What a kind offer. He graciously accepted the terms. This way, he could beat the arrogance out of him, and wouldn't even have to apologize for it later. The 2 warriors took their places. Each tied a blindfold around his eyes. The onlookers forgot their meals, entirely captivated by the unfolding drama. A buzz filled the air. How would this end? Who would walk away with a fortune? They settled into their stances, extending their left arms forward to feel the space, sensing each other's presence. Each warrior focused their striking energy, channeling it into the hand they would use to attack. In an instant, they both lunged.
Their palms met with a deafening clap. Ding Hao sneered that his first strike was merely a test. If this was all the power Shunan had, then he was about to be 500,000 coins richer.
Shunan calmly replied that he was thinking the exact same thing. The time for testing was over. Now he would reveal the strength of a true champion. They moved like phantoms across the hall, their eyes still covered. Shunan suddenly landed a solid blow to his opponent's torso. They dodged and weaved, trading powerful strikes, each seeking a decisive opening. And then it came. A single perfect punch from Shunan connected with its target, violently twisting his opponent's jaw. The crowd gasped in horror, wondering if the man would ever be the same again. Shunan paused, considering his next move. He looked down at the fallen Ding Hao. "Why was your punch so weak?" he asked. "You fell right through the wall. Now we'll have to pay for the damages," he sighed. "Does this count as my victory?" The girl, still stunned, announced that he had won. The victor's friends erupted. That was a massive sum of money. It was time to celebrate. Woody Chen asked his sister to join them for a walk. The three of them headed for the exit, leaving the defeated behind.
At a table celebrating their triumph, Woody once again thanked his friend for the life-saving blood he had provided.
He still needed time, but his recovery was now certain. They raised their cups, toasting to victory and renewed life. Woody Chen then asked Shunan if he thought it was possible to completely restore his original power, which would mean leaping straight to the 2-star level. Shunan, already in high spirits, felt confident. Woody Chen revealed that his father's treasury held many wonders,
including a vast collection of priceless elixirs, the very kind they were drinking right now. With this marriage, those elixirs would belong to him and his sister. Woody Chen declared that from now on, Shunan could have anything he desired.
He added that Shunan was already overwhelmingly strong and was destined to become even more powerful in the future. Shunan was feeling incredible, ready to keep strengthening his body with the potent mixture. And Woody Chen was more than happy to oblige. He poured another round, boasting that he had elixirs to strengthen every part of the body. All Shunan had to do was trust him. Brother Chen insisted these were the finest wines, urging them to drink more and more. But Shunan's vision was starting to blur. His focus wavered as his friend rambled on about how their bond had now become an unbreakable force. Woody Chen spoke of their shared destiny, declaring they had every chance to grow stronger together. All the resources of the sheriff's mansion would be theirs for the taking. Shunan had to admit it was an irresistible offer. Woody then pulled him into a brotherly hug, getting to the real question. "So, what do you think of my sister?" Shunan confessed that she was incredibly beautiful. That was all Woody needed to hear. "Then marry her. Become my brother-in-law." The very next morning, the sheriff woke Shunan with a booming voice. "Son-in-law, time to rise and shine." Shunan groaned, his head pounding. He'd had far too much to drink last night. "Wait," he asked, confused. "What did you just call me?" Uncle Chen just chuckled. He said that young people should handle their own affairs, so he was simply making things official for Shunan, who was now their perfect son-in-law. I mean, I don't object in principle," Shunan stammered. "But this is all so sudden." "Marriage is a serious commitment," the sheriff said gravely, "and the elders must be informed. Perhaps we should set the date immediately."
A horrifying realization crashed down on Shunan. He had been completely played last night.
He was ensnared in a scheme far too complex to be solved with fists alone. With tears in his eyes, he pleaded, "I wasn't in my right mind. This is a decision that affects a lifetime. Shouldn't we slow down?" But the sheriff's friendly demeanor vanished. "I don't care what state you were in. From now on, you will call me father-in-law." Shunan meekly repeated the words, "father-in-law." The sheriff's grin returned. "Excellent. We'll leave it at that for now." He told the young man to rest up. He certainly had a lot to process. The sheriff left utterly satisfied with his plot. Shunan sat there defeated. How could he have fallen into such a trap? It was a flawless conspiracy by the entire Chen family. Pulling himself together, Shunan marched to the sheriff's office for a man-to-man talk. He laid bare his tragic past, how his own father had disowned him, and how his mother was stolen away by the Shu family from the imperial city. The sheriff and his son listened, their expressions somber. Tears welled in their eyes at his heartbreaking tale. The sheriff finally spoke. "This world only respects power. If you become strong enough, you can take your mother back." Shunan agreed, but saw an opportunity. "A marriage right now would only delay my search for her." He then fell to his knees, making a desperate gambit, offering his entire fortune. There was 1,800,000 taels of gold and 200 black iron swords. It would be his engagement gift. The sheriff accepted, but said wealth meant nothing. It was Shunan's character and intelligence that truly mattered. Chen Wudi cheered happily, calling him brother-in-law. The two men resolved to train harder together to fight for justice against all who stood in their way. 1 month later, the day of the wedding arrived. The local girls swooned, greeting the handsome new groom. They whispered of all his incredible deeds and achievements. He had already reached the level of a general. Everyone agreed the sheriff had secured himself a magnificent son-in-law. Other young men could only weep in jealousy. The sheriff announced, "Now we shall pay homage to heaven and earth." The ceremony then moved to the high hall, where the sacred rites of marriage continued. As was custom, the bride's face was hidden by a veil. If the groom had never seen her before, this would be the ultimate leap of faith. The newlyweds faced each other, trying to make eye contact through the fine silk. It was an awkward, heart-pounding moment. After the formalities, the groom reached out to release the bride from her covering. He gently lifted the veil, revealing a delicate and youthful beauty. She looked at him and softly said, "Husband." He confessed, "I still feel a bit dazed by all this." His new wife smiled. "What is making you so embarrassed?"
With an almost childlike honesty, Shunan admitted, "The fact that I'm married." The girl laughed softly.
"Enough overthinking. It is time for a celebratory drink." They shared a cup of wine, a toast to their new beginning. Their eyes met over the rims of their cups. It was a truly touching scene. She teased him, "You were so brave when you stole my clothes. But now that I am your wife, you seem afraid to even move." Her words made her a little shy herself.
He simply said, "I just enjoy looking at my wife." Hearing this, she leaned in and gave her new husband a gentle kiss.
She was modest and shy, yet her eyes held a flirtatious promise. In that moment, Shunan swept his soulmate into his arms.
He swept her into his arms, carrying her away from the world. There, they were lost in each other, their kisses deepening.
The young man leaned over his bride, his voice a whisper as he confessed his deepest feelings, a vow of love.
He spoke of eternal devotion sealed in each other's arms. Their breathless desire filled the air, a silent promise.
Their bodies moved as one, a passionate dance of souls. 3 days later, the newlyweds remained lost in their own world. For them, time itself had stopped. The world outside no longer mattered. Then, one day, Shunan announced his plans to visit his father-in-law. "Time to get up," the girl whispered. He argued for more sleep, saying he'd been working so hard, and she was tired too. But the young man insisted, "It's time to rise now. We'll sleep in the evening." And so the young couple saddled a single horse for two. They set out on their journey. But on the road, Shunan unexpectedly came face to face with his master. The young man's face lit up. He was overjoyed to see his mentor. His master replied that he was on a very important matter but never expected to see his student married so soon. Shunan just smiled, admitting he was a very lucky man. He called his wife over, eager to introduce her. The girl bowed with deep respect, introducing herself as Shunan's wife. The master chuckled. He admitted they had caught him off guard, leaving him without a proper gift. But as it happened, he had 2 flying swords on him. He declared it would make a very fine wedding present. The master explained that with a bit of spiritual power, they could be controlled from 10 meters away.
For Shunan, however, he could use his directly. The young couple thanked the master profusely for such a grand gift.
The master revealed he had been waiting right here for Shunan for 2 days. He then declared he would accompany them to the governor's house. Since the young man was now married, there would be no more secrets from his wife or his father-in-law. Inside the sheriff's home, he would reveal everything. The master announced he had no migratory bird, but he did have a migratory sword. He invited the young couple aboard, and together they soared through the sky. The sheriff's estate was alerted to the arrival of guests. Servants cried out in shock. 3 figures had descended from the heavens: a daughter, a son-in-law, and some unknown uncle. The sheriff gasped in utter surprise. Such esteemed guests had arrived. Shunan greeted him warmly, introducing his father-in-law to his mentor. The sheriff introduced himself as Chun Tianshang, the elder of this house. The master replied that he went by the surname Bai and had taken the liberty of coming to discuss important matters.
Matters concerning Shunan himself. The sheriff immediately invited them inside to speak of this important business.
After Master Bai finished his tale, everyone sat in stunned silence. Could what they just heard truly be real? Shunan's mentor confirmed it was all true. The sheriff cried out, "A real dragon is entrenched in Tiani." Master Bai laid out the stakes. He had already collected 4 kinds of dragon blood, and Shunan had gathered 3. The supreme divine body of the 9 dragons was only missing 2 divine dragon bloodlines. It was a concept hard to grasp, but the goal was simple. Our Shunan, with his great bloodline, had already achieved immeasurable feats. Woody Chen, who had heard the entire story, declared that the dragon must be dealt with. He announced that he would join the hunt as well. But Master Bai shut him down. Without enough strength, he wouldn't be able to protect Woody Chen. That option was off the table. Shunan was a different story entirely. He possessed the power to hold his own and would not be a burden. His wife immediately declared she would go with her husband ready to pack for the journey at a moment's notice. But Master Bai stated meaningfully that her level of cultivation wouldn't withstand the harsh winds at the summit of Wen Mountain. "So be it," the girl replied. "At least I will have tried." The mentor noted that his student had a resilient physique. He could certainly be injured, but resisting until the very end would be the ultimate test for him. The girl begged the master to wait a few more days. The dragon wasn't going anywhere, and she had some preparations to make for her husband. In her father's treasury were countless elixirs that would help Shunan improve his skills and his ability to defend himself. Woody Chen noted with a wry smile that ever since his sister married, she had started raiding their father's treasury for these powerful elixirs. He laughed, saying he wouldn't even try to go there anymore, and handed his sister the key. Shunan thanked his father-in-law deeply for everything he was doing for him and his family. The girl then led her husband aside for a private word. The sheriff sighed that his daughter always loved to talk. Master Bai added that the young couple shared a very strong bond. She revealed she was looking for frostproof and windproof armor for him. She then teased that her husband was suddenly blushing. But the sheriff pointed out it was because the young man was sweating profusely. He was clearly not dressed for the current weather and should take off his outer robes. The girl then began offering her father elixirs too, only the most potent ones, of course. They might have small side effects, she admitted, but they all increased one's strength, so he couldn't say no. The sheriff grew serious. He stated that before fighting a dragon, it was essential to check the sharpening of one's weapons. It was better to spend more than enough time ensuring your blade was in perfect condition. That was the true key to victory. Master Bai agreed, saying he would impose on the sheriff's hospitality for 2 more days. The young ones needed to settle their affairs before departing for the dragon hunt. The elders would wait for them. Shunan entered a deep state of meditation, while his wife waited dutifully, allowing him the space to resolve his inner power before their journey together. To ease his departure, she teased him, calling him both strong and sensitive, doing anything to hold his attention. Shunan reminded his wife he was off to perfect the ancient skills he'd learned, a duty he now undertook as a free man. He vowed to master the art of dual refinement, intertwining arms, intertwining legs, and intertwining hearts. His gentle touch sent shivers down her spine. Shunan made a solemn promise after he kicked that dragon's ass he would return to her side in an instant. Soaring away on his master's migratory sword, he felt a surge of confidence, certain everything would go as planned. "Come back to me," she called out. Her voice filled with love and worry. Even Woody Chen wanted a souvenir from the dragon. With all goodbyes said, he turned to his master, his eyes burning with resolve. "I am ready." But a sultry voice whispered in his ear, "If you absorb that dragon's blood alone, you'll lose out on a fortune." Shunan froze. His master had no idea the Empress was with them. Maddie's voice was a tempting poison. "It's too early to be so certain," she purred. "Your true power has yet to be measured." She added, "A new love often makes one forget the old." "I am a married man," Shunan stated firmly, his heart belonging only to his wife. Maddie countered, "Take me with you. If we absorb the dragon's blood together, our power will be reborn, multiplied beyond imagining." The Empress made it clear the choice was his, but to truly reforge his body and spirit would be a long, arduous journey alone. As he flew, her words echoed in his mind. The young man knew he needed guidance. He decided to consult his master, but with a clever twist. "Master," he began, "I have a friend with a special physique. It is said that cultivating with her would yield twice the results with half the effort." Master Bai nodded sagely. "That is precisely how it would work." Shunan pressed, "We are very good friends." But his master saw through the facade, thinking she must be quite the delicate flower. "A true dragon's bloodline is immense," the master explained. "Much of its spiritual energy will be wasted. If you wish, you may bring her along." When they landed, whispers erupted. "Shunan has returned." He greeted them, all his presence commanding attention. "Where is the dean?" He was told she was in the main hall. He made his way there immediately. The dean was a spectacular sight, deeply engrossed in ancient texts, perfecting her lessons for the students. "Greetings," she said, looking up. "And congratulations on your marriage, the sheriff's son-in-law riding a dragon, no less." Shunan looked at his dean, a plan forming in his mind. "I seek to collect the blood of 9 dragons to elevate my power. My mentor has found a dragon's lair," he explained, "and we are on our way to deal with it now." Shunan stepped closer, his voice low and intense. "Join us. Work with me. Together we can double the power of the dragon veins." With that power, he promised, "You will ascend to the level of a saint." He then added, "Afterward we could even go to the capital. There is no problem that 2 saint-level masters cannot solve." Shunan then proposed, "Let's conserve our energy. I can lend you my strength." The dean stared at her student, his audacious proposal hanging in the air. 3 days later, their expedition arrived. They stood before a frigid lake. "This dragon will not be easy to lure out," Shunan mused. "Can we truly handle this?" Master Bai scoffed. "Our god and demon sect has always crushed enemies far beyond our level. Remember every foe you have ever vanquished," he declared. But Shunan and the dean could only think about the bone-chilling cold. "My prized disciple is here to witness a spectacle," the master boomed. "After this dragon falls, the era of the god and demon sect will begin." As if on cue, the lake's center imploded, forming a massive crater. From the abyss, the body of a colossal monster emerged, its head rising on a neck that seemed to touch the clouds. The ancient dragon burst from the water, but Master Bai was already in motion, a streak of light on his sword utterly fearless. He was a true warrior, unfazed by the behemoth. The dragon opened its maw, a cavernous void, ready to swallow him whole. But the master was too fast. With a defiant grin, he soared upwards, narrowly evading the monster's crushing jaws. The dragon was left biting at empty air. The warrior then reversed his course, launching his attack. With a flick of his wrist, a storm of sharp blades rained down. The swords pierced the beast's tough hide. The mentor then shot away, avoiding the dragon's lashing tail as he landed on the shore. The first attack was a success. His demon sword was already feasting on the dragon's blood. For this beast, there would be no escape. Roaring in fury, the dragon ripped the swords from its body and charged its assailant. Master Bai stood his ground. Today, I will slay a legend and prove the true path. His sword slammed into the beast, and divine blood erupted like a geyser. The master did not relent, pressing his assault with a relentless barrage of strikes, each blow carving deep into his colossal foe. His opponent, the mighty dragon, reeled from the unexpected onslaught, crashing onto the snowy shore before taking to the sky once more. It began spewing crackling bolts of pure lightning. From a safe distance, Shunan and the dean could only watch in awe. Fear gripped them for Master Bai. Could he truly defeat such a primordial beast alone? She asked what the young man thought.
Could his master truly handle this impossible task? Shunan smirked. If Master was weak, he would have never accepted this challenge.
The dragon's roar echoed across the heavens as it unleashed another storm. But the master was unfazed. He launched his miracle sword towards his foe again. This time, he rode upon the blade itself, closing the distance in an instant. The monster braced for the impact, preparing to repel the attack. Its powerful claws latched onto the divine blade. A heart-wrenching scream tore from the dragon's massive jaws. An epic battle raged in the skies above the frozen lake. The dragon desperately tried to hold back the master's sacred weapon, but the master pushed forward, intent on piercing its flesh. Victory was his. The dragon, struck down by the sword, began its final devastating descent. Shunan and the dean watched in horror. The dragon's massive body was falling right on top of them. The young man, ever the opportunist, called out to his master. "Master, come closer. Strike it a few more times." The dean, horrified by his foolishness, grabbed his arm. "Are you insane? Get out of the way," she screamed. But Shunan just grinned, shouting, "Don't worry, I've got this. I'll help Master finish the job," he declared. And with that, he shot upwards, flying straight toward the falling beast. The dragon was clinging to its last threads of life, the master's blade embedded deep within its body. It was bleeding profusely, and Shunan was still rushing toward it. This was truly not the creature's lucky day. "Now it's my turn to teach you a lesson," Shunan roared. The monster bellowed in a mix of pain and pure indignation. Its strength finally gave out, and it collapsed onto the snowy bank, blood pouring from its wound and gushing from its mouth. The master descended on his sword landing beside Shunan. "Enough daydreaming," he commanded. "You must hurry and absorb the dragon's spiritual blood." Without a second thought, the master decided to assist his disciple. He instantly tore away Shunan's robes and pushed him toward the dragon. The boy flew directly toward the beast's gaping wound. As is the way of cultivation, the master ordered, "Enter," and Shunan plunged straight into the dragon's body. Submerged in the lifeblood of the dying beast, Shunan noted the searing heat of its essence.
Forcing himself to calm down, he assumed the lotus position and began to meditate. Master Bai turned to the dean. While he absorbs the dragon's energy,
"You can collect the spirit needles. You and the young man can remain here to train. Once your skills have stabilized, descend the mountain and find me." The dean could only agree. With a leap, the master was on his sword and gone in a flash, leaving the dean alone in the vast snowy wasteland. She was utterly on her own now. A wave of resentment for Shunan washed over her for dragging her here only to leave her freezing. Next to a dying monster. The dragon stiffened slowly, being consumed by snow. But then the impossible happened. Shunan shot out of its body like a cannonball. He landed in the snow completely bare and spotted a small snow hut. Shivering, he rushed inside, hoping to find warmth and the dean. He found her sleeping, and the cold draft woke her instantly. "You certainly have an aggressive way of entering," she teased. "So have you finished your cultivation?" She moved closer, a playful glint in her eyes. "Don't be shy. You brought me all the way out here for a reason. So we could practice paired cultivation together?" The young man grinned. "I'm ready. Let's begin our steamy perfection." After 2 weeks of intense paired cultivation, they were ready to ride the sword back, their mission a complete success. The dean asked what his plans were now. "First, I must find my master," Shunan declared. "Then I'm going to the capital to find my mother. I have waited for this day for far too long." The dean remembered her promise to help him search for his mother. She mused that this man she had secretly married now needed her help for his quest. And so they soared toward the city. Below them was Kyoto, the heart of the empire. They decided to land near the estate of the Long Aotian family. The three of them approached the grand entrance, and the young man announced his presence with unshakable resolve. "I am Shunan. My mother is Shu Yanyun, and she is the rightful heir, the daughter of the head of the Shu family." He boldly declared he was here to take her away. After all this time, he hadn't seen his mom, and he was a changed man. Below, everyone stared in utter disbelief, their own affairs forgotten. An old man, grasping the gravity of the situation, sent a messenger urging him to race to the underground palace. He had to warn the ancestor 3 saint-level masters had descended upon them seeking an audience. Shunan sneered, hoping this so-called ancestor's bones were tough enough. This was the perfect chance to really test his skills. But the elders were furious, calling him a destructive menace. He simply stated his name was Shunan. Then locked eyes with the old man. "Are you the head of the Shu family?" The old man's story dripped with contempt. Shunan's mother was once the prized daughter of the Shu clan, adored and pampered.
But she threw it all away for a worthless boy who couldn't pass the exams and had no talent in martial arts. A failure who couldn't even break into the star realm. When the family finally found her with another man's child,
they locked her away in a separate courtyard left to wither with only maids for company. A fitting end for her choices.
a fire ignited in Shunan's soul. He would take his mother back. The old man's gaze then fell upon the girl beside Shunan.
She looks at you with such love, he commented coldly. If you have a daughter one day, we shall see if she has any value. Shunan was rendered speechless by his audacity. The elder, however, couldn't ignore the young man's power. With your current cultivation, he admitted, you are strong enough to protect her. Take her if you must. And leave this place at once. The elder turned his back, delivering his final cutting words. From this day forward, you and that woman have nothing to do with the Shu family. Just then, Shunan saw his mom and his heart soared. They rushed into a tearful embrace. It was a heart-wrenching reunion. So many years had passed. His little boy was now a powerful man. Meanwhile, the patriarch questioned the elder. Have they departed? The elder confirmed it, adding, that boy is wild and cannot be tamed. He has reached the level of a saint, but he lacks the discipline our family would have given him. Bringing him into our clan now would invite more disaster than blessings. And with that, the ties of blood were severed. Worried about the long road ahead, Shunan suggested they purchase a carriage for his mother. She happily agreed, asking her son to tell her everything about the years they were apart. She was in absolute awe. How could someone become a master cultivator in the blink of an eye? It felt like a dream. She then sighed, wishing Master Bai hadn't left so soon, so she could have thanked him. Then her curiosity turned to his companion. Shunan smiled, promising to tell her every detail on their journey. 2 months later, their carriage arrived. At the sheriff's grand mansion. Shunan told a servant, announced that the young master has returned with his mother. The sheriff and his daughter rushed out to greet them, overjoyed, wondering why he hadn't sent word of his arrival. Uncle Chen laughed, claiming he was completely unprepared for their esteemed guests, much to his embarrassment. But Mrs. Shu was filled with gratitude. I am the one who should be thanking you, Sheriff, for taking such good care of my boy. The girl beamed with joy. I'm so excited to finally meet my mother-in-law. Shunan's mother replied warmly that her son was blessed to marry such a lovely soul. Then Shunan announced the incredible news. The expedition was a success, and he had become a saint. A stunned silence fell over the crowd. A magnificent surprise! The sheriff boomed immediately, ordering a grand banquet be held in their honor that very night. The servants hurried to make preparations, but the dean regretfully announced she couldn't attend. This journey took far too long, she explained. I must return to the academy to handle urgent matters. The sheriff promised to personally deliver a gift in 2 days to congratulate her on reaching sainthood herself. The dean smiled at Shunan, reminding him of when he first arrived at her academy, and cheekily requested more immunity supplements. With a final farewell, she summoned her sword and soared away. A strange sadness washed over Shunan as he watched her go. The sheriff and his wife exchanged confused glances, wondering about his sudden change in mood. Later that night, his wife whispered how deeply she had missed him. I have waited so patiently for my husband's return. She continued, her voice turning playful. Isn't it time we started thinking about giving our family an heir? Her husband replied that this was a great responsibility, one that required serious effort. So first, they must train hard. An intense energy crackled between them. More training, she purred. Then I expect you to give me your absolute best. I will work harder than ever, Shunan promised, pulling her into a passionate embrace. Sometime later, as Shunan walked through the main gate, he felt a twinge of guilt, thinking perhaps he should learn to be more restrained. Then he launched himself into the air. Streaking across the sky like a comet, he was a blur to the people below. The young man landed gracefully, in the plaza before the academy building. Through the window, the dean saw her student and knew he had come to see her. When did you get back? She asked with a knowing smile. Your father-in-law visited just 3 days ago. We were discussing a few joint projects. Shunan nodded. I know, and I have a beautiful wife waiting for me at home. He confessed that his own success, his power and status were now holding her back. But it didn't have to be that way. As he moved closer, his eyes widened. He saw the dean was expecting. In that moment, he realized he was going to be a father. Shunan declared that with their union, Qingling College had soared to number 1 among all academies. The young man mused that wealth and honor mean nothing if you don't return to your hometown. It was time to restore the glorious reputation of Qingling College. The girl then proposed that Shunan himself should become the new dean. The offer caught him completely off guard. This was a path he had never considered. Shunan questioned her decision, reminding her that he was only 18 years old, hardly ready for such a monumental leadership role. The young man knew he must influence the higher realms. He leaned in, confessing he had one more crucial secret to reveal, something she didn't know. A comfortable silence fell between them. The girl then asked if it was truly possible for them to resurrect such a legendary figure. Shunan confirmed it was their ultimate goal.
A long life and the path to
immortality awaited. First, they would summon the other colleges and sects for a grand conference demonstrating their newfound power. Soon, the many sects of Jiangnan would bow to their rule. In an era where even prince-level experts are merely respected from afar, everyone stared in awe, wondering what kind of saintly couple this was. Shunan simply smiles, proclaiming that Qingling Academy was now truly invincible. The dean reminded him that to open a truly great sect he needed the backing of an imperial-level influential force. The girl added that she must now practice even more diligently. She didn't care about his marital status, but his love and care for her must never fade. The baby growing within her could not be harmed. Shunan vowed that it would be so. He then announced he would buy a grand house in Tianfeng City, where he, the dean, and Shen Yao could raise their child together. After establishing a family and a career living in her parents' house at the college was simply unthinkable. The dean laughed. His wife was merely half a month pregnant. With a playful slap, she told the young man he was getting way ahead of himself. But the dean couldn't contain her joy, teasing him relentlessly. He gently approached her, telling her not to be angry. If she needed to hit him, she could, as long as she didn't disturb the child. Only a year had passed since the great competition between colleges, Luyanren, had summoned all the prestigious families of the students to witness this grand event. So many familiar faces had come. The master thought he had severed all ties in this treacherous life, yet even he was drawn here, his old comrades arriving one by one. He mused that since he'd already given a gift a few days ago, he could arrive empty-handed today. The crowd whispered, wondering what was happening at Qingling Academy. How would they react to the sudden appearance of the sheriff? The sheriff's voice boomed, ordering everyone to be silent and follow him. Without a word, the crowd amicably obeyed, trailing him in silent procession. As the sheriff ascended towards the arena, he saw people were already gathering. The rector gestured for the sheriff to take the highest seat of honor in the box. The esteemed guests followed, taking the most prestigious seats. Those watching began to demand that the sheriff claim the second highest position. The dean of Tianhen College, who was also present, pointed out that while the sheriff had taken the second seat, Dean Lang had yet to arrive. The sheriff, ever good-natured, simply replied that it didn't matter. Dean Lang was a respectable man, and he would gladly wait for him. His humble response left the dean of Tianhen College speechless, and the other guests were just as stunned. They couldn't comprehend what was unfolding. Well, my friends, I don't know about you, but I was completely hooked by this manhwa. The plot is so intriguing and full of twists. If you enjoyed this recap, smash that subscribe button and comment what you liked most. For a new part, let's get 1,000 likes under this video. As always, take care, and I will see you in the next one.